Baking bread is an art, but it's also a science. It's chemistry, physics, biology, and sensory. Really, it's about understanding the ecosystem of yeast and the forces at work during the bread making process. There's development, fermentation, shaping, and baking. In this class, you'll learn how to control experiments with your own breads to find that perfect balance to create your beautiful breads. I have over 20 years of professional baking experience. I teach hands-on baking classes in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm also the author of How to Bake Bread and the sequel, How to Bake More Bread. Here's what we'll cover in this class. First, we'll set up the basic protocol for all our bread experiments. Then we'll explore how gluten forms a structure. We'll explore the world of yeast and how it gives volume to dough. We'll explore the physics of shaping and how it affects the basic dough system. How proofing at different temperatures and humidities changes the bread structure. And finally, what happens inside the bread while it's in the oven. So let's get baking. In this first lesson, let's put on our anthropologist hat and think about the origins of bread. You'll learn about the basic elements of flour, how carbon dioxide is created and controlled, and most importantly, the ecosystem of conditions for your yeast. Well, hi, I bet you thought this was a course on the science of bread baking. Well, it is, but before we do anything, I wanted to start at what I thought caveman would have made from a bread. So here's a very simple flatbread made from ground grain and water and cooked on the nearest available hot stone or rock that my caveman buddy just discovered. So there you go, a simple flatbread. So we'll let this cool for a minute. Let's step back and see how all of this came to be. Well, these are wheat berries here. This is what a whole wheat kernel looks like. So caveman probably would have chewed on these, hurt his teeth, and said, we got to do something to that. So through the process of figuring out that soaking them with water makes them more tender, then you're able to take them and grind them. So this is the original whole grain flour. So by taking that, binding it with some water and making it into a paste, then they were able to make this dough that they could take and flatten out. Who knows how they did it? Probably just like this with their hands. And then once that's to the size that you need it to be, then you go back to that hot rock and just put that right back down on there and let that cook. So let's take a look at the caveman bread that we made. All right, so I'm going to tear into it, and you can see it kind of looks like a pita or something like that. And in fact, all of the flatbreads came from this beginning, and every region would use a different flour or put fillings in or something like that. But the only leavening or raising that we have here comes from steam. Now, as man progressed, I'll cut into a baguette. A baguette is really the symbol of industrialized baking, because it wasn't until commercial yeast and machinery came into being at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century that we were able to make a shape like a baguette. So here's before and here's after. So now we see, look at the large air cells we have in here, the light, tender texture, the crispy crust. We've come a long way as bakers from this flatbread to this leavened bread. This course will help you understand what happens along the way, how flour came to be the way it is now, how yeast works, how salt controls all of that, and how we've learned to manage so we can get from this shape to something as dramatic as this. Well, we have our first question. This is from Betty from Buffalo. Betty says, I know flour comes from grain, but I really don't know how. That's a great question, Betty. Remember these wheat berries I was talking to you about? If you look under the microscope here, you'll see what I've done is I've soaked them in water so I could cut them in half with a razor blade. And there are 3 parts to a wheat berry. We call a whole kernel of wheat a wheat berry. The outer coating is called the bran. that's hard, it's fibrous, it has B vitamins in it. At the very, very bottom, there's a tiny little seed, which is called the germ. This is filled with oils, and this is where the new plant germinates from. Surrounding all of that is what's called the endosperm, and that is where the nutrients for this little germ are. There's starches in there, so the germ can have a really nice breakfast, and there's protein in there so that the plant that grows from this seed has some strength to it. So what happens is industry takes that and they grind it. Now they didn't used to do this, but once mechanical grinding came into play during the Industrial Revolution, then they said, you know what, let's sift this stuff as it comes out. Let's take out those bran pieces, because you know what? People don't want that in their bread. They just decided that. They said, well, let's give this to the livestock. And then the germ, they said, well, we better take that out because that has oil in it, and if you don't keep that refrigerated, it will go rancid. So they took that out. And then what we're left with is really, this is the ground up endosperm. And for purposes of being a bread baker, we just call this white flour, no matter what it comes from, because we've taken away really we've taken away the bran and we've taken away the germ. So what we're left with is the contents of this. And to recap, what's in there is the food for the grain. So there's the protein and there's the starch. Now the starch is little molecules of sugar all chained up, and the yeast comes in, eats this. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. The protein links up and actually gives the structure to the bread as we need this. And under the microscope here now, I have some gluten that I want to show you. I made some dough and then I washed all the starch out. So you can see the structure that this leaves behind, and you can see how thin, if you ever made like a window pane with some dough, you can see how the light is coming through, etc. So this is the structure that holds the bread together. Now, I'm sure you know this, but I'll just run through it real quick. Flour is rated on its protein content. So bread flour is usually rated at about 12%. All-purpose, that's kind of a blend for the most part, and that comes in about 11, 10.5. And then there's a softer flour called cake flour or pastry flour, and those come in about maybe 9 or 8%. And so what you have to think of that is that's the muscle potential of this flour. So if this were a 12% flour, which is how bakers refer to that flour, they don't say bread flour or all-purpose. They say, hey, get me some 12% flour. What that means is I can develop a protein network about this strong. So the protein percentage, the protein content in the flour is directly related to the gluten protein, the structure, the muscular ability of that flour. So think if this were a 12% flour, 12% protein, then that would mean under ideal development, under ideal kneading, I would have a structure that would be firm enough to hold a freestanding loaf of bread, like a hearth bread or something like that. If this were all-purpose flour, it would have about a 11, 10.5% protein. So I could use that to kind of make a bread, but it would be a little bit slack, or I could use it to make a cake, but maybe it would be a little chewier than I wanted it to be. At the low end of the protein content, then we have cake flour or pastry flour, and those come in about 9, 8%. So under ideal conditions, kneading them together gives structure, but not something that's going to be so hard and chewy. So these are more suitable for muffins and biscuits and things like that. Well, now that you got all the facts, now I want to tell you a story. Because if you're watching this, you're already a baker and you want to know how to be a better baker. The best way to be a better baker is to understand what this wheat berry does, why it's on this planet, all right? So here are wheat berries. I'm going to take its lid off. And maybe you can see how they're sprouting. Maybe you can see how this seed has sprouted its roots, and now it's finding its starch, and it's eating, and it's starting to grow. Its job on this planet is to be a plant and make more seeds and drop them down. That is what this is. This is food. And not only is this food, this strain of wheat that we have here probably existed before man was even on the planet. Think about tomatoes, right? How many kinds of tomatoes are there? Oh, Italian plum, Jersey slicers, dried tomatoes, right? Okay, all these things, right? Wheat is the same way. As a baker, you have to start to embrace the fact that wheat is not a bag of flour. Flour is a bag of flour, right? But all of that is different, because think of the strains of wheat that there are. All right, and when I pick these up, I think, what strain are you? What family are you from? Now, you've been here on the planet for over 2,000 years. What is in your genetic code? Were you the grain that made bread for Julius Caesar? Is that who you are? Or are you that hard durum variety that makes bread that we turn into pasta? What about the Native American breads that we have? What about the blue corns and things like that? What about wheat that grew in the Pacific Northwest, right? That Lewis and Clark smashed and made flatbreads with. Which one are you? And so when I take these, when any baker takes these seeds, they're interrupting the heritage of this grain, because all this heritage wants to do is grow and be more of itself. So as a baker, when you take these things, you have to respect the fact that grinding this and turning this into flour and turning it into bread is the last chance that this seed has to participate in life. So do it with respect, make it as flavorful as you can, and use these scientific experiments that we're going to show you later so you can get the most out of whatever wheat it is that you're working with. So from Pattersonville, Patricia writes, how does CO2 make bread rise? Well, that's a great question. We'll get into this a lot more in detail in another lesson, but I want to lay some groundwork here. This is one of the concepts that we're going to experiment with. So you need to know that all the breads that we're making in this class are being made with commercial yeast. Active dry, rapid rise, cake yeast, bread machine yeast, etc. They're all made by commerce, they're sold, they're available in grocery stores. We're not talking in this class about wild yeast or sourdoughs or anything like that, all right? So I have some dried yeast right here, and under the microscope here, I just wanted to show you what a dried yeast module would look like. We take this, we're gonna hydrate it, and right away it's gonna start looking for food. Now, this is good, this is all well and good, but you know, since this is a serious science class, I thought we should have a little like yeast baby to help us reenact things. So this is our little yeast baby mascot. So, what is the food for yeast? All right, so yeast eats sugar. How much is good? How much is not good? I don't know. Let's do an experiment, all right? So we made a dough with flour, water, and yeast, and in one of them, put no sugar. In one of them, put a certain percentage of sugar, and in another one, put twice as much. So we let them ferment in bags for about an hour, just to see what would happen. So here's one after 1 hour, and there's no sugar in here, all right? So in this one, you can see this is the amount of CO2 that was created in 1 hour. So the same exact situation, same amount of flour, same amount of water. Here, this has 10 grams. Now look at how much CO2 was created in there. If you equate this to your bread, this is your bread rising. If it rises too fast, it's going to explode and collapse. If it rises too slow, it won't be ready to bake in the oven when you think it should. So the other end of our experiment, we said, all right, let's, you know what, let's put 20 grams in. And I don't even have to press down on this one. You can see how much. So we've proven, right? Because every science experiment shows something. What we've proven is that sugar speeds up the metabolism of yeast. Let's think how we're going to control the amount of carbon dioxide that's created in here. So let's scoot these out. Let's let them have a little bit more fun. Put them in the Macy's parade. You control yeast by giving them salt. It slows down the activity. A lot of different ways. When we talk about yeast, you'll learn all about how the salt sucks moisture out and the yeast cells dry, and it's so sad. But let's take a look at this. Here I made a dough, flour, water, yeast. No sugar this time, just flour, water, yeast. Now we let these ferment for 2 hours because the yeast takes the carbohydrates and breaks them down into smaller sugars. So here it is after 2 hours of fermentation, and you can see how the yeast have been able to break that down and create that. So we have an experiment, we have another one where we put the same amount of dough with 6 grams of yeast. So you can see here, look at this. It's relatively half the amount of carbon dioxide. Now this is actually, based on the percentage of dough that we have here, this is 2% of salt to the amount of dough that we have. That's a baker's percentage. And that is a standard for just about every bread everywhere. Every 100 pounds of flour has 2 pounds of salt in it. So after 2 hours, it makes this. Now here we've gone a little, we've mismeasured, and now we've put twice as much salt in as we're supposed to. And look at this. We have hardly any carbon dioxide after 2 hours. Look at that. So just by adding salt to the dough, we can slow down the amount of carbon dioxide that the yeast create. So what I'm teaching you here, I hope is concepts maybe you're already familiar with, etc. But I want to set the stage for how to do an experiment on your own. So what we've done here is we've taken a dough that has the 2% that it's supposed to have, and we're saying, hey chef, you know what? I don't feel like having salt in my bread. Okay, that's good. Well, let's make some and see what happens. Well, this is what happens. It makes a lot of CO2 really quick. The bread rises and it falls. It's going to be ready to bake before it has any flavor at all. And as you'll learn later, salt gives the brown color on the crust. So if you want to not have salt in your bread, you know what? Live in Tuscany, because that's what they do. And it's a unique kind of bread that they have, and it's an acquired taste, but it doesn't have brown crust on it. So this is the type of experimentation that we're going to do as we move through all the different lessons in this course. So Lori from Louisville writes, what's the proper way to start my dough? Can't I just throw everything all together? Okay, well that's a good question. You know, there are a lot of bakers who do, because they have so much experience with baking, they'll add everything all together, especially if you're using instant yeast, you have the ability to blend that in with the ingredients at the beginning. But I don't know what kind of yeast you're going to have when you do this. So because it's scientific, I need to establish a standard way that all of our breads will be put together. Because I can't have people thinking, oh, this is mixing, this is kneading, and because it's going to throw the results off. So let's set a standard for how we put things together, all right? So I've got a basic lean dough here, water, flour, yeast, and salt. And as I said earlier, all of our yeast is commercial yeast. I think I'm using instant dry. I'm going to measure everything directly into my bowl. All right, I have my water at 100 degrees, and I need 315 grams to start this off. By the way, the standard formula that we're using is in your class materials. All right, so there's 315 grams right there. You know what? That's actually 316, 18. So I'm going to take a little bit, there you go. Perfect. Now, as our standard procedure, we will now take the yeast and we will sprinkle that over the top. We won't stir it, we won't do anything. We'll just let it hydrate so that we can blend it together. Depending what kind of yeast you have, instant, active, dry, cake yeast, it'll take a different amount of time. So let's just, as a standard, let it sit. Don't add any sugar, any of that stuff. So here's a good point for me in this course to talk about how yeast is a microorganism and the conditions that it needs in order to thrive. So there's an acronym that chefs use whenever we talk about any kind of microbe, okay? And this applies to yeast especially, and we call it FAT-TOM. And the initials, each one of those initials stand for one of the ideal conditions. So the F is for the food. So once this yeast is hydrated, it's going to need some food. The next thing after that it needs is some acid. Now, actually what happens as this ferments the dough, it creates its own acid and will lower its pH. There's a certain amount of time that things always take, and there's a certain amount of temperature, and we'll address each of those as we look at dough. The O stands for oxygen. We need to put oxygen into our dough because the yeast need it in order to metabolize. And the M stands for moisture. So you can see the fact that we're starting out in a liquid medium here in water, that we've given the yeast all the ingredients that it needs. So through this course, you'll see we'll do experiments with, we'll vary the time, we'll vary the temperature, we'll vary the conditions that the yeast needs to be ideal and see which one helps it bring the best results to our bread. So once the yeast has dissolved, then we're going to take it and we're going to stir it through so it looks kind of like a chai tea. Now I know I talked about instant yeast. Well, instant yeast is designed to be mixed in with the flour at the beginning. However, it benefits the instant yeast in our conditions to dissolve it in the water first. It's not its intended use, but if we do it that way, then in your house, you will have standardized how you do these procedures. So you'll get results similar to what we get here. So now that the yeast has gotten its oxygen and its moisture, now it needs some food. So we take all of the flour that's called for in this formula and we add that in. We start to cut in through it. Now the last thing you want to add in is the salt. So before the flour is entirely moisturized, before the flour is entirely wet, we add the salt in. There's a lot of different feelings on when salt should go in. Some bakers are, no, develop the dough first and then put the salt in. And others are, no, put the salt in and then develop it. And you know what? Those are the kinds of things that we're going to explore in the lessons that are coming up. Because sometimes it makes a difference and sometimes maybe it doesn't. So we're going to see why people do what they do. Now, I'm cutting this in at this point, and there's a certain point where the bowl is not really helpful to me anymore. So I'm going to scrape everything out onto the bench. And the important thing to see is that, look at this, there's still dry flour. So that's fine. We're following the formula. We have 450 grams of flour, and we have 315 of water. All right, so at this point, you cut into the dough, pushing away about, let's say these are inch thick pieces, almost like really fat bread juliennes or something. And gather this up and turn this around. And now we come in this way. And if they were bread juliennes, now they're bread dice. But the idea is we are moisturizing the water, we are moisturizing the flour, we're wetting the flour, but we're not developing the gluten. We're deliberately cutting into the dough at this point so that the flour gets wet, but does not develop additional structure. That's part of the standard procedure here that we're going to use for all of the doughs. So when we go to the development section, to the kneading section, and we say, hey, what's better, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, at least we'll know that we're all starting at the same point. So And this is what the dough looks like at this point, our standard dough. So we stop at this point. This is what I refer to as take-up, because in a bakery, when everything's in the mixer and the arms are moving or doing whatever they're doing, the dough is manipulated until there's no more dry flour. And then, and only then, do the bakers hit the button and start the timing for how long the dough is developed. So this is where we will pick up for each of the successive lessons that we do here. But let's recap what's happened. We've really built the ecosystem for the yeast at this point. We gave it the fat tom that it needed. We gave it its moisture. We gave it some food. It has oxygen. The acid will create, it'll create all by itself, and the time and the temperature are two of the variables that we're going to manipulate when we get to that portion of the experiments. So take your breads to take up, and then from there, we'll move forward. So what are our findings? Well, gluten proteins provide structure. More sugar for yeast to eat means more carbon dioxide in the bread. And fat tom, the 6 conditions yeast needs to thrive. In the next lesson, we'll experiment with gluten. Now that we've established a basic idea for how ingredients interact with one another, let's build on that and see how amino acids make gluten. You'll learn how to organize the gluten network, how to develop elasticity, and you'll learn what a big difference it makes when you change the amount of water in your dough. So welcome to my lab. And Shelly from Chicago writes in, "Hey, yo, chef, what is gluten anyway?" Well, you know, that's a great question, because so many people are gluten intolerant or gluten sensitive, and they don't really know what it is. You know, the other night I was watching a movie with Seth Rogen and somebody else, and he was at LAX, the airport, and he's picking up his friend. His friend was hungry. He said, "Oh, let's go get a pizza." And Rogen goes, "Oh no, that has gluten." So then his friend goes, "All right, well, let's have a hamburger, and we just won't eat the bun." And then Rogan goes, no, hamburger has gluten. And so his friend goes, "Well, what is gluten?" And Rogan goes, "No, grease is gluten, and like carbohydrates and everything." And I was like, I don't think people really know. So I'm gonna show you what it is. So here I have a piece of dough, and you can see how it's stretchy and all of that stuff. Well, what's holding that together is the gluten. So I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna wash it. I'm gonna wash my bread out. And you can see as I'm doing it, some of the starch is coming out. So we'll get all the starch out, and then if you're on an Atkins diet, then you can eat what's left. The structure really comes, you can see it. You see, the more I stretch it out. And the structure really comes from the protein. Gluten is made of protein. There's actually 2 little protein fragments in there. I'm gonna skip ahead in time here, and I'm gonna show you some dough that I washed out the other day. And you can see how we've washed all the starch out of this, and all this is left is like the membrane itself. So I have a little bit of it under a microscope here, and let's take a look at that. So maybe you can see how it's making all these different strands, and it's making like kind of a cobweb of things. This is a very informal, unorganized type of gluten structure. You know, there's actually 2 little proteins in there, pre-proteins they're called, because they're not protein until they come together. And one is called gliadin and the other is called glutenin. And together they link up and they make this stretchy protein that we have. And the more that we work that dough, the more that we knead it, the more protein develops in there. So if that dough went to the gym every day and worked out, it would have the most gluten ever. Probably be a little hard to chew, but that's the whole idea of what is gluten. So chef, I understand what gluten is now, and it's protein, but how do these proteins work? All right, well, let me show you. I'm gonna use egg whites, because egg whites are filled with protein, albumin, and the other thing in the egg white is water. So if you think back to the gluten structure that I had washed out, that's pretty much what that was, a protein structure in water. So I'm taking these egg whites, and you know what, before I go any farther, okay, Seth Rogen, these are gluten-free, right? I'm just using this as an analogy. This does not have gluten in it, but it has protein, which is what gluten is. So it's gonna act the same way. So if we can zoom in on this now and we can take a look, we can see that the protein structure, the links, it's very kind of casual and almost kind of slimy. And that was the same stage that we were at with that gluten ball that I showed you earlier. I'm going to continue to whip these to knead them to take it to the next stage. So I've been whisking the egg whites for a little bit. Think of this as kneading. Let's make an analogy to a pancake batter. All right, you put the flour in, you put the milk and the eggs in, and it says very clearly on the box, do not over stir, because that is what's linking the proteins together. So if we look in at this mixture right now, you can see it's starting to become a little bit more kind of organized. And you can also see the holes in there. So to me, it kind of looks like what a pancake would when you first start to bake that on the griddle. So now I'm going to continue to knead this dough a little bit longer. Wow, as I'm whisking this, I'm seeing the holes get smaller and smaller. And that's because the protein is getting more and more organized. So it's forcing the available air inside into tiny little holes. Now, as it's doing that, the structure, the protein structure is also tightening. Remember, this is the same as sending the egg whites to the gym and letting them work out for a while. As I whisk this back and forth, I start to see the tracks from the whisk on top. So I'm starting to get a peak, but it's a soft peak, and you can see how flexible it is, but it's not that strong. So we're able to glide out as dough, but we're not able to shrink back yet. So I'm going to continue to whip this more. I'm going to work these proteins more. I'm going to knead this dough longer. So if you're a pastry chef, you recognize this stage as firm peak. I'm going to take some of the egg white and I'm going to draw it out slowly, and it holds its peak. And you can see it as firm. So it has some flexibility, but it still holds its shape. In bread, that's the ideal relationship between dough that like spreads out when you're shaping it and just retracts just enough so that it holds its shape. But what if you overdevelop your dough? What if you overwork your dough? What happens? What happens if you put 400 pounds on a bench press and then you try to push that up? Well, I'm going to whip these egg whites to that point and then show you that. I have worked out these proteins so much, they've gotten so tight, they actually snapped. And so let's look at the protein in this egg white. Oh, it has no flexibility. It's not making a peak. And you look at it, all it is its strength. That's all that it is. Right? And so think of like a linebacker's, like, you know, biceps and how cut they are and all of that stuff. That's what the excessive working does. On the other hand, think of like a ballerina and how long and lithe and stretchable those gluten proteins are. So how does gluten come together to form the structure anyway? Because we're not going to put our whisk in there and do it. That is a mess. So let's look at that. I have some water here and I have some flour. This is white flour. I'm just going to take it, try to get most of it in the bowl, and using as little manipulation as I can, I just want to get everything in here nice and wet. Hydrating. That's the first step of every dough. So, all right, there you go. Everything's ready to go. I'm just going to put a tiny, tiny bit of water on the top of this just so it doesn't form a crust. That's a little artisan baker trick there. Okay, so now let me see. So I want to tell you how the amino acids or the gluten fragments work inside of this. So there's two of them. One's called gliadin, right? And he's a little short guy, all right? So he just comes in, he comes gliding in, because his whole job is to help that dough stretch out every time you're rolling and folding or when you're making a baguette. That's the gliadin's job. Now the other one is called glutenin, and glutenin is a longer one. He's a snaky guy, and he comes in like this, because his whole job is, once you start twisting him and working him around, is to become elastic and tight and hold everything in place. So as these proteins, these pre-proteins swell up in the water, there's enough energy inside of there, just because the water's warm, that they're just going to go and they're just going to link up all by themselves, real casual. Here's good gluten, all right? So what we see is, we see the gliadin stretching it out, and then we see the glutenin bringing it back in. That's the flexibility, that's the strength. So if we keep working this dough, and putting a couple more links together and organizing it, it's going to get stronger. It's going to get stronger. So the gliadin is like, I can't glide, I can't glide. And the glutenin is like, haha, we have you. And then if we keep doing it, and we just keep putting so much workout on this, at some point, we're not even going to be able to spread the dough out at all, and it's just going to snap back. So that's your overworked gluten. So eat that. Let's go back and look at our flour and water mixture right now, and maybe you can you see how we're starting to have some of the casual bonds between the glutenin and the gliadin. We got a lot more gliadin action. We don't have too much spring back. We don't have too much elasticity because we haven't worked that glutenin worm yet. And let's take that and look at a piece of dough and see how that's all in effect. All right, so here, this is our basic baguette dough right here. And every time we take this dough and stretch it out, that's the gliadin. And every time we take this and pull it back and press it like that, you can see it. That's the elasticity developing. So gliadin, glutenin, gliadin, glutenin. Watch how it even happens on this dough. Every time I can only glide out that much, and now it's coming back. The gliadin every time, tighter, tighter, tighter. And glutenin is like, haha, we win, we are stronger than you. And that's how the dough gets its shape. You know, by the way, another effect of all of this development, of all this working, of all this kneading is we're starting to capture air bubbles inside the dough. And you can even see these starting to form on the surface of the dough. They make nice little blisters. It's these little air holes that later on, when we talk about the fermentation with the yeast, they fill up with carbon dioxide. And it's these air holes that are going to expand and make the dough lighter. So if I had a nickel for every time a student said to me, "Chef, am I done kneading the dough yet?" My answer always is, don't ask me, ask your dough. So I have 3 doughs in front of me here, and they've been developed or kneaded for different periods of time. So now our one in the middle, our one that's just right, was developed on medium speed for 4 minutes, and then on slow speed for 2. Now this one over here, you can see it already. It doesn't have enough structure to it. This one was kneaded for 2 minutes on medium speed. Over at this end, I have one that was overdeveloped, and this one was developed on medium speed for 10 minutes. So this one really got a lot of work out. So the way that a craft baker looks to tell if the dough is done is to do what's called a window pane test. So you take a little piece of the ball and you round it up, and then you put it in the flour. And you're going to smash this between your hands, and then you're going to stretch it out like a little pizza. And I have this great little light box here. And so what we can see is, you can see how there's like a structure all the way through, a nice little membrane. But if I pull this out, you can see gliadin, and then you can see glutenin, bringing it back in. Gliadin goes out, glutenin comes back in. So when I do the window pane test, that's what I'm looking for here. And you can see how smooth and organized that portion of the structure is. So let's take a look at one that was developed only 2 minutes on medium speed. So again, when you ball these up, don't add any flour to them. Put them in the flour after they've been balled up and then smash them out into little pizzas. All right, now let's see how this one stretches out. So this one has a lot of gliadin and not too much gluten in. Stretches out, doesn't come back so much. And if we looked at the actual window pane inside, you can see how it's a little disorganized. It's here and there, etc. Now let's take a look at the one that was overdeveloped. This one went for 10 minutes on medium speed. Now let's see what this one looks like. Again, a little bit flour after. Make your little Russian tea cake here and then smash that down. And let's do our pizza here. Look at how tight this is. Oh my gosh, this thing is so tight, and look at this. As I try to stretch it out, what's happening is it's actually starting to rip. Can you see how it's starting to tear? Because this gluten was overworked so much, the proteins are starting to split. That's actually why, if you look at these doughs, if you look at these 3 different doughs, the one in the middle that's perfectly rounded, or that's perfectly kneaded, sits up nice and round. But look at this one. This one has a tendency of sitting flatter, and this one's going to have a tendency to sit flatter because it's overworked. And just to get this guy on the same path, I'll bring him back in here as well. And you can see how this one just sits much higher up. So this has much better spring back, but also the ability to glide out. So what have we learned here? Well, we learned there's a balance between the gliding out and the gluten in, pulling them back. And the best way to tell is to take that window pane and see how it reacts. So here's what we were just talking about, our 70%. This is the standard baguette that we've been making all along. Now over here you can see that I have less, over here I have more. So it should be a little intuitive now that this would make a dough with 60% hydration, this is our 70, and this would be 80%. Now this dough is going to be firm and hard to work. This dough, it should be pretty clear, that's going to be pretty sloppy, but they're all going to make baguettes. And so let me show you what we've done. So here's our 70% hydration baguette. It comes pre-sliced. Over here, I have a 80% and a 60%. And you're going to look at those and say, that is no way the same bread. Well, it's not the same bread, but it's the exact same dough. Only here we have a smaller amount of water, and here we have more. So you can see how the amount of water expands the size of the product. Let's take a look inside at the cell structure, at the crumb. So here's our 70%. If we take a look down in here, we can see, let's say these are moderate sized holes uniformly spread out through the bread. All right, so that's our standard, that's our Goldilocks baguette. So let's go over here and look at the one that had less water. Look at these holes. These holes are much smaller by comparison. They're tight, the crumb structure is more lateral instead of opened up. If you were to bite into a bagel, that's not far from the texture that you would see. Still a baguette, different purpose. And let's look at the 80% one here. Whoa, look at these holes. Look at how much larger these holes are. Same exact dough, same 100 pounds of flour, just more water. So what do we learn from that is that, you know what, the more water in the dough, the more fluid the proteins can be. The more they're going to flow out, and the more space they're going to take up. And the other advantage is when that water turns to steam in the oven, it fills those holes with air and helps expand them even more. So students always ask me, should I use my hands to develop the dough or should I use a machine? So I want to show you how to do it by hand so that you can have all the advantages of a machine, but not have to go find the bowl and clean it out and all that stuff. Just wash your hands. So right here in front of me, we have a dough that is just about at take-up. You remember that from lesson 1 when we mixed our water with our yeast and then our flour and salt. So we work this together until all the flour is moist. All right, so now we're going to start, just as when we whisk the egg whites, we're going to start manipulating this dough. So I'm going to bring it towards me and push it away, and bring it towards me and push it away. And I want you to focus at the front edge of the dough here as I'm pushing it away, because you can see how it's curling under, and maybe you can see how the gluten strands are starting to align. So this is good. It's totally sticking to me. So you think, oh no, I should add flour. Don't add flour. Don't do it. You already measured your flour. The formula says X amount of flour. So if you add more flour, you're going to make the dough tougher, you're going to make those air holes denser, and you're going to have that dense baguette that I showed you earlier, because you're not going to have enough water. So we take this for our first development for 4 minutes on speed medium. This is medium speed. All right, so you can see already how much more gluten we have here. So we can gather all this up. I'm going to get some of the loose, big pieces of gluten off my fingers here and put that back under. And now I'm going to let this rest for 5 minutes. And what's going to happen, there's enough momentum in there, and those protein fragments are linking, and they're going to continue to organize themselves all by themselves. So I've cleaned off my hands with a little bit of flour, being careful not to let the dough go down the drain. And under this bowl here, I have that dough that sat for 5 minutes. And you can see it's already starting to rise a little bit. And you can see it's not as shaggy as it was before. It's a little more uniform. So we've had our initial development where I smeared it across the table, and now I have a fine-tuning development. It's slower speed, it's less pressure. So let's see what that's going to be like. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to fold this up. This is sticking to the table just a little bit, so I am going to put the slightest bit of flour on me and on the dough. And now we'll go back to, we'll stretch this down, we'll fold it, and we'll press it away. We'll stretch this down, we'll fold it, and we'll press it away. Do you remember that? Glide in, gluten in, roll it. Oh, that's a good song. Glide in, gluten in, roll it. Yeah. Glide in, gluten in, roll it. And look, I know it's sticking. I don't care, because look at how smooth and organized that gluten structure is. You can even start to see the air bubbles in there. So I know that it's reached the window pane stage. So this is ready to go to fermentation. So over here, I have that 60 pounds of water in the baguette dough. So let's take a look at that. All right, it has risen, but gosh, it's awfully tight. Sure, look at this. This is not sticking to me at all. This needs no flour. Oh, it doesn't glide as much. Roll it away. Glide, glute, roll. Glide, glute, roll. Oh my gosh, look at how tight this is. And this is not tight from the gluten. This is tight because there's not enough water in it. Well, let me say that differently. It's not that there's not enough, it's just a different amount. Now look at the surface here. Look at this, the bubbles are smaller. And you know what happens sometimes? While you're working with the dough like this, it's not unusual to just put a little bit of water on the surface of the dough. Instead of throwing flour, we're just going to make it a little tiny bit moister. And you can see how that helps it out. So here's the same dough with 60% hydration. And now I'll go over here to the dough that had the 80 pounds of water in it. And that should look pretty slack. And indeed it does. So it should, your instinct should be, well, don't put your hand in that, chef, because it's going to make a mess. Your other instinct might be, ooh, put flour. But if I add flour to this, I'm changing its hydration down to this one at 70. So how are we supposed to continue to develop this? Well, let's use this. Let's use this, what I call the fishtail motion, where you just drag the scraper through. And you can see how long these gluten strands are. So this is a slower 2-minute development. Here we did it by hand, here we did it with wet hands, and here I'm using a scraper because if I didn't use a scraper, then the dough would end up all over me. But either way, the same dough, 60% hydration, 70, and 80. So what are the findings here? Well, gluten is like rubber bands for bread. The more development, the more protein bonds get tighter. And the amount of water in a dough affects the crumb size. In our next lesson, let's test fermentation. So now you've seen that gluten has flexibility and also strength. Yeast, on the other hand, is what gives the dough volume from its CO2. You'll learn about the stages of fermentation, how temperature affects each of those stages, and how to control the carbon dioxide and alcohol as it builds up in the dough. So what does it mean when something is fermented? As bakers, that's what we do to our dough after we develop it and we get the balance of the glutenin and gliadin. We get that perfect window pane that we're looking for. And we let it sit for a certain amount of time. Most of the formula is here for 1 hour. And literally what it will do is rise. But bakers don't say, oh, let it rise, because really at any point in time, if your dough isn't rising, then you should look for a compost heap because there's something wrong with it. What we're interested in at that point, as during that what you call rising, we're interested in fermenting it. And that's where we change the characteristic of the starch into something else. So what is fermentation? Fermentation is controlling how something turns sour. So let's see, if you opened a bottle of red wine and for some reason you didn't finish it and left it open for a couple of days, when you go back, it will have soured into vinegar, so uncontrolled. Same thing with milk. If you left milk out on the picnic table for a couple of days and you came back, well, it would be soured. It would have curdled. So those are uncontrolled fermentation. So when we control it, we make sure we monitor the time, the temperature, and the humidity, a whole lot of things about it. Here's some examples of fermented foods. So this is in the dairy category. So think about that milk, and instead of letting it sour, we controlled how it soured. And we have here a Greek yogurt. Over here, we fermented it a little bit longer and dried it. So here we have a cheese. These have much longer shelf life than the milk that we started with. So as humans developed and became to understand how to do this, then they said, oh, we can make our provisions last longer. So in this case, bacteria fermentation is what is being controlled to take this milk and sour it into yogurt and a longer lasting cheese. Now on this side of the table, we have yeast fermentation. And when yeast ferments, it eats carbohydrates and creates carbon dioxide. And so what happens here is, well, here we have beer, and here we have some champagne. So in both of these cases, the yeast has fermented, in this case, the grain, the barley, and then over here, the grapes, to create that fermented product that has a much longer shelf life than the grapes themselves in the first place. So how that all plays in when we talk about bread, you'll remember from our first lesson, this is a flatbread. This is what we called our caveman bread. And it's just flour and water and baked, and it's flat. Now, if you look at a modern bread, And nothing really is more modern than a baguette, because baguettes didn't even exist until the beginning of the 20th century, when active dry yeast, commercial yeast, were first put into use, and machinery came to develop these breads. So now if you look at all the aeration and the holes in here, this is a modern bread. So how do we get that aerated structure in here? Well, we've developed the gluten, so now let's take a look at how yeast eats the starches and helps create the CO2 that creates these holes. Well, here we have Sandy from San Diego, and she writes in, what is the life cycle of yeast really like? Well, you know, just like any organism, right? And here's a little yeast organism right here. As soon as it comes back to life, as soon as it's hydrated, its sole purpose in being is to multiply. So it needs some energy for that, so it's going to start looking around for food. This is what we call the lag phase, when the yeast is first starting to wake up. And then it starts to take off. It goes through another phase called the log phase. Then we have what's called a stationary phase, and then what's called a decline phase. So just like a life cycle of a person or the life cycle of a civilization, you know, the Roman Empire starts out kind of rough, and then they start figuring out, and then they're all like, yeah, let's have gladiators and all that kind of stuff, and then it all gets kind of out of hand, and so everything declines at the end. The yeast go through the same sort of life cycle. So let me show you what that looks like here. So we'll draw this line down here, and this will be time. So this will be, say, 30 minutes, this will be a half an hour, I'm sorry, this will be an hour, this will be 2 hours, that'll be like 3 hours, something like that. And then up on the y-axis here, this will be the activity of the yeast cells. So what happens to the yeast is they'll start out slow, and they start to multiply, they start to figure out what's going on. Then, oh, life is grand for them. Everything's really, really nice. And then they start to decline and die. So if we take this and we break it into 4 segments, this is the life cycle of every microorganism. Bacteria, yeast, virus, everything. Now this first phase is called the lag phase. This is where the yeast is just waking up. His eyes open, he's looking for food, he starts to see some food. That's what's going on there. The next stage is the log stage. And this is where the yeast is logging on to the internet, right? This is where the yeast is like, ooh, there's lots of food, I'm figuring it out, I'm creating carbon dioxide and alcohol, oh, everything is great. And then we get to this stage up here, and this is a long one. This is stationary phase. And what's happening up here, this is a perfect balance between the activity level of the yeast, look at that, and the amount of food available. So the yeast, they don't have to work so hard. They just go to work 9 to 5, maybe they have like 3 cocktails at lunch, stuff like that. They're giving off carbon dioxide, they're giving off alcohol, but they don't care because there's no end in sight to the food as far as they can see. So then what happens, ultimately, the environment is so polluted with alcohol and CO2, and they've eaten so much of their resources that they start to decline. And this is where they'll slow down, their rate will slow down, many of them will die. And this is, if you have, say, a sourdough starter, this is often the point where you'll take half of that environment away and refresh it with new water and flour so that the yeast can go on that roller coaster ride once again. So just like all microorganisms, the yeast will start out slow, and we'll see that in the fermentation. The doughs will rise slowly. Then they start to really rise, and then they level off. But if we let them ferment too long, then they don't really rise so much. They start to taste a lot like alcohol. Now, Phil from Philadelphia says, yeah, I read so many recipes and they say the dough should be 80 degrees. What if my dough isn't 80 degrees? How does that affect fermentation? Well, you know what? That's a great question. So here I have 3 doughs, right? So in the middle, I have a dough that's 80 degrees, and I'll tell you how I got it that way in a minute, all right? So let's ferment this dough for 1 hour. So think of it as, okay, here's a car, and we're gonna go 80 miles an hour. So our temperature is our speed, and we're gonna go for exactly 1 hour. So we're gonna get in the car, all the little yeast babies, and they're gonna eat all their carbohydrates, and they're gonna get down, and then for 1 hour, we will be right there. All right, so whatever that distance is, maybe we're going to the mall or we're going to grandmom's for dinner, something. And that is the equivalent amount of carbon dioxide we will have created in our environment, expanding the bread. So let's go over here and let's take this yeast car, this dough car. All right, now these guys are 95 miles an hour. 95 degrees, they are hot. So they're gonna get in the car, and for 1 hour, they're gonna travel down the same road. They're gonna pass those guys, and they're gonna end up down here. And after an hour, they're gonna have so much more carbon dioxide and alcohol in them. They're gonna be limp and exploded, they're gonna taste bad, and they miss dinner, because they gotta come back. Now I have a cold one over here. I have a cold one. And this one is at 65 degrees. So they're gonna drive the speed limit. So they get in the car and they start to drive and drive and drive and drive and drive and drive, and then for 1 hour, then they only make it to that far. So they don't have enough carbon dioxide in them to leaven the bread the way it should be, and they have to ferment a little bit longer in order to be where they need to be. So you can see, that's why as a baker, you want to control the temperature of the dough. So when you ferment it for a certain amount of time, you know it's ready when it's time to bake it. So let me show you how to control the temperature of the dough by working with the water. So here's a down and dirty way to know how to control the temperature of your dough. Mostly, you want your dough to be 80 degrees. Bakers call that the desired dough temperature, DDT, equals 80. So if we ferment our dough for an hour, we're assuming it's at 80 degrees. And it's going to create the carbon dioxide and the flavor that we need. So let's look at an ideal environment. All right, so if my room temperature, if my ambient temperature were 80 degrees, and my flour were 80 degrees, and I took water at 80 degrees, my dough would be 80 degrees. Well, that never happens. And if your thermometers tell you that that's what's happening, then one of them is wrong, all right? Because it just never happens. Usually, you have something different from that. So let's scribble in here what we have. Let's say we're working in a cold room, and let's say that our room is 70 degrees today. It's likely that our flour is 70. Bakers put their thermometer in the flour and they take the temperature of that before they start. We can't change the room temperature too easily, and we can't change the flour temperature. Now tomorrow I'll know, hey, don't leave it outside, bring it inside so it's a little bit warmer. But today we can't really change them very much. The one thing we can control is the water temperature. So what should that temperature be? It should make sense to you that if our water were 80, the dough is going to be too cold because the flour in the room were already too cold. So this is what we need to add to the situation. Well, if we want 80 and we only have 70, then that means we need to add a theoretical or actual 10 degrees to something. If our flour's 80 and we only have it at 70, that means we got to warm that up a total of 10 degrees. So we are needing to add up a total of 20 degrees. 20 degrees to what? To the ideal 80 that we should have had. So if we add that, then we get water at 100 degrees. So in this particular situation, with a kind of chilly room, your water should be at 100 degrees. So according to our secret formula here, we need water at 100 degrees. So we'll have to heat this up before we take it, and then add our yeast to it, and then our flour and our salt. And then we'll be sure that our dough will be 80 when we're done mixing. So now this is from Millie in Minneapolis. Hey chef, how does yeast really create CO2? That is a great question. If we look at this dough fermenting after half an hour, we can see that its volume has increased, because what's happening is the yeast is metabolizing, is eating the starch inside the flour and creating carbon dioxide. So as the yeast rehydrates, it reanimates, and its major purpose is to multiply, to grow. So the first thing it needs to do that is energy. So it needs some food. It looks out into the dough system, and what is out there? Well, there's protein, and then there's starch. So it sees the starch chain, and the starch is a string of pearls. And each one of these little sugar molecules, these glucose molecules, is food for the yeast. But the yeast can't digest the whole chain at once. So it's smart enough to say, all right, you know what? We need to send out an enzyme to do this job for us. So an enzyme called amylase goes out from the yeast, and there's a little kind of scissors action on the front of it. And as it sees these starch chains, it cuts off one or two molecules from the ends, because that's where it can attack. Can't attack it in the middle. So we have little molecules of glucose or molecules of maltose floating now out in the dough. So there's the yeast, and the yeast puts its gravitational pull on those little molecules now, or vice versa, and goes in and absorbs them through the cell wall inside the yeast. Another enzyme comes out and breaks those energy cells down, that glucose, just like our body breaks down sugar. And it creates, as a side effect, it creates carbon and oxygen. The people used to think it created CO2 right there and kind of like belches out and farts out CO2. And that's kind of a mid-century way of thinking about it. It's a very vivid and graphic description and gets the point across. But actually, the carbon and oxygen molecules that are coming out of the yeast at this point are in a liquid form. They're called aqueous. And because they're liquid, they float right into the water inside the dough. So now we have the dough system, and it's filling up with these aquatic carbon and oxygen molecules. Ultimately, there'll be a certain point where the dough is saturated and there's no more room for these to come out. So what happens is now these molecules are looking for a safe house, someplace to collect and collapse. And they see these air holes that the baker has created in the dough from all the manipulation, from all the development. So the carbon and oxygen molecules link together and permeate this, and inside that safe house, that's where they become the CO2. And then, of course, as is the nature of CO2, they start to expand the size of those holes. And that's what we see happening here. And that's why literally you can say, yeah, the dough is rising. So we know that this is all happening. But the thing we want to do is we want to control this now. We've saturated, we want to get some of that CO2 out, and we want to give the yeast an activity to convert more of the carbohydrates to starch or to alcohol and CO2. So Chuck from Chicago says, all right, how do you get that CO2 out of the dough? Well, I think a lot of bakers have read or heard somewhere you do what's called a punch and fold. And so I want to show you how to do that. So we're going to take the dough, which has fermented for 30 minutes, put a little bit of flour on there. We're going to free this dough. We're going to get it out of here. So punch and fold, not such a good word, punch. How about like degas? Do you like that word? That's what craft bakers used to say. But see, what you want to do is you want to knock the air out. And you can see it coming out. We're deflating all those air bubbles. And we're also releasing a lot of the carbon dioxide just through the thin membrane of the dough itself. Wow, I just got a big hit of dough alcohol off of that. So, if you wanted real tiny little holes in your dough, like if you were making, like, let's say pretzels, which you wanted to be uniform, or breadsticks, or little dinner rolls, you would get every little air cell flattened out from CO2, and then, oh, look at that, glide out, gluten in, glide out, gluten in. There it is again, capturing. And we reform this and we let it go for the next 30 minutes of fermentation so it can refill with carbon dioxide. So if you're making a tight dough, as I said, like a dinner roll or something, or sometimes a pizza dough that you want to be very uniform and even, that's the way to knock the air out of that. But sometimes you want larger holes in your dough. This is the same dough, just has a nice little air pocket in there. And a different way of knocking the CO2 out is to do what we call a stretch and fold. And if you were wanting to keep like larger holes in, say, a ciabatta or a rustic bread like a pan au levain, you would get the CO2 out just by manipulating the dough and then stretching it and folding it back on itself, stretching it and folding it back on. And you can see by doing this that the dough stays a much more glide-in, kind of flexible type of dough. So when we turn that over, it's a little bit more relaxed. And you can already see that we've got larger size air holes in here. So how you get the air out of the dough, the CO2 and the alcohol, really is dependent upon what your final product is going to be. If I'm going to roll these out and I want a baguette, very uniform holes all the way down because I'm going to cut it and make crostini out of it or something like that, that would be the way. But if I'd want a wide, porous, open baguette with big holes that I could slather butter on and it would melt down in, then this would be the way that I would knock the air out for that bread. So let's summarize our findings. Well, higher temperature makes the fermentation go faster. And this causes so much gas, it builds up in your dough. In the next lesson, let's take a look at the physics of shaping. The last lesson was all about fermentation. Now let's see how shaping affects our basic dough system. In this lesson, you'll learn the sequence of shaping, the ergonomics of shaping, and why the direction of applied force matters to the shape of your bread. So Kelly from Kellogg, Michigan writes, "Chef, why are my baguettes so ugly?" That is all to do with how you shape it and the evolution that the dough goes through. What is this? Oh, this is my ball of gluten, all right? So if I take my dough that has risen for 1 hour, right? Has fermented for 1 hour, and I'm gonna take a piece of this dough and I'm gonna start trying to turn that into a shape. I'm basically asking this gluten to become uniform. And it's just not going to do it. It's going to rise big over here and explode over here. It's going to be really, really tight. It's going to, well, Kelly, it's going to be ugly. So when you do your shaping, you have to understand that that dough is going through an evolutionary process. And the first thing you have to do is divide all of your pieces evenly. So let's make some baguette here, and I'll scale these at 350 grams. All right, let's go with that. All right, that's a little small, so here's a piece here. There you go, 350. Let's take that and build up from there. 170, what do we got? 435. Okay, so there's the rule of half. You take the smaller piece, you cut it in half, and almost all the time it's exactly 350. I wish the B-cam could see this 350 because that's exactly what it is. Anyway, That's the rule of half. Now what do we got here? This is 5/12, so that means we're going to have to cut off about 2/3 of that, and that is a little bit more than we need, and there's another 350. And you know what I'm going to do with this stuff? I'm going to let this ferment more in the refrigerator for another day, and then it will become what's called fermented dough, pâte fermentée. And if I take a course in artisan bread baking with Peter Reinhardt or Richard Miskovich, it will say, hey, take a pound of pâte fermentée. Well, this is where it comes from. So we'll put that in there, put a little piece of plastic on, and put that under refrigeration till tomorrow. We won't really use it in this class, but that's one of the foundations that craft bakers use to build more flavor into their breads. So the first step, divide your dough, get the pieces the same size. The next step is, okay, it's evolution, right? So we have to give a first form to this. So there are 2 first forms, and one of them is a cylinder. So if you're going to make a baguette, or you're going to braid some challah or something like that, or you're going to make pretzels, you want your first shape to be a cylinder. So you roll, so you kind of pat it out. Again, we're degassing the dough here. Don't be too violent. And it's about the dimensions of whatever your scraper is, a little longer than wider. And then we glide out and we gluten in. We glide out and we gluten in. And then I'm going to pull this over that way, and I'm going to pinch that down right there. So I've created some surface tension down here, nice tension around there. I don't care about the ends. And that's our first shape for a baguette or a pretzel, pretty big pretzel. The other first shape that we always use is a round. If you're going to make a Boule or a Boule or a Bâtard or anything larger, a round shape is best for that. And so let's see what we got. So we'll knock the air out. And I hope you noticed when I divided the dough, I didn't knock the air out of it first. I didn't reactivate the gluten. That's what this first stage is to do. So let's see, what are we going to do here? All right, so to make the beginning of a round, you take the top to the bottom, and then you turn the dough, and then you take the top to the bottom, and then you turn the dough, and then you take the top to the bottom, and then you turn the dough. Are you with me? Can you do it? And stretch and pull. And you see, as I'm stretching, I'm creating surface tension here. And now I turn that over. It's very casual. It's very unorganized on the bottom. That's okay. And those are the 2 shapes that we go through. So again, top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom, right? And here's something. I see students sometimes they go, yeah, you're in there, right? Okay, so we're not trying to stuff it with anything, and we don't want to make a giant air hole in our dough. The dough is moist enough, it's going to stick. So just stretch it, create that tension, let it stick. Create tension. Look at that. Look at that. That's our first shape. So then what we like to do is, now that we've activated that gluten, and the dough itself is very anxious because now it knows it's getting ready to be bread. We take that and we let them rest for 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how excited that gluten is. And we call this a bench rest because, well, we're doing it on the baker's bench. It's easy enough to do it on the back of a sheet tray if you need to clear it away and get more space for your work area or something like that. And so I usually just take a piece of tape and put it on there and mark down my 20-minute bench time so I know when to come back and what to do with it. So it's 4 o'clock, so I'm going to write 4:20, and that's when I'm going to come back, all right? The science of ergonomics really comes into play when you do your final shaping. So there's 3 things that we want to look at. We want to look at the height of the table to the height of the worker. We want to look at the posture, and then we want to look at what's applied force, how what you're doing transfers into the dough. So let's take a look first of all at my workbench. So for me here, I'm looking, this height is a little bit low for me. It's about maybe 2 inches below my waist. And how that affects is if I stand about 1 scraper away, which is the normal way that people stand, look at the angle that my arm is making with this table. It's almost vertical, which means I'm basically pushing down into the dough. So that's going to deform the dough right there. So for me, I would want to put the bench on a couple of blocks and raise it up so that it would be about that height to me. And you can see how that changes that. So let's take a look at posture. So there's, let me show you bad posture, okay? This is how students usually start out rolling dough. And from head on, this looks good. But from the side, can you see the way my shoulders are bent over and I'm putting all my force here like I'm doing a push-up? And if you were a baguette underneath of a push-up, well, it would be a sad day for you. So the thing you want to do is you want to think of your shoulder blades and you want to bring them back and bring them together and down. Almost like you could put a coat hanger on them and hold them back. All right, so you see how that loosens all of this area in here. The other thing is, you see how vertical I am? And just like a building, I'm gonna have a tendency to sway and lean forward and back. So what I need to do is lower my center of gravity. So I'm just gonna loosen my knees. I'm gonna soften my knees. So that gives me a little bit more flexibility here. Now the last thing is the applied force. So let me show you how that would work. So if my table is too high for me, then when I apply my force, it's going to just push the baguette across the table. And I'm not really shaping it, I'm just sending it on a ride. So what I need to do is create a balance of a little more downward force with the horizontal force. And at the same time, we saw this before, if I'm too high, then when I try to roll my dough, then, oh, it's already deformed. So the balance is always when your angle is at 45 degrees, because half of the force is going out this way, and the other half of the force is going down that way. And you always want the forces to be with you. So let me show you how the direction of force has to do with the shaping of the product. So let's look in cross-section at a baguette, all right? Now, what we want to do is, as this baguette is going across the table, we want to stretch this portion of the dough right here to create surface tension, kind of like we're like making that window pane. That's what makes the gluten all around the outside organize in that way. That's how you get a baguette that's nice and round all the way down. So let me show you how we transfer that force onto the table. So, okay, so here's you or me, and let's say here's the table down here, all right? Now, if my arms are coming down at this table at this angle and I'm trying to roll this baguette, what's gonna happen is, here's the force, here's my arms coming right out of my neck, and this force is gonna come down this line here. So then what happens is we take that up to here, and that translates to how much of that force coming down is going to move that roll that way. And this translates into how much of this force we're pushing the dough down into the table. So if you look at this, this is a crazy drawing, but this is a little bit more than a 45-degree angle. My angle's a little bit up like that. So what we want to do is bring it down so that we can create the balance of these forces this way. So here's an example when your table is too high for you. So if we look at the angle of force that's applied to the dough from the arms here, and we follow that right on through, you see the same thing here. This much of this force is going horizontal. You're really pushing that dough across the table. And only this much of the force is actually going down. So you're not really creating that surface tension that you want here because you're literally just pushing the dough across the table. So that's why you always want to have your arms at a 45-degree angle. Okay, so I know you've been anxious for 20 minutes, wanting to know how to turn this cylinder-looking blob of dough into a baguette. So let me show you how to do that. So You're a machine. You are the machine, and the machine needs whatever kind of lubricant it needs so when the product goes through, it doesn't stick or rip. So it's a good idea to get some flour on your hands so you're not going to stick to the dough, all right? We don't want flour on the surface because if you have flour on the surface, woohoo, look at that. There's no friction. The dough is not going to be able to create surface tension for you. So we can put flour on us. We'll get this all out of here. And then, in fact, what I'm going to do is put a little bit of water on here and just wipe this about 3/4 dry. So there's still a little bit of tacky texture on there. So I got the top of the dough. I'm going to flip it over. Now the bottom of the dough, where it's been on the table, is always sweaty. So before you do anything, you're going to tap that just like, what is that, like to put foundation on it or something, just so it doesn't shine when it's on camera. All right, so there's our first shape. But if you are sticking to it at all, you've got to clean that up. Keep it off your bench. All right, so here we got our gluten going out in this direction. So now one more time, we're going to form this. So now we're going to pull the top, the gluten, and then the gluten in. The glide in and the gluten in. The glide in and then the gluten in. And then we're going to do that one more time. The glide in and the gluten in. Yeah, stretch that out, tuck that down, tuck that down. We turn that over and we pinch those seams up. And then I'm going to turn that and let that sit like that just for a couple seconds so that seam will close on itself, and again, that gluten will relax. So I let this just sit on that seam just enough. You can already see how it's closed that up. And Sam from Savannah just called in and said, "Hey chef, I see air bubbles all over the surface of the dough." Yeah, you do. You like that. Those are blisters. Going to make a nice crackly crust. All right, so now we want to take this and we want to roll it out as long as it needs to be. So we start always in the middle of the dough. And what we want to do is press down 3 times, rolling from the tip of our fingers to the heel of our hands. And we're pushing the carbon dioxide out to the ends. So we're distributing that by also keeping the gluten in this circular kind of configuration. So we take that flat surface of our hands, now we extend that and make it a little bit wider. And now we're doing the same thing out here. Do that 3 times. And then you can see we're pushing the air out to the end. Now we've got to put our little extender in there, get our hands out to this part. You see how my pressure is flat and downward. I'm not pushing the dough out. I'm keeping always the surface tension down on the table. Now when I get to the ends, well, I just have to take care of that on my own. So I will do that one little flip, and then we'll look at this one last time. I am sticking a little bit to the dough, so I can have a little bit of flour. The table has no friction on it, so the dough is just sliding around. So now I have a little bit of friction on my table. So one last time. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And there's our baguette. When you pick a baguette up to transfer it, remember the weight distribution. I see a lot of times people picking it up from one end and they wonder why their baguette has such a long tail to it. Always pick them up, like a baguette, and then put it back down on the tray in that way. So that's the evolution of a baguette, from the dividing and the cylinder first form, a bench rest, and then that final form. So we'll put that to proof, and while that's getting ready, I'm going to bring in my boule, and I'll show you how to final form that. So for the final shape on the boule, now that it has its first inclination of what a round piece of dough is, let's take that and take a look at it, all right? So again, when we pick this up, let's pick it up with our scraper so that, you see how I'm respecting the surface tension here, right? I go in and I curl that up, so when I bring it down in front of me, it's still nice and round. All right, now again, I can see that this dough is a little bit sticky, a little bit sweaty. So would I be if you had me there on the table underneath a piece of plastic. So give me a little bit of powder here and then I'm all good. All right, so again, we did that first form, now we're gonna final form it. All right, so I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna punch is a bad word. I'm gonna degas this dough and then one last time, top to the bottom, top to the bottom, top to the bottom, top to the bottom. I'm gonna turn that over. I just wanna show you the bottom. And it's really, you know, not really anything to look at, so don't look at it. Now we're gonna final shape this. And so one way to do it is what my friend Carol Field, who wrote the Italian Baker, which is like one of the best bread books in the world, so you should have it. She does what's called a poker chip gesture. And she puts her hand over those poker chips and she draws those chips towards her. Can we see the curling that's happening under here? She turns the poker chips and she gathers them back in. She turns them again and gathers them back in. And can you see what we're doing here? We're stretching the gluten structure one last time. And we're doing it just enough to make the dough nice and round. That's one way to do it. By the way, when you pick these up and put them on your tray, again, pick them up with your scraper so that your navel, which is what they call this, stays intact. Don't pick them up by its head. All right, so we'll take him, we'll put him down over here. All right, now here's another one. And even though it isn't, let's pretend this is the dough that has 80 gallons of water in it, the high hydration, larger cell structure dough. All right, so how would you handle something like this? Well, you know what? I actually wouldn't want to use flour on this. I actually would want to have some water, because the more flour I add to it, the tighter those holes get. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to use agua to do that same thing. See, I'm not sticking. I don't need flour. Who needs flour? All right. Now, instead of knocking all the air out of this, I'm just going to kind of noodle it a little bit, just take some of it out. So I'm pushing and I'm making larger air holes, because when I cut into this bread, this pane di como or whatever, I'm gonna see large air cells. So the same thing, top comes to the bottom. Pick it up, top comes to the bottom. Oh, I'm sticking, what should I do? Add flour? No, add more water. Look at that, look at that, look at that. There it is, all right? So, a little shaggier, but a lot of larger bubbles. Now to do the final rounding on this one, by the way, if I had a bowl of water here, that's what I would be doing, right? Like when you make meatballs. You don't stick to the meatballs because your hands are all wet. So what you want to do here is called I call it the push me, pull me thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm playing shuffleboard and I'm going to shoot this dough down to there. Now the dough is turning all by itself. I'm not turning the dough. Dough does it all by itself. And when I bring this dough back, I'm just going to bring it straight back. But again, the dough turns itself. See how it's happening? I'm not turning the dough. That's going to do nothing except, well, it's going to make me a little dizzy, right? But what you want to do is you want to push this, and this is where you're looking. You're looking at this surface tension right here as it digs down underneath the bench. Again, if you start to stick to the dough, put a little bit more lubricant on you, and up, back, up, back, up, back, up, back. And there's another way. So I'm going to bring these two back together so you can see the difference. When you knock all that air out, you're going to get a flatter, more uniform. This is going to make a better sandwich bread. This one, big blisters, look at that already. This is better for a table bread, so at the dinner table, people go, oh, I want a big hunk of that, and soak up the gravy. So that's the final form on the boule. And whether you knock all the air out or just some, that depends on what you want as a final product. So Jared from Jersey says, Chef, I am so tired of making baguettes. Don't you know anything else, right? So you know he's from Jersey. So, well look, let me show you how to make what's called a Bâtard. And a Bâtard is kind of like a football. So let's see, so I've got a piece of dough here, and this has already been made into its first form. Remember, we took that and we formed it into a boule. So we let that rest for a little bit, and now we're gonna take this and give it its final form. So remember, when we do our final form, no flour on the bench. In fact, oftentimes we want a little bit of friction, so I got a wet rag here. So I'm gonna take this dough, I'm gonna flip it over. The bottom is always a little bit damp, so just a little bit of powder on him there. Now, so again, I want some random holes in this. So I'm just gonna kind of walk out over the dough in this way. Always make sure the dough is not sticking to the table. All right, so the first thing is we're going to do some gliadin and then gluten back in. So watch how I stretch this out and then bring that back in. And right on down this center line, I'm going to seam it. I'm already capturing some nice bubbles in there. I'm going to loosen this up. I'm going to flip this around, and I'm going to do the same thing with the other side. If the dough is sticky, put some flour on you. Okay, I'm glide in and I'm gluten in, and I'm going to push that seam right back where it was. And if I feel like it, I'm going to make a little shape just like that. Then next thing is, now I got to close these in half. So I'm going to take this whole thing, I'm going to bring these over just like giant wax lips, and then I'm going to take them and I'm going to seal them down one at a time. And you can see what's happening here. I'm creating surface tension in this gluten right here. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't really care so much what the shape is. I want to make sure that that gluten is nice and stretched. So I'm going to let that rest on the bench for like a minute just to close that seam. And then my final shaping, I'm going to come in like a house. I'm going to hold my hands like this, and I'm just going to go up and down, and I'm going to pinch the ends of the dough together under the point at the bottom of my hand. And so there is your Bâtard. Now when you're making dinner rolls, and these are 100 gram or almost 3 ounce, a little bit more than 3 ounce dinner rolls. I gave them their first shape. You can see their little navel down below, so they've rested. And the next thing we want to do is round them up. So you saw the push me, pull me kind of thing. With this one, we take our hand, we put that flat on the table, and then we roll this in a circular motion. You can see, I want you to focus on the fact that my fingers are not leaving the table. I'm keeping the tension. It actually underneath. See, it looks like I'm like rolling each one of these underneath. So you go around like that, and that stretches that gluten and tucks it underneath. So if you look underneath, you can see there's that navel. All right. So, but I want to tell you, what happens the more you roll the dough? The tighter the gluten gets. So if you make this dough so perfect, look, chef, it's the roundest roll you'll ever see. The outside gluten is so hard, it's going to be like biting through, I don't know. So here's what you want to do when you do this. You want to put your hand down and you want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there you go, that's it. And I tell my students, every count that you take, that's one more chew is going to take you until you can bite through the outside and chew that piece. When you pick up your little rolls, keep that surface tension intact, and as you move them to your tray, move them like that. Now I have some other pieces here. Here's some pieces. Some people say, that's an awful lot of work. Can't I just take like a blob of dough and put it on the table and just roll it around and roll it around and roll it around and roll it around? And okay, well you can, all right? And you get a nice little round shape. But what happens is, you can look at this maybe compared to that one. The surface is a little bit uneven. You can see here, the gluten is stretched out. And the other thing, by taking that and just forcing it down like that, you get a compression of gluten down at the bottom of the roll and an airy top. So it almost is like an abalone or something with a foot. Now I just have a little piece here. I want to show you how to make some knots real quick. These again, these are 100 gram pieces. I made them into the little log shape. Well, let's take them and let's just roll them out like they're baguettes, right? Start in the middle, 1, 2, 3, 4. And a good size is something that's about 2 scrapers long or a little bit more than that. So you can take these, you bring this piece up like that, this goes through, you take that around, and then you have like a simple little knot. Now if the dough is sticky to you, make sure you are nice and clean before you do that. 1, 2, 3. Let me see if I remember this from being a sailor. This goes around, you make that knot, the snake goes through the hole twists around, and the snake goes, I see you, and he goes back through the other end. So there's a cute little knot too. But they all start from the boule, round shape, or the cylinder. So we've learned that shaping is an evolutionary process. Proper posture and bench height makes better shapes for your breads, and friction is a necessary evil for good shaping. Let's move on to the next phase, proofing. Well, now that we've covered shaping, let's experiment with proofing our breads. You'll learn why we proof, how to control the proofing conditions, and I'll show you how to make a proof box in your own home. So I have a question here from Brandon from Brunswick, and he says, Chef, please, can we bake the bread? Can we eat it? Can't we just eat it? So we've made our final shapes, but before we bake them, we have to proof them. We've knocked all the air out of it through the shaping phase, and now we have to pump the gluten structure back up with carbon dioxide. So one last time, we have to let the yeast consume more of the starches and create more CO2. So we want to do that in a very controlled environment. And we have 3 legs that we stand on when we're proofing. And the first one is we like to keep a certain amount of humidity on the dough. The second is we like a certain temperature for the dough at all time. And then there is also a certain amount of time that we want to do that for. So all of the doughs in this class that we've been doing proof for 1 hour. So that's our control. So this is our little lid to keep everything intact. I'm going to show you how to do all of this later on in the lesson. Well, we have a new viewer, and this is Anna from Annapolis. And she says, Chef, what is the best temperature for proofing the dough? Well, you know, for all of our experiments here, we're going to have a standard. And we're going to assume that we're proofing for 1 hour, that the temperature is 80 degrees, and the humidity is 70%. So here I have one in the middle where we kept it at 80 degrees for that hour, and let's have a reveal. All right, so we can see how it's risen and it's started to collapse a little bit because it's spreading out, it's filling with carbon dioxide. So this looks pretty darn good. Now this one over here, we proofed this at the same hour, but at 60 degrees, nice and chilly. So let's see with it. Whoa, look at that. You can see already how much tighter it is. It hasn't had a chance, enough time for the yeast to eat all this carbohydrates and starch and create the carbon dioxide. So over here, we have one that went at 100 degrees. Remember that car that was speeding down the highway? Now let's see what happens with this one. Oh, this one is sad. Look at that. Look at that. He's spread out. You can see the gluten is starting to rip. There's so much carbon dioxide in there. The gluten is like, I can't hold you in anymore. So we're going to bake all these, and then we'll come back and we'll take a look at how the different proofing temperatures affect the crust and also the crumb inside. So here are the breads that we baked off, the ones that proofed at different temperatures. In the middle we have the one at 80 degrees. Here's the one that proofed at 60. Here's the one that proofed at 100. So if you take a look at the crumb structure in here, you can see it's a nice uniform distribution of crumbs. They tend to be the same size. Now if we look at the one that proofed at a colder temperature, you can see how much more compact they are. and look over the one that was proofed at 100 degrees, how much larger these holes tend to be. And also, look at how the shoulders of the bread are just, they're so relaxed because there's not enough gluten in there to hold them together still. Let's take a cross-section look under the microscope. So here's the one that proofed at 60 degrees. We'll start at the bottom, we'll see, okay, so it's kind of tight down there. It's kind of tight. The holes start to open up, and then as we, whoa, there's a big hole. That's more like a formation error, I think, whoever formed that, chef. And then we see these getting smaller and smaller, and then when they get to the surface, look at how they tend to compact. See how much smaller the surface is than the ones down below, because they didn't have a chance to proof large enough. If we look at the one that proofed perfectly, let's take a look at that one. All right, we see at the bottom, you see a very thin crust line at the bottom. We got a good launch of the cell structure, so you know that the dough was really proofed nicely in a balanced way. And as we move that up, you see the holes tend to get a little bit larger, and then as we get back to the surface, they get a little smaller, but still they're not that compact way. Look how much larger the surface bubbles are. So this one was proofed at 80 degrees. So this is a very even distribution of crumb throughout. Now let's look at the one that proofed at 100. And we'll start at the bottom. Now look at this. Look at how we have a crust line and then we have space. That's how much carbon dioxide was created in this dough as it proofed. It actually said, you know what, we're leaving the planet. We're just going up, and that's a very thin crust line down there. And these holes tend to be just larger. Look at them as they go towards the surface. They get larger and larger. You can see how they tend to be less organized and just they're fragmented. And look at the top. They're just like, they're very spread out. They're very stretched. So this level of gluten structure here has been so spread open, there's not enough strength anymore to contain the amount of carbon dioxide that was proofed, that was created into that dough during that 1 hour of proofing time. Now Sandy from San Diego, well, she writes in, how much humidity should I have when I'm proofing my breads? That is a great question. So we've designed our standard for this experiment that the bread is proofing at 70% humidity, 70 to 75. And that is enough moisture in the environment so that the outer surface, the crust, or what will be the crust, can absorb enough moisture to stay fluid and open and let the dough expand. And you can see how this one, after 1 hour at 80 degrees, has been able to expand. Now, if you have too much humidity when the experiment is going on or in your environment, here's one that has proof for that same hour, that same temperature, 80 degrees, but with really like 90% humidity. So this is, you know, this is Jersey in July. That's what this is. So all that extra moisture collects on the surface. The proteins that are there are going to absorb it. The starch molecules are going to absorb it, and they're going to stretch because they're giving fluidity to that portion of the dough. So you can see how it's just relaxing and letting carbon dioxide bubbles just grow rampantly. Now over here at this end, we have it proofed really with almost no really relative humidity added. We did it pretty much just like in an open area in the kitchen. So what's happened here is already there's a crust, there's a starchy, dry crust over the surface. So that is solidified there, and then any proofing that's going on inside is being forced to contain itself under that level. So when we bake these and we look at them, what we'll see here is we'll see a nice balance of uniform cells and holes lined out horizontally, vertically, very nice, very even. Over here where we have too much humidity, what we'll see is we'll see those bubbles like being pushed out to the edges larger. We will also see a thicker crust because this is basically like taking like a gnocchi or something like that, and how you boil them, and it doesn't really make a crust. It's just thick, thick, thick dough. So this is going to have a much thicker crust. Now over here on this one, we're going to have a thin crust, but then we're going to have all of our crumb structure underneath kind of forcing and looking its way out. So that's the second of our 3 pillars. The third one is time. So if we keep the temperature the same, we keep the humidity the same, we can vary the amount of time. So we can do an experiment where I proof it for a half an hour, one for an hour, and one for an hour and a half. I think it's pretty intuitive by now that one would be tight, one would be just right, and one would collapse. But you know what? This is a great chance for you as a student to be practicing these sorts of experiments. What would happen if I did this? Because every experiment gives you results. Even if you learn, guess what? That one didn't make any difference. Our first international student. Hey chef, I really love your class. That's funny. How can I make a proofing box like the one you have here? And this is from Bro from Dubrovnik. Well, let me see. Let's return, let's start at, okay, here's our shaped bread. Now we have to proof it. So let's recall the 3 pillars of proofing. We've got the time involved, we've got the temperature, and we've got the humidity. So pretty easy to control the amount of time, but humidity and temperature, well, that's where it gets a little slippery. So let's see. The first thing that you want to do is you want to find a container that covers completely the sheet tray you're going to bake on. So you start on that tray, and then you go to the store with that tray, and you find a box that it fits in. Now this is a nice height here, about like 9 inches or something like that. So that's good. That gives a good place for the humidity to build up. If it were a little bit shorter, that would kind of make it a little bit damp in there. So a little bit higher is better. Now, how do you get humidity into there? Well, the best way to get humidity is to boil some water on the stove, take a couple heat-tolerant cups, pour them in, and then we can have some steam. So what we want to do is, all right, so now we're bringing water into the system. So we need to have something that's going to control where that water goes. So we want a smaller tray. Now this is a quarter tray, right? I'm working with a half sheet tray here, here's a quarter tray, and here's a full sheet tray. So that's how that system works. So here's a quarter tray, we'll take some boiling water, we'll put that in, we'll put the lid on top, and then we'll start to fill this up with steam well before we shape our bread. So that'll take about maybe 10 minutes to do that. Then we'll take this off, keep it like this so you don't turn it so all the flies get out, right? Not the flies, the steam, right? Okay. So when we replace this with fresh hot water, right before we put our dough in, and if we put the tray right on top of that, first of all, the steam has a hard time getting out. Also, the steam is going to heat the bottom of this directly and make it too hot. So you want some sort of cooling rack that we're going to put over top, and then this. And that'll help disperse the steam so it comes around the outside. We'll put this on top, and then we'll watch this fill up with steam. You want to see the steam around the top, you want to see it across here, and you want to see it maybe start to collect here, but you don't want to see condensation down the side, and you never want to have it so steamy in there that it starts to sweat and drip down, you know, like when the shower has just so much humidity, it looks like it's crying. All right, you never want that much in there. And of course, if it does get too humid, then just take the thing away, open it, air it out, and put it back in. So that gets the temperature in there, because the best way to get your air up is with the steam. Now, if you're in a particularly cold environment or you're doing this in the winter, then one thing I found really is helpful here is to take a heating pad. And if you slide that heating pad underneath, that heat will transfer directly through the tray to the little tray that holds the water, and it'll keep that water hotter longer, and will help make everything in here a little bit warmer for you. Best thing to do is have an InstaRead thermometer, so every once in a while you can come in and you can check the temperature, make sure it's somewhere where you want it, somewhere in the 80-degree range. Try to take your reading at about the mid-height, because a little bit lower is going to be colder, a little bit higher is going to be a little bit warmer. So if my top were 90, then down here would probably be about 80, and I would be quite happy with that. So that's one way to have a proof box. The best thing about all of this really is when you're all done, you wipe it out and turn it upside down and you pack everything back inside. Just pack it away. Now if you don't want to go through all that trouble, or you have enough of these hanging around the house, one of the best ways to make a proof box in your house is to use your dishwasher. You're not going to turn it on or anything like that. You're going to empty it out. And you open the door, you pull the bottom rack out, and you take a couple cups of boiling water and you put them in there, you shut it, and then you close the door. You do that 2 or 3 times to build up the steam in there. And then when that's ready to go, you can take your bread and you put the bread on the top rack and you slide that in. So that's a nice sealed environment that's going to help, that's going to be very well for your bread. What's another thing that you can do? Very often, well, in my own house, for example, I have dedicated one of my cabinets. We took all the cereal out, and I've dedicated that. I put little rubber seals around the outside, and on the bottom shelf is where the hot water goes. I have another ledge where the pan itself sits, and that is where I do that one. And the one last one that you can do, if you're one of those lucky people that have 2 ovens, you can dedicate one of your oven to being a proofer. And you can do that same system that I told you about with the dishwasher. You can take that oven, you can put hot water in there, and you can keep it closed in there. Don't turn the oven on. Don't turn the oven on. Just don't. Just leave it for that. The trick is, though, you must have 2 ovens. Because if you only have one oven for baking and you use that for proofing, when that bread is ready to bake, you don't have a preheated oven to bake it in. So I think the whole thing about proofing is you're going to have to MacGyver the whole thing to work for you. And in France they have a saying, a real baker can bake in a trash can. Because they have the skills and the wherewithal to say, how do I capture this heat and humidity and make my bread rise to what it should be? So what were our findings from this lesson? Well, temperature and humidity changes both affect the size of the crumb. In the next lesson, we'll look at the different stages of baking. The last lesson covered proofing. So now let's look at what happens inside the breads when the breads are in the oven. You'll learn that baking actually has 3 separate stages. You'll understand why we score a bread, and then we'll look at why bread's stale and how you can control that. So Molly from Manila writes, Chef, I get all this science stuff, but baking, the whole baking phase, I just don't get it. So can you give me some mind darts so I can understand it? Well, you know what, Molly? Here's what you have to do. You have to think of it in 3 different phases. All right, so the first stage is that bread goes in the oven. What you want to do is you want it to be hot and steamy, so it swells, right? You want to create more expansion inside the dough. You want a wet surface, so it expands as far as it can. And then you want to let all the steam out of the oven, and then you want a hot and dry phase. Now the crust starts to set and the heat permeates through the crust to the core. Then when that's done, then you pay attention to the caramelization of the crust, and this is where the flavor and the color of your bread really send you soaring. So now that you know the 3 stages, the hot and steamy, the hot and dry, and the caramelization, now I'll show you each one of those steps and what is happening inside the bread. So now Sarah from Seattle writes, how do you score the bread anyway? Why do you even do it? Does it just make the bread pretty? That's a great question. Well, you know, it does make the bread pretty, but also what happens is when the dough is proofed and when it goes into the oven, it's still going to expand. It's what we call oven spring, and we'll talk about that. And what happens is we need a place for that expansion to be controlled, because if we don't find it, then the dough is just going to explode. So let's take a razor blade here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a little bit of flour over the top, not because I want it to look like a rustic artisan bread or something like that, because actually flour on a bread like this actually deflects the ability of the dough to get a nice brown crust on it. But I'm going to do it so that you can see more clearly what I'm working with. So let's take one, and I'm just going to take this razor blade perfectly even and level, and I'm just going to cut one cut down over the top like that. So I've cut through that gluten, so now it goes backwards like that when it opens up. So now with this one over here, again, one line, I'm just going to turn this a little bit so that yeah, here you go. I want that bubble out of the way. I'm going to take the razor blade now, and now I'm going to come in on an angle. I'm going to take that same thing and draw, and you can see I'm coming in almost, I'm coming in almost like ground level to this thing. So this is going to make the top peel back a little bit more. All right, let's see over here. This one, I think I won't even score that at all, and we'll see how it explodes. And this one, what will I do here? I will say, gee, chef, how deeply should you score a dough? So I'm going to cut down into this one. That's like 1/3 of an inch so far. So we'll take these and we'll bake them. And as they reach their oven spring during the first part of the bake, we'll see how the different release valves affect the inside of the bread. So from Amadi in Kazakhstan, Maddie writes, chef, tell me what's happening to the bread inside of the hot and steamy phase. I really like that title. Well, okay, so remember this. Remember the CO2, the aqueous CO2 that's in the dough? Well, as that dough starts to heat up, that CO2 aqueous is looking for a safe zone, a safe house. So it too is going to travel inside those bubbles that we have inside the dough. So that's inside there, plus the CO2 that's already in those bubbles. As that heats, that's going to expand. So now we have expansion going on. Well, luckily, we have the gliadin. Remember the gliadin part of the gluten structure? And the gliadin is going to let that dough open up more as the CO2 bubbles expand. On top of all of that, we've got water in the dough, which the hotter that gets, and ultimately it will turn to steam, but even on the way that it gets that way, those molecules are moving around. So that's going to bombard the gluten structure as well and help stretch it out. And that whole phase, as that bread is reaching its maximum volume in that hot and steamy environment, bakers call that phase oven spring, because we put that bread in and we watch it in the first third of baking just spring to its maximum height. What is happening in this hot and dry stage that you're talking about? This is Bert from Pittsburgh. So here's what's happening. All right, so let's recap. Okay, in the last phase, we had oven spring. We had the maximum volume of this dough. All right, so now we don't need the moisture anymore. The crust is as expanded as it can be. So now we want to open the oven door. We want to get all that moisture out, all that steam, and now we want it hot and dry. And what's going to happen now is these starches and these proteins on the surface, they're going to start to set, and the heat is going to start to permeate down inside the dough. So remember that the proteins that are inside, the gluten, remember, they act just like the proteins in all foods. So let's think of a steak, all right? So if I were cooking a steak to 120 degrees, well, that's what a rare steak feels like. So after a couple more minutes and the inside of that dough gets to 140, well, that's what a medium steak would feel like. And as that heat goes up to 160, those proteins, that gluten structure, that is set. It's still pliable because it's liquidy and hot, but it's as firm as a well-done steak. So the structure is set. The outside is set, the inside is set. Now we go to the third phase, where we go and we form the crust. And that is really the magic of baking, because that's where you bring the flavor and the color and the aroma to your bread. But first I want to take a break, and I want to teach you about caramelization, because that's really what's happening in the crust. So I'll teach you how to do that with sugar as an understanding point, and then we'll transfer that to how the crust forms in bread. So this comes from Melissa in Carmel, and she says, what is caramelization anyway, and why do we need to know about that for making bread? Well, that's an extra question. That's an excellent question, Melissa. So here's the thing. What's happening inside the bread when the yeast is eating the starch? It's breaking off these little sugar molecules, right? So when they start to cook, they're going to change their color. So I want to take in this pan here, just some plain old sugar, and I want to cook it for you. So at this stage, you can see over in this part of the pan, the sugar is melted, but it's clear. So at this point, it's 300 degrees in there. As it continues to cook, you're going to see the sugar take on a lighter kind of, well, caramel color. And you can see that over in this area. So this sugar in this area is about 320 degrees. So as that bread bakes, as that temperature gets higher, the crust gets darker because of this reaction. So with a little bit more heat, the sugar's going to take the next stage of color. So we've got a medium caramel in here, which equates to about 340 degrees. So if you think about your bread in a 400-degree oven, you can see how the crust color is affected directly by that high heat. And now we're getting into my preferred caramel zone. We're getting into the dark caramel. We're about 360 degrees here. A nice, rich darkness. Caramel in flavor, as it's light color, it's on the front of your tongue. As it's medium, it moves back. As it's dark, it moves farther to the back. So the color change equates also to where this hits your palate. All right, now look at the caramel now. Can you see that it's taken on like a reddish kind of tint to it? This is about 370 degrees. At this point, it's taking on some bitterness. And if you make caramel for, like, say, a creme brulee or something like that, or, I'm sorry, what is it where you pour the caramel in the bottom? In a flan. This is the color stage that if you take it to, it brings more bitterness to the caramel, so that when you eat that with the sweetness of the flan, it makes a better flavor balance. All right, look what's happening now. We've evaporated virtually all the water in there. So now you can see it's much more viscous and thick. And now the cooking is really ramping up. And in fact, I don't need any heat on this. I'm just going to let it keep going. So think of this as, you know, those really rich, dark crust colors that you like on your rustic breads. Actually, what's happening here, it's so bitter. This is about 380 degrees. It's just a tinge of sweetness, but this is where it's really starting to get bitter. And that bitterness sets off the sweetness of the bread when we eat it. Now, of course, if we go past that, when we get to about 385, 390, then the caramel is starting to burn. A little bit of that on your crust is good. A little bit more of that is a personal taste. A lot of it, well, that's actually what the French call bien cuit, very well cooked. And there's that whole style of baking where you don't take the bread out of the oven until it has that like reddish, almost dark brown color to it, because that's when you know when you cut into it and the luscious inside makes such a great contrast. So now that you understand how caramel works, let's go talk about how the crust forms in the bread, and that'll make a lot more sense to you. So Marshall from Shalimar writes in, "Chef, tell me how the crust forms." That's a great question. So remember, Marshall, the 3 phases of baking. The first phase was the oven spring. That's when it was hot and steamy and the dough expanded to the biggest capacity that it could take. And we took that steam out and we made it hot and dry. And that drove the heat inside, setting the protein structure in the bread. So the final stage, that's when we give the color and the aroma and the flavor to the crust. Now bakers call this the Maillard reaction. It's not the Maillard reaction. Just think of it as my yard, my game, my rules. So let's talk about caramel for a second. And I showed you that when we went through the cooking stages of sugar. It goes from a very light color, and I just happen to have 3 random bread samples here that demonstrate how it goes from a light to a medium to that reddish brown and almost to a dark brown. So we did that with sugar, but all molecules, all foods go through that. They don't necessarily have the sweetness that the sugar does as well. So when we talk about bread, we'll use that caramel as a base. There's a lot of other things going on, all right? Let me see, what do we have? Well, we have those starch molecules, right? And so we still have chains of starch. And we have little pearls. We have glucose and a double pearl of glucose or maltose. All of these floating around. We have the protein itself, which is starting to fracture as it expands. There's some dead yeast cells in there. We got some enzymes. So think of this, as this bread is expanding, all of these molecules, all of these connections are on the surface, right? So for them, this is the Titanic. This is the last 15 minutes of the Titanic. So they are randomly clutching at whoever's available in order to save themselves. So you have these combinations of 1 glucose molecule and 3 protein fragments, or 2 protein fragments and 5 sugars, and the permutations, to use a science word, are just immense. And each one of these happens to cook at its own color and its own flavor and aroma that it gives off. Now we have here, I've developed an aroma and flavor wheel that we can use so you can talk about these different types of flavors that you get as this crust browns in this Maillard reaction. And they're associated in terms of what color they are and the flavors that they give you as a taster. So we have toasty flavors, we have sweet flavors, there's roasted notes, there's fruity notes, and then there's resinous, kind of these notes hang around. And so this is available in your class materials, and you can also download it and make yourself your own little copy. But I want to show you how these work when we're talking about what used to be called artisan breads and now what we call craft breads. We've evolved as bakers past that. So let's take a look at this pain au levain, right? A naturally leavened, almost sourdough kind of thing. So if we look down in here, you'll see lighter colors, right? This would be the light phase of caramelization, about 300 degrees. So you get flavors and notes from that, like toasted almonds or maybe even popcorn. Now, as it cooks a little bit more and it gets a little bit darker, about 320 degrees, then you get into the sweet zone. And this is where you get notes like butterscotch or toffee. As it cooks more, then we get into this medium caramel zone here. This is the roasted family of flavors. So roasted potatoes. What else is like that? Dark beer has that roasty flavor, and the bubbly cheese on top of a pizza or a gratin. As they cook even darker and take on that reddish color, then they take fruity characteristics like figs and raisins. keep on cooking them hotter and hotter. And you can see when you have these exposed areas, what bakers call the ear on the bread, and these get really, really hot, up to 375. That's where your resinous flavors develop. And think of those as the kind of flavors that hang around on your palate, like French roast coffee beans do that, and also like a fresh vanilla pod. And of course now in this one you can see this is what we call bien cuit. This is where it's carbonized. And if you ate just a piece of that, well, maybe you wouldn't like that so much, but in combination with the sweetness and especially the inside of the bread, it's a wonderful flavor profile. So students always ask me, Chef, this is flour, water, yeast, and salt, and you know what? So is this. It's the same thing. And students say, how come I can't get those flavors in my bread here? And the answer is, well, how long did we ferment this bread? And so remember, we did this for 1 hour. Because we're working with active dry yeast, we want the bread quickly because the kids are hungry. But when you work with wild yeast, and you work with cold fermentation, like this dough here, what you would call maybe a sourdough style. This dough here probably fermented about 48 hours, most of it under refrigeration, but that allows more time for these different molecular structures to break apart and form, more acid molecules form, etc. And so that's why it's a whole different kind of baking than what we have here. So this is a whole different course. Well, Wanda from Chippewa writes in, Chef, can we see what the results are of that scoring experiment that you did? Absolutely. So if you recall, I made 4 different examples. This one here, we didn't slash at all. This one we slashed perfectly vertically like this and not that deeply. This one we came in and we slashed this one on an angle. And this one I came through and made several cuts to and made the score much too deep for the bread's own good. So I've got some cross sections here of each one of those. So let's take a look at them. And we'll start with the one that has no score. So let's look at the crumb line. This is the top of the bread right here. So if you remember, when there's no score, the carbon dioxide bubbles, they are getting hot. They're getting hot from the bottom, they're getting hot from the sides, and so they have a tendency to rise. So what happens then is when they hit the crust, they can't get out. So the more they accumulate there, the bigger they're going to be. So what you can see there is how they have larger ones. They've crushed some of the cells against the wall up in here. And as we move on down, you can see the holes are still large. But then when we get to the bottom, this is the most telling part. Look how those cells are crushed and collapsed down under there. Because visualize the dough and all the bubbles wanting to get out up here, and they're pressing actually all the little ones down at the bottom, and that's what forms that little foot at the bottom of the dough. So this causes textural differences. When you slice this, if you made that into a sandwich, at one end, at the bottom, it would be hard and kind of gummy, and at the top, it would be so tender and holes that the peanut butter and the jelly would fall right through the holes. So here's one that has a shallow score on it. So let's take a look at the top, and let me put some up there so you can still see some of the larger bubbles, right? But you can see the rest of them, they're not really as packed together. We have a large hole and then some little ones. We have a large hole and then we have some little ones. So the bread found an escape valve, or the carbon dioxide. And then as we move those holes farther to the bottom, you can see they tend to be more uniform in size. And then when we get to the bottom, there you go. So we have a little compression, but not as much. The other thing that you'll notice here is that you see how these bubbles, these air bubbles, they're pretty much in balance. They're in stasis. Some are moving up, some are moving out. Look at the ones at the bottom. They're all moving horizontally, left to right. They have been crushed down. So that indicates we haven't scored this one deeply enough. Now for the next one, the one that we put on the angle score, I'm going to have to go full frontal with that one. Now this is the one, if you recall, that we scored on an angle. And what you'll see here is that that released the gluten structure to move this way and to move that way. And this crumb followed suit. So you can see it working in a swirling reaction to open up, and you can see the same thing happen on this side. You'll see a little bit of compression right there, and that's more the result of the knife going through and kind of crushing that down. And if you look at the bottom here, you won't see so much of that collapsed, crushed stuff. And the last one I have here is the one where I made the score entirely too deeply. And if you look at this one, what you'll see is we've released so much of the surface tension from the bread that this side of the dough collapses that way and this side collapses that way. And look what happens to the crumb. The crumb, you can see it. It's forced itself all the way around and tucked itself under the bottom on that side, and it's done the same thing over here. You can also look, you see how flat these shoulders are down in here, right? Literally, we've taken the pressure and we're saying, you know what, forget it. So it collapses down. So as much as this seems like I'm reading bread tea leaves or something like that, this is something that you can do. You can look at each one of your breads in cross section, and you can say, hey, did I score this too deeply? Did I score it not enough? What happened? Because people say, how deeply should I score my dough? Like, as I said all the time, don't ask me, ask your dough. You made the dough, you put the tension in there, you release that tension, and it will react. So teach yourself by overscoring and underscoring using this same system that we used here. So there's one final question. This one comes from Mork from Boulder, Colorado. Chef, I really enjoyed your class. We don't have breads like this where I'm from. I have one last question. What happens to the bread while it's going stale? Well, you know what, before I talk about what's going on while it's going stale, let's talk about bread when it first comes out of the oven. A lot of people are, oh my gosh, here's bread right out of the oven. I want to cut right through it. Don't do it. Because when the dough is hot, the proteins are still flexible, the starches are gelatinous, they're almost like pudding. So if you cut through a bread, even if it's done, even if it's cooked all the way through, then it will be mushy and you'll be collapsing all of those proteins and bunching up those starches. So the bread goes through a phase which is called ripening. And the same way that you would not take a rib roast out of the oven and slice that right away, you always let it rest for 15 minutes so that the juices set and the protein sets. Bread needs those same, bread takes about an hour for it to cool, 1 pound loaf of bread. So here's a piece of bread that has been ripened. We're going to take a look at it under the microscope. So here's the cell structure, and what I want to look at here is I want you to see how flexible these little cells are, right? The starch has cooled down, but it's still in kind of a gel type of situation. So this is going to give a nice toothsome bite as you go through, and as you chew it, it won't be cohesive. It won't gum up as you're chewing it. Now, as the dough sits, of course, moisture is what's going to leave. And as moisture leaves the bread, then what happens is the starches become more and more brittle. Maybe you can even see here how sharp these edges are here, how jagged the edges of the bread look from where I made the slice. This is what scientists call starch retrogradation. It basically means those liquid gelled starches, they want to lose their water. They want to go back to the way they were. They loved being ground up flour, and they want to return to that. So as they lose their moisture, you can see the cell structure is still there, but as I take one of these and move them, you can see they're not quite as flexible. They don't spring back as much. The gluten's kind of hard, and you can see they're kind of ripping and tearing. And that's what happens as the bread stales. So the best way to keep your bread fresh is not in the refrigerator. The best way to keep your bread fresh is to wrap it in a piece of brown paper and then put that into a plastic bag, because that way any moisture that leaves the dough will be trapped between the paper and the plastic bag. It'll be like a double pane window. So that's how science works when you're working with bread. Every experiment that we did, it was to learn something. And sometimes we didn't even learn something. You know, a lot of times people say, oh, what if I do that? What if I do that? Sometimes it doesn't make a difference. So what I encourage you to do is take this process that we've learned here, and if you say, I wonder what would happen if I added a little more sugar to my whole wheat bread. Well, you know what? Why don't you make your whole wheat bread and then make one right next to it with a little bit more sugar? You know what? Cut the recipe in half halfway through and just add more sugar. And then bake those. Look at the crumb. Look at the color of the crust. Teach yourself, calibrate yourself so that you understand more, because that's what the art of baking is. And you know, when I say the art of baking, I'm talking about this craftsman style. Whether you're making a brioche or a sticky bun or a simple dinner roll, there's an art to that. And this is pretty much, as a craft baker, where I spend my day. And I make scores and things like that. But to understand how the scoring works best on that, I go through the scientific aspects of isolating one thing at a time and saying, what happens with that particular element?
Make artisan breads in just 5 minutes of active time. Join cookbook author Zoe Francois in Artisan Bread in Minutes and make fresh bread a part of your everyday life. First, learn time-saving techniques for mixing and storing your dough. Then, create basic and specialty loaves, from boules and baguettes to sophisticated filled variations. And get tips on making bread in your crock pot. Create bakery-worthy breads in no time.
Everybody loves the smell and taste of freshly baked bread, but some of us are too intimidated to make it at home. We either think it's too complicated or time-consuming. But I have great news for you. It doesn't have to be that way. Hi, I'm Zoe Francois, and welcome to Artisan Bread in Minutes. In this class, we're going to turn traditional bread baking on its head. Whether you're an experienced baker or just beginning, you're going to learn a method to create artisan-style loaves in just 5 minutes of active time. We'll mix a large batch of dough, enough for 4 one-pound loaves, that stores in the refrigerator for up to 2 weeks. From that ever-ready dough, we'll create a number of variations. We'll begin with the classic boule, baked in different ways, with a pizza stone, in a Dutch oven, and even in a crock pot. Then we'll continue in the French tradition of breads by shaping and baking baguettes of different sizes, also a Bâtard, and the beautiful pain de pie. Next will be our comfort breads, loaves for sandwiches, an apple cinnamon loaf with swirls, and rolls and crescents for special occasions. We'll keep using our same master dough to make several flatbreads, including 3 authentic pizzas, a fabulous focaccia, puffed pita breads, and a stovetop naan. We'll finish our class by making lovely braided and twisted loaves, some savory and some deliciously sweet. By the end of the series, you'll master the techniques for a 5-minute dough and feel confident to explore the wonderful art of bread baking. Before we get started, I just want to tell you a little bit about me. I got my start at Ben & Jerry's when I was in college. I was the cake decorator, and I was pretty much hooked from that point on. I eventually ended up going to the Culinary Institute of America to actually study the techniques of pastry and baking. That landed me a job in Minneapolis, working at several of the top restaurants in town. And then eventually I started writing cookbooks with my friend and co-author Jeff Hertzberg. And now I maintain a blog as well. This class has 7 lessons. You really want to start with the first one because that's where I give you the master recipe, but then you can do any of them. I also have some class materials for you, so you really want to go and download the recipes. Okay, let's get started. We're ready for making dough and baking bread. And in the rest of this lesson, we're gonna talk about the importance of high moisture dough, some basic equipment, and a quick and easy trick to getting a crisp, shiny crust on your bread. And we're gonna start out with what we're gonna mix the dough in. I like to use this bucket because it's easy to mix in and it comes with a lid, so it's nice to store in the refrigerator. But if you have a nice big bowl or even a Tupperware container that's a rectangle shape, that's fine too. It may not be as easy to mix in. So we'll start with this. I have 3 cups of warm water in there. It's very important to have the water be warm and not hot, because actually hot water is the only thing that will kill yeast. So warm water, and I'm gonna start by pouring in my salt. Just dump it right into the bucket. I use kosher salt, not iodized table salt. If you do use table salt, you need to decrease it just by a little bit or it'll be too salty. And then in goes the yeast. We have found that it doesn't matter what kind of yeast you use. So you can use active dry, you can use quick rise. We've even discovered this platinum yeast and we really like it. It has a little bit of a dough enhancer which helps the dough to rise and makes for a really nice high loaf of bread. So that goes right into our bucket. And then we have our flour, an unbleached all-purpose flour. Something that's really easy to find, like a gold medal or Pillsbury flour, is perfect for this. And the way that we measure is to do a scoop and sweep. So we just scoop right into our bowl or into our container and then sweep off the top. This is a little bit different than recipes that have you spooning into the cup and then sweeping. If you do that, you'll end up with too little flour and your dough will be much too wet. So we'll scoop and sweep. I've already got our flour measured out. And this is 6.5 cups, and that will just go right into our bucket. That's it. And then to mix up our flour and our yeast and salt, I like to use a Danish dough whisk. One, it's the coolest tool you'll ever have in the kitchen. It looks a little bit like a modern art piece, but it also, because it doesn't have a flat surface, it goes right through the dough and doesn't have any resistance, so it makes the job a little bit easier. Of course, you can always use just a regular wooden spoon to do the job too. And then we just stir it. We're gonna stir until all of the flour is incorporated into the water. But there's no need to knead. We're just stirring this together just until it's all incorporated, but we're not kneading it until it's a soft, smooth dough. It's gonna be a little bit wet and craggly and a little bit messy looking, and that's exactly what we're going for. Of course, if this, which is super simple, but if this seems like even too much work, you can do this right in your stand mixer and have the stand mixer do the work for you. So once all of the ingredients are incorporated and you want to just check to make sure you have no dry bits on the bottom, and that's it. And we'll have sort of a wet, sticky, sort of craggly looking dough, not at all what you're used to, and this is perfect. And that's it. So once your dough is all mixed up, and then take it off of the dough hook, we're gonna put on the lid. If you don't have a lid, just use some plastic wrap. You don't want to use a wet towel like you might in a traditional bread recipe, because once this rises, if it touches that towel, they will become one. And so you want to use either a plastic lid or just some plastic wrap. I'm not going to press this down because I don't want to snap this shut entirely, because the gases from the yeast need to escape. And if you shut this down, it will start to bulge. And so I'm just going to open this up a little bit. You don't want too much air getting in there or your dough might dry out. And that's it. We'll leave this for about 2 hours on the counter and it will rise up and do its thing. Actually, I have it right here. So after 2 hours, you can see that our dough rose up in the bucket. Sometimes, depending on the temperature of the water, it might rise all the way up to the lid. And sometimes it'll just rise up. I think this is about 4 quarts, and that's just fine as well. So 2 hours on the counter. You can actually use the dough right away, but it's going to be a lot easier if you refrigerate it first. We're ready to go into the refrigerator with our dough. You can use the dough right away after those 2 hours, but if you refrigerate it for even 5 hours first, it's much, much easier to use. So the dough can sit in the refrigerator for up to 2 weeks, and when we come back, we're going to shape and bake the loaf. The dough has been in the refrigerator for 5 hours, and now we're ready to shape and bake our loaf. Actually, before we get into the dough, I want to talk to you just a little bit about what we're going to be baking in the oven on. So many people have a baking sheet just like this. It's a little bit thin, but it does the trick. If you want to get a really nice crisp crust on your bread, you're going to want to use a baking stone. So let me show you some options that you have. This one is a really traditional baking stone. It's very thick, so it does require a longer preheat, so even up to an hour to get it really hot and up to temperature. You can see that the surface of it will get a bit of a patina, especially if you're making a lot of pizzas, and that's just fine. The oils and stuff will absorb into it, and it's perfect, just the way it is. Another wonderful option is a thin stone from a meal en riz, and it heats up really quickly, so it's fast and a beautiful option. The other one that we have is a baking steel, and it's very heavy, but it's very thin, so it heats up really quickly. And it's so durable. With the baking stones, there's an off chance that it might crack, but with a steel, you'll never have that problem. So this is a great option. The final baking surface I want to tell you about is already in the oven preheating, and it's a cast iron baking stone. Well, it's not exactly a stone. And that also very thin, so it heats up really quickly and it radiates heat beautifully. Now we're actually ready to work with the dough. This dough's been in the refrigerator for 5 hours, but like I said before, it can stay in there for up to 2 weeks. And the beauty of that is as the dough is in the refrigerator resting and storing, it's taking on more character and flavor. The dough is going through what's called fermentation. And so as the dough is resting, it's getting better and better. So after 5 hours, you can work with it. But if you have the patience and you let it go a day or two, you'll really start to get a better flavor. So I'm gonna just dust the top of the dough with a tiny bit of flour. And this isn't to work into the dough, it's just to keep my hands from getting all gunked up with this wet dough. And now you can see that we have this beautiful stretch and pull to the dough. Remember when I first mixed it up and it was that craggly, sticky mess? Well, just by sitting in the refrigerator, it has developed its own gluten. So it turns out that if you have a very wet, moist dough, the gluten will develop all on its own, and you don't have to do any kneading or anything else to get this beautiful stretch. I'm gonna set a bowl with a little bit of flour right on top of my scale, and I'm gonna weigh out a pound of dough. So just pull it out. I like to use kitchen shears to get the dough out, but you can use a serrated knife as well. So once you have your pound of dough, we're just gonna form that into a ball really quickly. So I'm just gonna pick it up. If you have a lot of flour on there, I'm just gonna sort of dust it off because we don't wanna incorporate balls of flour into our dough. And then I'm just gonna turn it over and very quickly, like 20, 30 seconds if you're just starting, and I'm gonna form that into a really nice cohesive ball with a nice smooth top. And that's it. I've got a ball of dough to bake as bread. Once you shape your ball, I'm gonna put it on a piece of parchment. Whoops, if I can get it off here. And I'm just gonna put that, sometimes what I like to do is put a little bit of flour down so it won't stick. And I'm just gonna rest my ball right on the parchment. And that will then go onto a pizza peel. If you don't have parchment, you can use cornmeal to do this. If you're using cornmeal, you want to make sure that you're using quite a bit so that the dough doesn't stick. Remember how sticky and wet this dough is? If you have just a thin coat of cornmeal, it might stick right to the pizza peel, which is why, again, I like to use parchment, because it's a little bit of a guarantee. It's almost like an insurance that it's just going to slide right off of your peel. We're gonna let this sit. I usually like to drape a little bit of plastic wrap over the top, but because it's so wet, you don't absolutely have to do that. We're gonna let this sit for about 60 minutes, and then we're gonna slash it and get it into the oven. The dough is rested for an hour, and you can see that it's spread out a little bit and not come up. So sometimes in traditional recipes, it'll say it doubles in size. Our recipe doesn't really do that. So if it's spread a little bit, it's still just perfectly fine. I'm gonna dust the top of my loaf with some flour. This will prevent the knife from sticking to the dough, and it also gives a really beautiful contrast when it's baked from the dusted surface to the cut surface. I'm gonna take a serrated knife, and I'm gonna slash the dough. You wanna hold onto the dough a little bit, so you don't wanna sort of come at it this way. You wanna hold the knife and just slash into the surface, and you can see that beautiful bloom as you're slashing into it. And now we're ready to go into the oven. So we're gonna slide our loaf right onto our preheated stone, and then I'm gonna put some hot water right into our broiler tray that's sitting on the bottom. And it's gonna make some steam, and we're gonna shut the door, and that steam will create an environment that will give you the crisp, shiny crust that you like on your bread. The bread was in the oven for about 35 minutes, and you can see that, remember when we first slashed it, it was a little bit low, but then we put it in the oven on that hot baking stone, and we got this beautiful oven spring. Then we cool it on a rack for about 45 minutes, even up to an hour. The problem is that if you cut into a really warm loaf of bread, it may be gummy on the inside. So even though it's crackling and singing at you and the smell is incredible, you still want to let it just sit there for about 45 minutes before you cut into it. But this one has been resting, so we're going to go ahead and cut it. Oh, and you can hear that beautiful crust. Oh, and look at that. We got some gorgeous open holes and beautiful soft crumb in there, and that's exactly what we're looking for. So in this lesson, we learned that all you have to do to make gorgeous bread is simply dump the ingredients into a bucket, stir it up, let it rest on the counter for about 2 hours, and then you can store it in the refrigerator for up to 2 weeks. Then with the simple equipment of having a baking stone and then adding some water to the oven, you get this gorgeous crispy crust. In the next lesson, we're gonna take that same dough, we're gonna add some ingredients into it, and we're gonna bake it, and we're even gonna bake in a crock pot. See you there. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to do some variations on the master recipe. So we're going to add some different ingredients in there. We're also going to do some different shapes. And we're going to have some alternatives to baking on the stone. And finally, we're going to bake in a crock pot. So we're going to start with our master recipe. And the beauty of making so much dough, because we've made enough dough in here for about 4 loaves of bread. So you don't always have to bake in that boule shape that we did in the first lesson. We can do some different things with the dough. In this one, we're going to add some olives to the dough and then make it into a giant ring, also known as a couronne. So we're going to start the same way. We're going to dust the top of the dough with some flour, again, just to keep our hands from sticking. Take our shears and pull out a 1-pound piece, or about the size of a grapefruit. And again, dip it into some flour and just dust off any of that excess flour. Really, when I'm forming the ball, I'm trying to handle the dough as little as possible because I don't want to break down any of the gases that have formed in there that are creating all of that nice air that's in there. So I'm very, very gently just forming it into a ball. This time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch that out and add some olives to the dough. So just press them right into the dough ball, just like this. And then I'll fold it over a little bit and just keep adding it to it. And what this will do is distribute the olives throughout the dough so that you have a nice flavor and have olives throughout the whole piece of dough, and then fold it on top of each other. And even though I said that we don't need our bread, and it's true if you're just mixing up the original batch, this time, because I want to distribute all of those olives throughout the dough, I am going to knead it just for a couple of seconds, and this will help to move all those olives throughout the dough. So just pressing the dough and pressing the olives through it, and then you'll see they'll even start to crack through the top, and that's just fine. Now, what I'm going to do is just let that sit, because when you're kneading it like that, you're getting the gluten all excited, and so it's stretchy, but it also won't let you form the ring very easily. I have one here that's already rested for about 20 minutes. Is good. You could probably even get away with 15, but you can see how relaxed this dough is compared to the one that we just were kneading a bit. I'm going to dust this one with a little bit of flour, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my thumbs and I'm going to poke a hole right in the center and make a giant ring out of that dough, and just stretching it so that it's very, very wide in the center. And that's it. I'm going to bake this right on parchment, just like we did before. So I'll let this rest right on the parchment paper. And then once you have it down on the parchment paper, just let it sit there for about 20 minutes to do its resting. And then just like before, I'm going to dust that with a little bit of flour. Smooth that out a little bit. And then I'm going to take my serrated knife and I'm just going to slash it like the spoke of a wheel. And then we'll bake this right on a baking stone. This one we will do on the baking stone with the steam in the oven just like we did before. And so now we're ready to go in the oven. And this time, instead of using water to create the steam, I'm going to use some ice cubes. And so when they go into the tray, they're going to be a little less dramatic, but they'll still do the same trick. Our Corone came out of the oven, and because it's a little bit thinner than the Boule that we made, it only bakes for about 25 minutes, and it also cools off faster, so you can cut into it or actually break into it sooner. Sometimes you don't need a knife. It's great if you're on a picnic or something. You can just tear right into it. And the olives smell amazing, and the crust is just beautiful and has a beautiful caramel to it. And next up, we're gonna actually be baking in a Dutch oven. Next up, we're going to make a cheese bread. I'm going to use a sharp cheddar because that's my favorite, but you can use anything that you'd like to do. I've done this with like a Colby cheese or something even sharper. Something that's a medium, firm, like hardness, not something that's too hard, like a Parmesan. And we're just going to chop that up a little bit. And then we're going to take a pound of the dough out of our bucket and just lay it down on our counter. We want to make sure that we have enough flour on our counter so that the dough doesn't stick terribly to the countertop. And then we're just going to add our cheese, just like we did with our olive bread. Just scatter that around and press it into the dough, and then fold it over and add some more cheese. I like lots of cheese. So we'll just press that all in. Some of it may fall out, but that's okay. We'll get it all back in there. And just some more. Fold that over just like we've done before, and then give it a few good turns to knead that cheese into the dough. And that's it. We've got our cheese distributed through there. And again, just like with the olive dough, you're gonna need to let that rest a little bit, especially if you're baking it in a boule like this, because it's a nice big size loaf. Because we've kneaded it, instead of letting this loaf rest for about an hour, you're gonna wanna let this rest for an hour and a half, because you've kneaded some of that air out of it. And so I have this one that's already been resting for an hour and a half. This will now go into the preheated Dutch oven, which is at 450 degrees. But before we do that, I want to slash open the top, just like this. And then I'm actually going to lay a piece of the cheese right over the top so that as it's melting, it's going to get all nice and oozy and crispy on the top. I need to get my Dutch oven out of the oven where it's preheating. And when you're choosing a Dutch oven, you want to make sure that you have a lid that has a metal knob on it. Some of them come with plastic knobs, but obviously we're going to be baking this in a really hot oven, and they may not be rated to this hot of an oven. So just make sure you either have a metal knob or something that can withstand 450 degrees. Now we have to lower our bread into the Dutch oven, and that's where the parchment comes in really handy because it's like a sling. Just drop it right in there. Cover the Dutch oven right back up. And then we're gonna put this right back into our oven and bake it for about 25 minutes. After 25 minutes, we'll take the lid off again. But the beauty of baking in a Dutch oven is that the steam and the moisture from the dough is creating the steam. So just like when we put water into the pan below, the moisture from within the dough is going to create that steam and make for a really nice, thin, crispy, shiny crust. It's been about 25 minutes, so we're going to check on our cheese bread. Take our Dutch oven out. Open up the lid and see what we have, and you can see it's rising absolutely beautifully. And it has some nice color, but not quite the caramelization that I'd like. So we're gonna stick this back in the oven, but with the lid off this time to get it really nice and caramely brown. It's been 10 minutes and I can smell this cheddar bread. It smells absolutely incredible. So let's check it out and make sure that we have a really nice dark caramel crust on it. And it looks pretty much perfect. And so to get it out of here, we're just going to use a spatula to help us out a little bit, and then put it right onto a cooling rack. The beautiful thing about using a Dutch oven is that you can also put this right on your grill. So in the summertime, if you don't want to heat up your oven, you can put this right on the grill, put the lid on, and it creates like a little tiny oven environment. So you can have bread all year round without having to turn on your oven in the heat of the summer. There's another product called a cloche. And it's essentially an upside down Dutch oven. So it has a flat bottom, and you'll put your bread in it just like we did here, and then the top is domed, and you put that right on top of the bread. It's a little bit easier to get the bread in and out of, and so you don't have to scoop it out with a spatula. But it's another beautiful, beautiful way to bake bread. So let's just peel this parchment off, because if we left the parchment on the bread, it would make for a soggier bottom. So we'll just peel this right off. There we go. And just let that rest right on our cooling rack. And again, even though it smells so amazing and I want to cut into this right away, we have to be patient and let this rest for about 45 minutes. I always say that nobody can ever resist a little hot bread and some butter. But really, it's a much, much nicer bread. And if you're quiet, you can even hear it singing. It makes this beautiful crackling sound. Can you hear it? We're gonna bake a loaf of bread and never go into the oven. We're gonna do the whole thing in a crock pot. It sounds a little crazy, but I promise you, it works beautifully and the bread is delicious. This time we're gonna use some herbs and we're gonna fold them into the dough, just like we did with the olives and the cheese. I have here some rosemary, but you can use anything like thyme or any kind of herb that you like. Even chopping up some garlic would be beautiful. So we'll sprinkle that right over our dough. Press that right in, fold it over just like we've been doing with the other ingredients. Just make sure we have it all over so you get that beautiful scent and beautiful taste in every bite. Press it in and fold it over. And then we'll just give that a few little kneads. The other beautiful thing about baking in a crock pot is you don't have to let the dough rest first before you put it in. So we just shape the dough, that's it. We have our herbs all in there, shape it. We're gonna rest it right on a piece of parchment. I do, for the crock pot, like to put a little bit of flour underneath the dough, set it there, and then we're just gonna open up our crock pot, and it's off now. Place the parchment and the bread right down into the crock pot, cover it up, and turn it on to high. You do want to check with the manufacturer and make sure that it's okay to bake something in your crock pot, because sometimes they require liquid in there and we're not having any liquid in our crock pot. But this is so brilliant for the holidays when you have a big turkey in the oven, but you still want to bake bread, or in the summertime when you don't want to heat up your house because it's 90 degrees out and you don't want to have your oven on. And in about an hour, we're gonna come back and check this. All of the crock pots are different, so it may take 45 minutes, it may take over an hour. So it depends on the power of your machine, but we'll come back for this one in about an hour and check on our bread. The crock pot bread is ready. And the way that we got to this point is I took it out of the crock pot and then actually stuck it under the broiler, because when it comes out of the crock pot, it's a little bit pale and I like my bread nice and crusty. So I stick it under the broiler for just a couple of minutes and then we get a nice crisp crust on the top here. And so let's cut into this and see. You can hear that crust, and that's entirely from those 2 minutes under the broiler. And you can see that from that little bit of kneading that we did in the dough when we were putting the herbs in, that now the herbs are all speckled throughout the bread. And so every bite that you get will have some herbs in it. So I have to admit that this crockpot bread was not my idea. I got a request from somebody that lived in an RV, and they wanted to bake our bread, but they obviously didn't have an oven. And so they said, can I do it in my RV? And I put off doing it and I put off doing it because it just seemed like there'd be no way that it could possibly work. And I finally tried it and I could not believe it. It was probably one of the most exciting things that I've ever done and ever taken out of a crock pot. So now it is absolutely the most popular bread that we've ever done, because you don't have to heat up your oven. It's really fast. You don't have to let the dough rise. And so everything about it is easy, easy, easy. And the crumb is so beautiful. It's much, much softer and much fluffier than our boule that you make baking it on the baking stone. So everything about it is wonderful and a little bit exciting because it's something new. So to recap what we did today, we folded some different ingredients into our master recipe. We also made that beautiful crown-shaped couronne, and we baked in a Dutch oven. So up next we have baguettes and some kind of fancier French breads that we're gonna do. So we'll see you then. In this lesson, we're going to make baguettes and some really beautiful variations. I'm going to show you a shortcut so that you can make a really quick baguette. Then I'm going to show you a slightly more advanced technique that's a threefold so that we can make a more professional look. And then finally, we're going to make some that look really fancy and maybe a little more difficult, but they're super easy. And it's called an épi, and then we're also going to make a wreath. Because we have our giant bucket of dough all at the ready, we can make these baguettes really, really quickly. So just like our other breads, I'm gonna just dip into my bucket, first sprinkling a little bit of flour so my hands don't stick. Pull out, this time I'm just gonna be working with a small bowl. So it's about 8 ounces or about the size of an orange. And quickly, just like we did before, put that into a ball. Because I've been working the dough a little bit, the gluten is all excited, which means you're not going to be able to roll it out really quickly. So if you just let it sit there for about 15 minutes, the dough will let you work it really, really well. So I have a couple of balls that have been sitting here. And the first one that I'm going to show you, I'm just going to take that simple ball and I'm going to stretch it out into a baguette. So I'm not compressing the dough because I don't want to break down any of that air that we've developed. But I'm just sort of stretching it and squeezing the ends a little bit so that we get that nice tapered look. Sometimes you'll end up with a beautiful, beautiful baguette, but the dough really has a life of its own, and sometimes it'll end up looking like a baseball bat or even a boot sometimes. So you'll just have to see what you end up with. This one's actually turning out perfectly. And that's it. So you just stretch it until you get that beautiful shape. Sometimes, if your dough is a little bit chilled or you're working it a little bit, it may take a little while to get the right length. So if this is giving you any resistance at all, this is the time you want to go get like a cup of tea or even a glass of wine and just let that dough relax a little bit. When you come back in like 5 minutes, you'll be able to work it. So this one, I'm going to cheat a little bit and just say this one didn't come out perfectly. So if you have on the end here, you can see this one's nice and tapered, but this end's a little bit bulbous. So if you take, this is a bench scraper, and if you just take your bench scraper and just lop it at an angle, voila, you have a beautiful tip on the end of your baguette, and that's perfect. So that will go onto a sheet of parchment, just like we did with our boule. We'll just lift that onto our parchment. And this will need to rest, because it's so thin, it will only need to rest for about 15-20 minutes. Then I'm gonna show you, while that one's resting, I'm gonna show you a technique called like a letter fold, a threefold. And we're gonna start with the same ball of dough, but this time, instead of just stretching it, I'm gonna do something that will help the shape immensely, or just help you get there more easily. So I'm going to start with my ball, and I'm just going to stretch it into a bit of an oval, and then I'm going to fold one side in, and just pressing it just to connect them. I'm not really trying to compress much of the air out, and then I'm going to fold the other one in and make a seam. If your hands get sticky, just put a little flour. Pinch that seam shut, and you can see that now I've already got that shape that I'm going for. So it's a little bit less random than just stretching it out. Flip it over, and you can see that we're starting with that beautiful shape. A little bit of flour will help it from sticking to your hands and sticking to the counter. And then I'll start to stretch it. Now this is what I was talking about. You can see that it's wanting to go back, and that's because the gluten is really excited and it's not going to let you stretch it as well. So that's when you go get your glass of wine and just let that sit there for a minute. But I have this one all ready to go. A little more flour. And this one should just be nice and relaxed, and let me stretch it. And if you can do the trick that I showed you with the knife, or you can also, with just the palms of your hand, roll the edges or roll the tips a little bit, and that will give you a nice pointed look as well. So that's it. That's our baguettes. I'm going to put this one on a piece of parchment, and then we're going to get ready to put them in the oven. There we go. So now we're ready to bake, and there's two different ways that you can bake these off. We can either do it right on a baking stone like we did with the Boule, or you can use these beautiful baguette pans. The great thing about a baguette pan is that you can fit 3 baguettes into your oven all at one time. And what we'll do is we'll just put that baguette right on the parchment, right into the pan. Just like that. You can leave the parchment right on there, and it will give the baguette the perfectly rounded bottom. So about 10 minutes more to rest on this, 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will finish them off and get them into the oven. So we're just going to pretend that we've got 15 minutes ahead of us here. With a baguette, it's traditional to have a really nice shiny crust. And in order to get that, you can use an egg white wash. So it's just an egg white mixed with about a tablespoon of water. And I have my pastry brush, and I'm just going to brush that right onto our baguette. Get a nice covering of the egg wash, but you don't want so much that it's rolling off there, because it will sort of turn into scrambled eggs in the oven. So you just want to get a nice covering, but not too much. And you can always shape it as you're going, so it's perfect. And then I'll take a serrated knife like this, and I'm going to make 2 slashes, and they're going to go down a slight diagonal down the center of your loaf, just like that. And again, I'm holding the dough. I'm not trying to do this with one hand. I'm holding the loaf steady. And that's it. And that one's ready to go in the oven. And then I'm going to do this one a little bit differently. Instead of the traditional shiny crust, we're going to do this with a bit of flour. I'm going to sprinkle it with some flour and then just smooth it out a little bit, and then slash it in exactly the same way. The flour does help to prevent it from sticking, and you get that beautiful contrast between the cut surface and the floured surface. So one more point I wanted to make is that this can actually go right on the rack. You don't absolutely have to put this on a baking stone, but if your baking stone is already in the oven, you can put it on there as well. Because I have 2 to bake, I'm going to put this one right on the stone and this one on the rack right above it. So I'm going to go right into the oven. And then I'm going to add my steam to the bottom, and they're going to be all set to go. Oh, they smell like they're all ready, so let's take a look at them. Oh, they look beautiful. Here's our baguette in our pan. And the one done on our stone. We'll just slip the parchment out from underneath them very carefully because they're hot. Because if you leave the parchment under them, the bottom crust will be soggy. I do want to show you the bottom of this one. So I'm just going to carefully show you because you can see how nicely rounded it is from baking it in the pan. And you can see the difference from the floured version and the one that we did with egg wash, but they're both beautiful. And up next, we're going to make a Bâtard and some mini baguettes. We're going to make some baguette buns or little mini baguettes and then a Bâtard, which is essentially a giant baguette. And we're going to start off again in our trusted bucket here with a little bit of flour. For the baguette buns, we're going to start out with 8 ounces of dough, or about an orange-sized piece. And just like everything, we're going to start with a ball. And like I said in the last lesson with the baguettes, we're going to let that rest and then do our threefold, or just stretch it out to get a baguette shape, just like this, and then stretch it out to get a really nice, long, even baguette. For the baguette buns, I do like to start with the threefold, just so that you know that your baguette's going to be nice and even, so that all of your buns are about the same size. So just stretch that out, just like so. And then I'm going to take my bench scraper. I suppose you could do this with a knife too, but I find the bench scraper is easier to use. Just dusting it with a little bit of flour so that my bench scraper won't stick to the dough too much. And then we're going to make 6 even cuts. If they're not entirely even, it's fine, but you do want to try to get them as even as possible. So 1. And I'm cutting them at a slight angle so that they end up having that baguette shape. There we go. That's pretty good, except I have a triangle here at the end, so we'll have to elongate that one. These we will bake on a sheet tray lined with parchment. You don't absolutely have to do the parchment. I really like baking on parchment just because it makes cleanup so much easier. And so we're just going to put these right on our parchment. I am going to dust some of that flour off because just like the traditional baguette, you can either egg white wash these or dust them with flour like we did with the baguettes. So it's your choice. These we're going to do with the egg white wash. And just elongate them a little bit as you're putting them on your tray. And you want to give them enough space. I'm going to actually do it like this. Enough space so that they don't touch in the oven. And that's it. These will need to rest because they're so tiny. These can rest as little as about 18 minutes before they go into the oven. So they're really quick and easy, and you can get them out just in time for dinner. And that's it. So I'm going to let these rest just a little bit while I move on to my Bâtard. So the Bâtard is, like I said, it's almost like a giant baguette. So we're going to do that 3-letter fold, but with more dough. So this time I'm going to take out about a 1-pound piece. It's about the size of a giant grapefruit. And always have my little bowl of flour in case it starts to stick to my hands. And if you get any extra flour, just dust that off, and then quickly shape it into our ball. And like I said, we'll let that relax just a little bit so it's just much easier to work with. And this one's been relaxing for about 15 minutes, and you can see how nice and pliable it is. So we'll stretch that out into an oval, and again, we'll do our 3-fold. So just press that into the middle, and then close it up. And a seam, and you can see it's exactly the same shape. This time we're not going to elongate it as thin as a baguette, otherwise you would have like a 3-foot long baguette. We're just going to make this almost like the shape of a football. So just stretch it out a little bit. Flip that over so the seam is on the bottom. And that's really it. That's all you're going for. And then this one will rest for about an hour because you have so much dough there. You could probably get away with about 45 minutes to an hour. And that's it. This one we're going to put on a piece of parchment. And this one will be slipping right onto our baking stone. And that's it. We have our Bâtard, and we're just gonna pretend like these buns have been resting for 18 minutes, and I'm gonna finish them up. Like I said, you can either just dust this with flour and slash them, but I'm gonna use our egg white wash again so that they have a shiny crust. Enough so that you get that shine, but not so much that it's dripping over the sides of the bun. That's it. And then we'll just do a single slash down the center. Because they're so tiny, we're not going to try to get 2 slashes in these little baguettes. Now, I have this giant serrated knife, which is perfect for our Bâtard. If you have a smaller serrated knife for these little mini baguettes, that will work probably a little bit better, but this will still do the trick. And it's okay if your dough stretches a little bit when you're slashing it. It's all going to work out in the oven. One of the keys to baking bread is to have fun and not get stressed out about it. So if anything is looking funky or, not feeling right, it's actually going to all work out in the end. So just, even if the shape isn't exactly what you wanted, it's still going to taste great and be beautiful. And that's it. So these can go in the oven. You can put them right onto a baking stone, but they can also go right on the rack. You don't have to have a stone. And then our Bâtard, we're gonna do this one with dusting the flour. So just like we did before. And then I like to just smooth that flour out just a little bit so that it's not sort of speckled. And then we're going to do a single slash right down the center of it. And you can see it sort of bloom open. And then when it bakes, it's all going to open up and just be gorgeous. And this one bakes on a stone, and I'll add the steam, and we'll have a shiny, beautiful crust. And the breads are out of the oven. The Bâtard looks absolutely stunning, and it's big enough that you can actually make really nice sized sandwiches out of it. But these little babies are gorgeous, and they're really crusty, and they're hot. And I told you not to eat the bread while it's hot, but the little buns, you can get away with it a little bit better. So I would listen to that crust. I would love this with some soup or chili, or even just as a side for a salad would be terrific. Now I'm going to make an épi and a wreath bread. And I have to say these are probably 2 of my absolute favorite breads to make because they're so simple, but they're probably the most impressive breads that you can show your friends and family, and they'll think that you slaved over it, but let me show you how totally simple they are. Of course, you'll just take the bread right out of the bucket that you have in the fridge, dust it with the flour, and form it into a ball. And then I've let these 2 balls rest for a while, so I covered them with plastic so that they wouldn't dry out. This is a ½ pound because we're going to make it into a baguette. Just dust that with a little more flour, and we're going to do our letter fold again very quickly. And then I actually have a baguette all stretched out because, again, if I tried to stretch this one, it's going to shrink, and I just need to give it a little time. And this one's been resting beautifully over here for about 20 minutes. So the beauty of that is that I've stretched it out into a baguette, I've let it rest for 20 minutes, and so I'm ready to snip it into the épi. Épi is French for wheat stock, and so that's going to be the shape that we're going to be making with this bread. So I'm dusting the bread with a little bit of flour. Again, this is great because it keeps your knife, or in this case, your shears, from sticking to the dough, and also it just adds a beautiful look to the final baked bread. So from here, instead of slashing it like we did with the baguette with a serrated knife, I'm going to use a scissor. And this is a kitchen scissor, but you can see it has a really, really long blade to it, and that's what you want for an épi. Some kitchen shears have that notch cut out of the blade, and they're short and stumpy, and they're wonderful for like hacking away at chickens or something, but when you're using shears for baking bread, you want something with a long, long blade. And I'll show you why. We're gonna go into our baguette. We're gonna hold our shears at a 20-degree angle. And we're just gonna snip almost all the way through to the bottom, and then lay that pointed side off to the side. And then we're gonna just do that all the way down. So snip off to the side. And that's it. And then you get the shape of the wheat as you go down. And it's absolutely beautiful when it comes out of the oven. So right when you snip it, you want to get it right into the oven. You can let it sit here for about 5 minutes, which is what we're going to do, because we're going to make another loaf and get them both into the oven at the same time. So that's the épis. It's stunning when it comes out of the oven, and it could not be easier. That's all I have to do. Let's see if I can slide this off to the side, and then we're gonna do essentially the same technique, but this time we're gonna start with the couronne. Remember we made that crown shape? We're gonna start with that, and then we're gonna snip it just like we did the épis, and we're gonna end up with a beautiful, beautiful wreath. So dust our ball of dough. This is a 1-pound ball, and this has been resting for about, I would say about 45 minutes. So again, I'm gonna stretch this into my couronne shape. And because it's been resting so long, I can snip it right away and get it baking. So look at that. It just goes right into the shape because it's so relaxed from sitting there. So I have a beautiful crown already. So you could do this just like a couronne, but we're gonna do something even fancier. Sprinkle it with the flour. And I'm baking both of these on parchment, because if you tried to slip this into the oven using cornmeal right on your pizza peel, it may stick a little bit because you have all those cut surfaces. And when you go to put it into the oven, it could stick a little bit, and then it ends up looking more like ivy than the wheat. So we like to do it on parchment. So the same technique, 20-degree angle, snip it, and then off to the side, and just go all the way around. Having it on the parchment also makes it really easy to just shift it around like that. And that's it. So all we have to do now is slide our épis and our wreath onto our preheated baking stone, add our steam, and that's it. And you have these amazing, amazing breads. This wreath is gorgeous. I can't wait for you to see it. Look at how the best part of this whole loaf is how these little points get really, really crispy. And that's the best thing about both of these things, is they're almost like individual crusty buns, except they're attached. So they're beautiful. Look at this. You could even hang that on your door. It's so pretty. And both of them, you can see the contrast between the floured surface and the cut surface. It's just absolutely beautiful. So in this lesson, we learned how to make the baguettes, and then how to shape them into different forms. So we made the little mini baguettes and the giant Bâtard, and then these épis and the wreath. So it's been an exciting day with a baguette. Coming up next, we're gonna make comfort bread. So we're gonna do a loaf pan bread, and then some crescent rolls, and some other things that are comforting, like a pull-apart bun for any festivity or celebration. See you there. This is a nice big sandwich bread. So in this lesson, we're gonna make loaf pan breads. I'm gonna make just a simple one out of our master recipe. Then I'm gonna roll some stuff into it to flavor the bread. I'm also gonna make some buns, some pull-apart buns, and some crusty rolls to serve for any celebration. And then finally, we're gonna make some herb crescent rolls. So let's get started with our loaf bread first. Of course, we're gonna start in our bucket, and I'm gonna make a nice big loaf bread because there's nothing worse than having little teeny slices of bread to make a sandwich. So just like always, we're gonna dust our top there, and I'm gonna pull out 2 pounds of the dough because I want this to be a nice big bodacious loaf of bread. So even more. I'm using a 4.5 by 8.5 inch loaf pan to bake this bread. So just really quickly, like we always do, roll it into just a ball, a simple ball. And then I like to use a non-stick loaf pan. Just a little guarantee that the loaf is gonna slip out at the end. And then I grease it with butter. I love butter, but you can also use oil. And that's it. I'm just gonna slide my loaf right into my pan, just like that. And I'm gonna let that rest. Because it's 2 pounds, this really needs to rest for about 1.5 hours. Here we go. After 1.5 hours, and I cover it because it's such a long rest time. You don't wanna develop a skin on top of your dough. So I like to cover it with a bit of plastic wrap so you can see how much it's risen after that, and then we'll just stick it right into our oven. But before we do that, I want to show you how to roll some ingredients into the loaf. That way you can have your simple sandwich loaf, but then you can also jazz it up and put some other ingredients in. I've already pulled out 1.5 pounds of dough from my bucket. I didn't form this one into a ball because I'm just going to be rolling it flat anyway. And when we form it into the ball, it creates the gluten, so it makes it a little bit tougher to roll out. So I just left this one a little bit scraggly. That's it. Just make sure you have enough flour down so it doesn't stick. Sprinkle a little more flour on top. You can just pat it out generally into a rectangle. And you can do that entirely with your hands and just pat it out, but I find using a rolling pin is pretty helpful. And then we're gonna just roll this out into a rectangle that's about 1/4 inch thick, just like so. And it doesn't have to be a perfect rectangle, but you can stretch it out with your hands if it's getting to be some crazy shape. So about 1/4 inch thick. And then I have some chopped up apples and some cinnamon sugar, and we're gonna roll that right into our dough. Before I do that, I wanna just show you, because when you're gonna roll something into the dough, you don't wanna have big, huge chunks. So I'm gonna slice the apple into really thin slices, and then I'm gonna julienne those, so just making little ribbons out of them, and then slice them into little dices. And that's how I'm gonna get my tiny little, so that they can roll in really nice and not poke out through the dough. So I'll just sprinkle some of my apples on top here. I left the skins on because they're so pretty. You can peel them, but you don't have to. And I think it adds a nice color and some texture. And I don't mind the little bit of skin on there. And then some cinnamon sugar. Sweeten that up a bit. This will also add a nice color so you can see the swirl in the bread. So you want to get quite a bit in there so that you can really taste it. Then I'm going to stretch this out, make my rectangle a little bit bigger, and just make sure that my filling is all the way to the edges. And then I'm going to start at the bottom and roll this up into a log. making sure that it's kind of tight as I'm rolling. So I'm pulling it a little bit and continuously rolling. And that's it. Just pinch that shut. It doesn't have to be all the way shut, but just pinch it shut a bit. And then I'm going to fold this over itself like this and stick it right into my greased loaf pan. And that's it. And just like the other one, we'll let this rest for about an hour and a half, and they will go into the oven. Like that. And these I'm going to bake on the stone, but I'm not going to have the steam in the oven because I want a bit of a crust, but I don't want it to be too crispy. And here's what the baked loaves look like. It's always nice to have some buns when you have like a gathering or a celebration and you have a lot of people coming over to the house. So I'm going to show you two different ways to serve those. I'm starting out, I'm actually going to prepare my pan first. So I have a 9-inch cake pan. It's a non-stick pan. I always like to use non-stick just because it's a little bit of an insurance that these buns are going to just slip right out. And then I have some butter. I tend to always grease with butter, but you can absolutely use a spray or oil to get the job done. And I want to make sure that I get up on the sides and on the bottom, and don't be too stingy with it. You want to make sure you get a nice amount. And if you're using butter, it's just going to absorb up into the buns and be delicious anyway. So then I have my dough, and I've taken 1.5 pounds of dough out of my bucket, and I've formed it into the ball. And this one's been sitting here for about 10-15 minutes. And I'm going to divide it. I have my bench scraper, which I'm going to use as a knife. I'm going to just divide that in half. And I'm going for about a total of 12 buns. If you want to go with a larger bun, you absolutely can do that, but we're going to go with pretty small ones, so we're going to divide this into 12. So half, and then half again, and then into thirds. Just like that. And then from there, I'm just going to form these into balls just like we do with our boule, except they're teeny. So dust it with a little bit of flour, try to get some of that flour off, and then there you go into just a tiny little ball like that. And then what I like to do, because the bottom can be a little craggly, and this is true with your giant boules too, you can just pinch that shut, just like that, so they stay nice and round. And just place that right into your pan. That's it. And it's okay if they're not all exactly the same size, but you do want to try to get them pretty uniform. So very quickly, I'm just sort of stretching the dough around to the bottom, and then you have that craggly bottom, and just pinch it shut. And that's it. Put that pinch side down into the pan. I'll do another one. Dust it, and again, get as much of that flour off as possible, and just stretch from the top going down. Pinch it shut. And that's it. We have them. And in the pull apart, so if you're baking them in a cake pan, they're all going to grow together in the oven and grow into one, almost like a cake. And they'll be soft where they're touching, and so you'll be able to pull them apart, and they'll have a softer texture to them. If you want to, you can actually bake them as individuals on a sheet tray like this, and they're just going to be crustier and not a soft buns like these. So I think we're done with that. Let me show you. Once they're proofed, you can see already after they've rested, and this will rest for maybe 30 to 45 minutes, and you can see that they all sort of grow together already in the pan. And then I'm going to take some egg white wash. It's just an egg white with a little bit of water. And I'm going to brush the tops like that. And that's it. And then I'll place them into the oven and bake them just like that. And I'll do the same with the buns that I've put onto the sheet tray. But with these buns, I want to bake them with the steam in the oven. So I'll add the water and it will create the steam, and that's what's going to give these the nice crisp crust to them. With the pull-apart buns, you don't need the steam because we don't want that crispy top. So you can just put them in the oven and don't add the steam. And that's it. So they'll go into the oven either with or without steam, whichever you choose. And when they come out, they will look like this. So these are beautiful pull-apart buns. You can see they bake together almost like a cake. And then these are our individual crusty little buns. So depending on what you're serving, you may want something nice and soft. So with these pull-apart buns, I brushed them with butter when they were coming out of the oven so that they would be nice and soft on the top. And the other thing that you can do is drape a cloth over the pan while they're cooling, and that too will prevent them from having a crisp crust. But you can see that the texture on these is really nice and soft, and they just sort of pull apart from each other, and they're beautiful. These, on the other hand, we baked with the steam, and so they're crusty and crunchy, and so I don't know if you can hear the crunch in here, and they have a nice texture on the outside and really, really thin crust, and that's from baking them with the steam in the oven. So these are delightful too. So whichever one you choose for whatever you're serving at your party, both of them are awesome. And they're the exact same technique with the exact same dough. If you want to have something just a little bit fancier at your celebration, we're going to make a crescent roll. So it's just the master recipe. We have 8 ounces of the dough, and this has been resting for maybe 15 minutes. So it's nice and soft and will allow me to roll it out well. And I'm gonna sprinkle the top of it with a little bit of flour, and I have plenty of flour underneath it so it doesn't stick to the counter. And I'm using a French rolling pin, and it's a French tapered pin, and I really like this, but you can use any kind of rolling pin that you're comfortable with. And I'm just gonna roll this out to about 1/8 of an inch thick. So as you're rolling, you wanna roll from the center out to the edges, but don't go over the edge because you don't wanna smash that edge too flat. So just to about 1/8 of an inch. And just like when we were making our baguettes, if it seems to be springing back on you, just let it sit for about a minute or two, and the dough will then easily get rolled out to the right thickness. So just to 1/8 of an inch, and that's it. And you can even use your hands to do it a little bit too. And then I'm gonna take, this is a pizza wheel. This is sort of an enormous pizza wheel. They come in much smaller sizes too, but anything that you can get that's gonna cut this, and we're gonna just cut it just like a pizza into 8 even triangles. So in half, then half again, and then half again. And that's it. And you just want to make sure that they're separated. And then I'm going to brush them with some olive oil. You want to get a nice coating of the olive oil. There we go. And this will add flavor to the dough, but it will also, we're going to put some herbs on here, and it will also act as a glue so that your herbs and a little bit of salt that you're going to sprinkle on here will stick as well. You want to make sure that you have a lot of nice flavor in there. So I'm using some rosemary, a little bit of thyme would be nice, anything that will go with the meal that you're serving. Sprinkle some salt on there. And then we're going to roll them up into a crescent. So take one of your triangles, and you're going to lay it flat, and you'll have the pointed end away from you and the thicker end towards you, and you're going to start with that thicker end, and you're just going to roll it over itself and sort of pulling a little bit as you're rolling. And you want to end so that that tip tip is underneath the bun so that when they're baking, it doesn't pop up on you. And that's it. And we'll put them on our baking sheet that's lined with some parchment, and we'll make another one. So stretch it out just a little bit, and then stretch out this end, the wider end, and then roll it up. There we go. And then stop once you're over that tip so it won't poke out when it bakes. And that's our crescents. I'll do one more. Stretch it thinner, stretch the wide end, and just roll it up. And I'm always sort of forming these little tips at the end because that's going to create our crescent shape. And then just turn them in. And that's it. So we just keep going until they're all rolled up. And then we're going to brush them with a little bit more olive oil. And then we're going to let them rest for about 20 minutes. For this size is good, about 20, 30 minutes. And then we'll bake them in the oven, and they'll be nice and crispy and have that olive oil scent, and that beautiful, beautiful herbs will come through as well. So after your crescent rolls have baked, this is what they'll look like. And you can see that they've absorbed all of that wonderful olive oil, and the aroma is absolutely incredible with the herbs. So we've made the crescent rolls in this lesson. We've also made loaf breads. We've rolled the apples into that same loaf. And then we made pull-apart buns and the crusty version of the pull-apart buns. In the next lesson, we're gonna do some flatbreads, and they're the absolute fastest breads that we're gonna make. We're gonna do a naan, which is an Indian bread, and we're also gonna do a naan that's stuffed with some onions and cilantro. It's just amazing. And then we're gonna do pita bread. And pita is the fastest thing, and then it puffs up to make those pita sandwich pockets. So I'll see you then. This lesson is all about instant gratification. We're gonna make flatbreads that don't need any resting time. We're gonna make a naan, which is an Indian flatbread, and then pita bread as well. And then we're gonna learn how to stuff both of them. So we're gonna start out with the naan. And this is, like I said, an Indian flatbread. And typically it's made in a tandoor oven, but we assume you don't have one. So we're actually gonna be making this on the stove top. First, we're gonna start out with a ball of dough that's anywhere from 1/4 pound up to 1/2 pound. It really just depends on the size pan that you have. So we have enough flour to keep the dough from sticking to the counter, and then we're gonna dust it with a little more. To get this really nice and thin, I like to start by dimpling the dough. So I just dimple that a little bit. That prevents it from getting big air pockets in it when you're rolling it with the pin. And then I'm gonna roll it out. I'm gonna go to about a 1/16 of an inch, so pretty thin on this. And it may shrink back on you, and that's okay. So I roll it out with my pin, and then I can lift it up and stretch it a little bit with my hands as well if it's not rolling as well as I want it to. And when I'm stretching with my hands, I'm just using the backs of my hands, just my knuckles. I don't want to ever use my fingers to do it because they could poke right through the dough. So just stretch it out a little bit, right along the edge. And now that's nice and thin, and we're gonna go prepare our pan. So my pan has been preheating, and I just check it by feeling over it. Obviously you don't wanna touch the pan. And then I'm gonna add my ghee. Ghee is just clarified butter. It's had all the water and whey removed from it, and so you can heat this up really, really high without it burning. And I'm just gonna add quite a bit of ghee because the flavor is amazing. It's clarified butter, but it has a really nice toasty, I'm gonna just move that off the heat. It's gotten a little bit hot, but that's okay, because we want some intense heat for when we put our dough into the pot. And then I'll just take my stretched out dough and very carefully just drape it over our ghee. And then close that up, because what we want to do is mimic the oven so that it has a really nice hot environment. We'll cook this for about 2.5 minutes, and then we'll flip it over with some tongs. What we're going for is to get a really nice brown caramel bottom on it, and you'll start to see that it puffs on the top. You're already seeing a little bit of that puffing. The air is getting trapped in there and creating all those lovely bubbles. So ghee, this is the ghee that we're using, and basically all you have to do to make your own ghee is just take butter and boil it down, and all of the whey will come to the top, and you can just skim that right off. Actually, if you let it keep going, it'll caramelize and drop to the bottom and create a really nice toasty flavor. You can find ghee at just about any grocery store, so it's very readily available. Okay, let's check our naan. It's been about 2.5 minutes, and we're getting some nice golden brown color on there, but I want just a tiny bit more, because really the color is where the flavor comes in. So I'm just gonna turn that a little bit and let that go for another like 15-30 seconds, and then I think we're gonna be good. If all of your ghee has absorbed up into your dough, you can add a little bit more when you're flipping it. So I think that's good. I think we'll go ahead and flip that. And you can see that it's bubbling and it's beautiful. That's exactly what we want. Yeah, see, now we have some beautiful color on there. I'm gonna sprinkle that side with a little bit of salt. The ghee is unsalted, so you wanna make sure that you add a little bit of salt to it, because the salt really perks up the flavor. So another about a minute or two on this side, and that's it, we're done. So you don't need to preheat the oven. All you have to do is heat up a skillet, roll out the dough. There's no resting the dough. So this bread is really fast. It's got to be the fastest bread that we're going to make. So naan is obviously amazing because it's slathered in this clarified butter. So, and it goes with just about anything. I've served it with different stews and soups or salads. I've served it with just about everything, because sometimes I come home and I haven't really planned out my meal and I just want something that's really fast. So let's check that and make sure that it's getting some nice color on the, oh, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And that's it. You are done. It's incredible. And this bread, unlike all the other ones that we've talked about, you can eat warm. So you want to cut into this. Obviously, let it cool just a little bit, because that ghee is going to be piping hot. But the second you can touch it, oh, it's just amazing. And it's tender and it's buttery. And it's hot. Yum. Smells amazing. And next up, we're gonna make another naan, except this time we're gonna stuff it, and we're gonna stuff it with onions and cilantro. With this next naan, we're gonna do the same thing to get started. I have about a ½ pound of dough here. I'm just gonna sprinkle the top, dimple it just like we did with the first one, and then I'm gonna roll that out. This time I'm gonna go a little bit thicker, and then I'm gonna add some ingredients to the dough. So just a little bit thicker. Again, if it's not spreading out as much as you want it to, you can pick it up. You can just use your hands this way, or do it with your knuckles like I did the first time. And then I'm gonna put on, this time I'm using some chopped up onions. Just put that right onto your dough. Press it in a little bit. And I'm using some cilantro. Another great combination might be some garlic and cumin seeds, toasted cumin seeds. That would be really delicious too. But the cilantro is really fragrant. And then I'm gonna take the dough and I'm gonna pull it up almost like a purse. So you really wanna make sure that you've pressed all that in. And then I'm gonna pull this up like a purse and create a ball out of it again. Make sure that your ingredients stay inside, although it doesn't really matter if you get some on the outside as well. And then pinch that shut, almost like we did when we were pinching those little buns shut. And then I'm gonna flip this over, just like this. Make sure you have enough flour on the bottom. If you have some little cilantro that escaped, that's great too. Dimple that again, just like you're starting fresh. And then we're gonna roll this out. Because we've been playing with it so much, it may take a little bit of resting while you're rolling it out to just let the gluten in the dough relax a little bit. But this actually looks like it's gonna be just fine. So roll that out. We wanna get it nice and thin. And then unlike the first naan that we did on the stovetop, we're gonna do this right on our baking stone. We have a preheated baking stone to about 500 degrees. Now, if you had this in an Indian restaurant, they would be making this in a tandoor oven, which is a giant clay oven, and they would take the dough right in their hand and actually slap it right on the side of this sort of vessel-shaped oven. And it takes maybe 60 seconds to bake because that thing is so incredibly hot. But like I said, we doubt that you have one of these, so we're just gonna do it right on our baking stone. Okay, so I think we're nice and thin enough. And our ingredients, you can see that they're all spread out throughout the dough so that each bite is gonna have some of that onion and cilantro in it. We're just gonna take our pizza peel. We don't even really need to put any flour or anything down because this is gonna be on here for such a small amount of time, it's not gonna have any time to stick at all. And now we're gonna take this to the oven with our preheated stone. It's gonna take anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes for this to bake. So we'll go back and we'll check it in, I'll give it about 5 minutes and we'll go back and check it and see if it's done. It's been 5 minutes, so we're gonna go in and check it. It looks a little bit pale to me, so I think what I'm gonna do is just rotate it because sometimes the back of the oven heats up faster than the front, and we're gonna give it a little more time. Let's check and see if we're done in here. And we're not going for a lot of color on this. Naan is actually pretty pale, but we wanna have a tiny bit of color right there on the bottom. And this looks perfect. So to finish off this loaf, we're gonna slather it with a little bit of melted ghee. If you don't have the ghee, you can absolutely use butter for any of the naans that we've made. So we just melted that, and it smells absolutely incredible. And it's been in the oven long enough that the onion has cooked, and that cilantro smells fantastic. And that's it. So the hot naan will absorb some of that butter. And I am gonna give this a little bit to cool off because if I tear that open, that pocket's gonna just let all that steam right out. But it smells so great. The delight of a pita is the simplicity. So all we're gonna do is roll this flat and bake it. So one of them, we're gonna roll flat and take it out after it's puffed. The other one, we're gonna allow to stay in the oven long enough for it to turn into a cracker. So it's gonna stay in that beautiful puff. So it's just like we made the naan. We're gonna sprinkle the counter with a bunch of flour to make sure it doesn't stick. And then we'll sprinkle the top so that when we're rolling it, it won't stick to the rolling pin. First we dimple, and now we're gonna roll it. We wanna get this nice and thin so that the pita will burst up into a puff when it hits that oven. And the best way to do that is to get it thin. If it's too thick, you'll end up more like a focaccia. It will just be a thick bread, but it won't puff. So we need to make sure it's thin so that all those air pockets can connect and create that puffing. So this is about thin enough. And just like with the other one, I'm gonna just pick it up. If it's not doing it, if it's not getting thin enough with my rolling pin, I can just pick it up and use my hands to get that last little bit of thinness. Okay, I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of flour onto my pizza peel and then drape my pita right on there and then into the oven. That's it. preheated oven to about 500 degrees, and we'll just slide this right on there. The pita is absolutely perfect. It's like magic every time I do this. I just can't believe how it puffs like that. So the traditional pita is soft, and so in order for this not to get a crispy crust, I'm gonna wrap it in a clean kitchen towel, and it will deflate, but that's absolutely normal. You can see it deflating here. And that puff is what creates the pocket. So you can tear it open, stuff it full of sandwich or salad or whatever you want. Next up, I'm gonna make the exact same pita, but I'm gonna let it stay in the oven until it turns into a cracker. Then I'm gonna take it out, let it cool, and we're gonna crack it and fill it with salad. We're gonna dimple this just like we did with the other one and actually make it exactly the same way. You can really make a pita any size. So you can make individual ones with like a 3-ounce ball, or you can make giant ones with a full pound. I've actually done that before, and when it goes into the oven, it rose up almost like one of those exercise balls. So if you do that, just make sure you don't have the top rack in there to interfere with it. But it's actually kind of fun to do stuff like that. This is just about ready to go. We're gonna throw it into our oven and watch it puff. Here we go. This looks incredible. So we baked the pita exactly the way that we did the last time, but instead of taking it out when it was pale, I let it sit in the oven until it was a golden brown color, and that way you'll know that it's crisp. So I'm just gonna let that rest on our plate, and I'm gonna make some salad to put inside of it. You can really put anything in. I'm gonna do some lettuce. It's nice if you have like baby leaves. You don't want like giant romaine lettuce that's gonna be too big to fit inside of your pita. Just some tomatoes would be nice, and some chopped up olives. We're gonna do sort of a Greek theme to go with our pita. And then some nice feta cheese. We'll just break that up over it. And then just a simple olive oil dressing. Just sprinkle some olive oil, drizzle it over there. I have some vinegar, a nice squeeze of lemon, because that's nice and Mediterranean, and some cracked pepper, a little bit of salt to perk everything up. I do have some fresh oregano here, but I'm gonna wait and put that on the top. Just toss that around a little bit, just to get everything nicely coated. And then we're gonna take our cracker that should be cooled off enough to crack into. And instead of being soft, because we didn't put it into the towel, it's nice and crisp. So I'm gonna take my knife and I'm just gonna crack the top until I have a hole big enough to put my salad down into the pita. And so this will be light. All you have to do is crack it open and eat your salad with the cracker. Let's see if I can get it in with my tongs here. Just stuff that full. And this is beautiful. And like I said before, you can do these as little individuals. So just take like a 3-ounce ball of dough. And so you can serve this to each of your guests. And it's just a beautiful presentation. Get those in there, and then I'm gonna top that with some fresh oregano. Look at that. It's beautiful. Maybe another little sprinkle of salt. So that is just an absolutely stunning way to serve a salad inside of your cracker pita. The other thing that you can do, let me put this here, is take that pita that we made before and put it in the towel to soften. You can just rip that open And then you have your pita pocket. So you just open that up and you can put your salad right inside of there. So you have two options that are beautiful and equally as easy. So to wrap up this lesson, we did super fast flatbreads. We did the naan that we made on the stove, plus a stuffed naan that we did in the oven, and then 2 types of pita bread. Next up, we're gonna do some pizzas. We have 3 different styles, plus some focaccia. So I'll see you then. In this lesson, we're gonna continue on with our flatbreads. Last time we made a naan and a pita, and this time we're gonna make pizzas. I'm gonna show you 3 different types of crust, and then I'm also gonna talk about the importance of having the oven at the right temperature to get a really nice crisp crust. This is a great way to get kids in the kitchen because it's so simple and fast. And then finally, we're gonna make a focaccia. But first, I'm gonna start with our sauce. This is just a very, very basic sauce that you don't even have to cook. We're just gonna dump the ingredients into a blender and let it go. So first we have some tomatoes, just some chopped tomatoes. That will go right into our blender. There we go. We're gonna make quite a bit, but this sauce can be used for just about anything, and you can also freeze what you're not gonna use. I'm gonna throw in some capers because they add a really great flavor. They're kind of like this, a tiny bit of like a pickly flavor and a little salty, and it's really nice. You won't get a deep flavor of that, but it adds a nice hint of it. Some garlic, just chopped garlic. Of course, if any of this stuff doesn't suit your taste, you don't have to put it in. It's all optional. Then we have some hot pepper flakes. I like to have a little bit of zip to my sauce, so I like a little bit of hot pepper flakes. Some dried oregano. And then finally I have some dried basil, and I'll put that into our mix. And then salt and pepper, I like to just do to taste. So I like a lot of salt, but you may like just a little bit. So you can add a little bit now, and then taste it at the end and add some more. And some fresh cracked pepper. I like quite a bit. In it goes. Make sure you get that lid on so it doesn't fly out of there. And here we go. And that's it. We've made our sauce. I wanted this to be pretty smooth, but if you like a chunkier sauce, you can have it that way as well. So let's take this off here. I'm just gonna pour it in my bowl so you can see what we've got. And that's it. We have our pizza sauce all ready. So now we need to roll out our dough. So I'm just gonna move all this out of my way. And I'm gonna start with a classic Neapolitan style pizza. It's what they serve in Naples, Italy. I'm starting out with an 8-ounce ball of my dough. And I wanna make sure that my surface has quite a bit of flour on it so that my dough won't stick. Because there's nothing worse than rolling out your dough and having it beautiful, 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 and not being able to lift it up and put it on your peel. So we have our dough. Just like I did when we made our naan and our pita, I'm gonna sprinkle a little over the top, and then I'm gonna dimple it with my fingertips, just like that. In Naples, you're actually not allowed to use a rolling pin, so you would do the entire thing with your hands. So you'd pick the dough up and sort of stretch it just along the edges like this. And then again, I had showed you how to use the backs of your hands like this. And then the other way to get a really nice shape and a really nice thin crust is to actually toss it in the air. So what you'll be doing is you'll start with your hands like this, and you'll twist and you'll throw it up like that. So let me show you. And you always want to use the backs of your hands, because if you catch it like this, you might put a hole in the dough. So twist it and fly up in the air and catch it. Oop, little hole, but that doesn't matter. We're just gonna pinch it shut. Let me show it to you one more time, because if you're having a party, you definitely want to be able to do this in front of your friends. So just hold it up and spin and catch it. Whoop. And this time I didn't get a hole, which is great. And that's about all I need to do. So I never used a rolling pin, but you absolutely can use one. Now, the other thing that's really important when you're doing your pizza is to have all of your toppings ready to go, because you don't want to put your pizza dough onto the peel and then start gathering your ingredients, because it may end up stuck to the peel. So I have some mozzarella cheese that I'm going to use, and some beautiful basil, and then the sauce that we made. So let me grab my peel. To keep the dough from sticking to your peel, you can either put down a little bit of flour or cornmeal. My kids actually prefer the taste of the cornmeal to the flour, because sometimes you can get a little bit of flour under your crust. And the cornmeal also helps to act as a buffer or a guarantee that this is going to come off into the oven when you're ready. And then I'm just going to slip my pizza crust right onto my peel. Take some of my fresh made tomato sauce. You don't want to use too much, because one of the keys of getting the pizza off the peel in the oven is not to have really, really heavy toppings on there. You want to be kind of spare with it. I love a lot of sauce, but just for this, I'm going to go a little bit lighter. And then for the mozzarella, I like to use it in chunks instead of grating it, because the chunks will allow the crust to get nice and crisp before the cheese is all melted and burns. So just stud this with some of our cheese. I'm actually not going to put the basil on until it comes out of the oven, because I find the basil gets a little bit dark and burned if you put it on before. A little drizzle of the olive oil. And I like to have a little pinch of salt. And now we're ready to go in the oven. When you're making a pizza, you always want to test to make sure it's still moving. If it's not moving, you can add a little bit of flour or even more cornmeal to the edge, and then just go over the stuck area with a bench scraper to make sure that it's going to move when you go into the oven. So let's get it going. I have my baking stone in here, and it's set at 550 degrees. I'm going to plant my peel at the back of the oven and just slide, sort of shimmying the pizza right off the peel. And that will bake for about 10 minutes. I'll probably check it in 8. Sometimes you have to rotate the pizza to make sure that the back and front are both getting browned at the same time. So we'll come back and check that in a minute. So our pizza is ready. I'm just gonna slide it right underneath and take it out. So halfway through the baking, actually about 8 minutes into the baking, I turned the pizza around so that it would evenly bake, because sometimes the back of the oven is hotter. So to finish up, this is called a margherita pizza with just a classic tomato sauce and mozzarella and then some fresh basil. And I like to put the basil on right when it comes out, because then it's really beautiful and green and has that fresh, crisp flavor of the basil. And that's it. You have your pizza margherita. Next, I'm gonna make a cracker crust pizza. Last time we tossed the pizza and made a pizza margherita. This time I'm gonna make a crisp cracker crust. So I'm using a 4-ounce ball of dough, but I'm gonna roll it out to the same size that I made the margherita. This time I'm gonna use a rolling pin to do it. I just wanna make sure, again, that I have enough flour under the dough that it's not gonna stick. I am gonna start with my fingers and just dimple it, again, so that it will roll out nice and easily. Always making sure that I'm adding enough flour and even a little bit to my rolling pin. This one, we want to get it really nice and thin, And so if the dough is not relaxed, if you just pulled it out of your bucket and it's still a little bit cold, you may want to let it just rest on the counter for even up to a half an hour to really let it rest so that it will stretch beautifully and that gluten has relaxed. But this seems to be doing the trick, so we're going to try to get it as thin as we possibly can. And just keep rolling out from the center to the edges, but trying not to go over the edge. And pick it up just to make sure that you're not sticking. If you need to, you can just sort of roll it around in a little bit more flour as you're working. And this is looking pretty good. We want to get it about a 12-inch circle. It may shrink a little bit when you lift it up to put it on the peel, but that's just fine. We can stretch it out again. Okay, so that's perfect. That's exactly what we want. Again, you can put either flour or cornmeal on your peel to help you slide it into the oven. This time I think I'll use flour since we did cornmeal last time. I'm also using a wooden peel this time, and I find that they tend to stick just a little bit more than the metal one that I used earlier, so I'm going to use a little bit more flour. Again, you want to have all of your ingredients ready to go before you put your dough on there, because you don't want to be reaching around for your ingredients and have your dough stick. This time we're going to go much different than the classic margarita. We're going to have apples, sliced apples. Let's put it on our peel first. Lift it up. Just lay it right down on that flour, and we'll go back to our apples. You can scatter them around. You want to have a pretty thin layer of them so that they'll cook nicely, and make sure that they're sliced nice and thin. You don't want a big slice of apple that may not cook all the way through while it's baking. So just scatter those around. I like to leave the skins on so that you have that beautiful red color. There we go, and always testing to make sure that my dough isn't stuck to the peel. Just a little bit more so I make sure every bite has some apple. That looks great. Next, I'm going to put some pine nuts. You want to make sure that they're raw pine nuts and not toasted, because they are going to toast in our hot oven. And you can see that I don't have any sauce under here at all. I'm just putting it right on the pizza dough itself. This is a ricotta salata. It's almost like a feta, but it's a little less salty. So we're going to put that on there too. It's like a fresh feta. It's really, a fresh ricotta. It's beautiful. Okay. And then we're going to drizzle a little bit of our honey over that. And the sweet and the bit of saltiness from the cheese is going to be incredible. And then I'm going to finish that off with some hot pepper flakes. You don't have to use the hot pepper flakes. Some thyme would be really nice on here too, but I like that contrast of the sweet and the spicy. And that's it. And just make sure we're sliding around on here. Yep, looks good. So we're going to go into our oven where I have my preheated steel to 550 degrees. Slide it in. You want to have, for pizzas, you want to have your oven as high as it will go. Some home ovens will only go to 500, but if you can go up to 550, the hotter the oven, the better for the pizza. So we'll come back in about 5 minutes and check this. Because it's so thin, it bakes less time than the margarita. So it's been about 5 to 8 minutes, and oh, it looks perfect. It's nice and crunchy, the crust on the bottom. And my cheese has melted just a little bit. This kind of cheese won't melt too much. I'm going to drizzle it with just a little more honey on the top, and also a tiny bit of olive oil, so it has that sort of sweet and savory thing going on. That's it. And now I'm going to cut into it, and you can hear the crispy crust. Perfect. And this will make a fantastic hors d'oeuvre or a side to something else that you're serving. And that's exactly what we're going for. A nice cracker, thin crust. We've made a classic margarita and then a thin crust cracker pizza. And now we're gonna make a Sicilian pizza, which is a much thicker crust. I started out by measuring or weighing out 2 pounds of dough. And now I'm gonna prepare, we're gonna bake in a sheet pan like this, and I'm gonna prepare my pan. I'm gonna use some olive oil so that my pizza won't stick to the pan end, because the dough will absorb that olive oil and it will just be even tastier. So just make sure that's spread out. I get it up on the sides and everything. And then I'll just dump my dough right into my pan. This is 2 pounds of dough, so it's quite a bit of dough. And if you've just taken it out of your bucket and it's still cold, oh, my oven is now preheated, so we're ready to go in. But if your dough is cold, it may want to shrink back on you as you're stretching it out. So again, you're just going to have to let the gluten relax and come back to it, maybe 5-10 minutes, and it will allow you to spread it. So you can see mine is shrinking back. So I just happen to have one all set and ready to go. Let me grab that. And this, after it's relaxed and you've been able to spread it, is what it will look like. And I've given this a little more drizzle of olive oil, again for flavor, and so that your fingers don't stick to it while you're working. And now you can see it's spread out all over my pan, and I'm ready to put my toppings on. This time, we're gonna go with some mozzarella cheese. And for a Sicilian pizza, it's traditional to put the cheese on first. So we're just gonna dot the cheese over the pizza crust here. Like so. I'm just gonna break this up a bit to make sure that it spreads out and gets all over our dough. And then I'm gonna add some chopped red onions. And you can put anything you want on this pizza. And with this one, you can really load up the toppings because you're baking it in a pan anyway, so you don't have to rely on getting it off of the pizza peel. So with the margarita, I had said not to use too many toppings, but with this one, you can really load it up. Okay, and then I have these gorgeous Italian green olives, so we're gonna put those on. And I just chop them up roughly, because they're so pretty. And capers, I love capers, so sprinkle some of those on. Look at how beautiful this is. And then we're gonna do, because it's an Italian pizza, we're gonna put some chopped tomatoes, and then we have, the Italian flag is red, white, and green, so we just happen to have the Italian flag going on here. Look at that, it's beautiful. And because our oven is already preheated, we're all set to go into our oven. Because this is a thick crust, you can even let this one sit out for a few minutes and you'll end up with a slightly lighter crust to it, but we're gonna go in right away. Okay, and in we go. You don't have to have a stone this time because we're baking right on the sheet pan. But if your stone is in there anyway, it's just fine. You can leave it right where it is. So this will take about 20 minutes, but I'm gonna check it in about 15 because it may need to be rotated so that the top, the back and the front are both browning at the same time. Oh, that looks perfect. The cheese is a little bit caramelized, and the onions and tomatoes are getting a little bit of nice char on them, which I like. It adds a little flavor. So a pizza this big, because it's 2 pounds of dough, this is perfect for like a party or something, maybe a kid's birthday or something. This is a perfect way to feed a lot of people all at one time. And it smells incredible. I'm gonna actually just put a little sprinkle of salt on top. Not too much because those olives are pretty salty themselves. We've made 3 types of pizza, and now we have one more flatbread to make. This is a focaccia, so it's kind of like a pizza, but it's actually a flat bread because we're gonna let it rise just a little bit. I'm starting with 3/4 pound of dough, and I'm baking this in a cake pan because I'm gonna add olive oil, and I don't want the olive oil to get all over my oven. So I'm gonna put it in a cake pan. You can also do this in a pie tin if you have like a metal pie tin like this, but I'm gonna do it in a cake pan. Again, oiling up on the sides to get into that dough. Press my dough right into the pan. And just like that Sicilian pizza that we just made, this may shrink back on you, and you might have to let the dough just relax for a little bit before it will gracefully go to the edges. Then I'm gonna let this rest. Actually, I'm gonna drizzle it with a little bit of olive oil just so that top crust doesn't dry out. There we go. And I'm gonna let this rest for about 20 minutes, and I'll come back and top it. And I just happen to have one that has been resting for 20 minutes. And you can see that it's not only filled the pan, but it's also risen up a little bit. I'm gonna give it a little more olive oil, because really, I don't think you can ever have too much. Spread that around a bit. And then I'm gonna put my toppings on. This is a very, very traditional Italian focaccia. I'm just gonna use very thinly sliced red onion, and you don't want that much. It's just really, you're just gonna really get in sort of the essence of onion. Just sprinkle it, and then I have some slightly thicker cut white onions, and I'm gonna just dot those over the top. There we go. And I have some dried thyme here, and I'll sprinkle just a little bit of that. You don't want too much of that. And then my salt. Just a sprinkle of salt. And now what I'm gonna do is dimple the dough, because I don't want this to dome up like a loaf. I wanna keep it a flatbread, so I'm gonna dimple the dough. And because it's risen, you can see how soft and supple that dough is, and this will keep it from popping up into a dome. It may bubble, and that's just fine. Okay, that's it, and we're gonna go into the oven. You can see that the focaccia puffed up a little bit, but it didn't dome like a loaf bread, and that's exactly what we're going for. So it's hot, but we want to take that out. I like to use a spatula to help me here. Slide this out. The nice thing about a flatbread, as opposed to a big domed bread, is that you actually can cut this and eat it a little bit warm. So the onions are really, really fragrant, even though we use so little of them, but this is very, very traditional. In this lesson, we did 3 types of pizza. We did a classic margherita, a really thin cracker crust, and a Sicilian pizza, and this beautiful onion focaccia. Coming up in our last lesson, we have some twisted and some braided breads. Some of them are sweet and some of them are savory. In this lesson, we're going to do some breads that have twists and turns. We're going to use the master recipe to make a feta and spinach braid, and then we're going to do some sweets that you can make also with the master recipe. So we're going to be doing some pinwheels and then some caramel rolls and cinnamon rolls with icing. First, we're going to start with our feta spinach braid, and I'm starting with about 1 pound of dough, and I want to roll this out into a rectangle. So just like we did before, roll it out. And we're doing this a long rectangle. It's not going to be wide. And I'll show you in a minute why that is. So I like to roll it out on the counter, and then I'm going to transfer it to my parchment. That's it. I'm going to square off the ends here a little bit and then transfer this to my parchment paper. I want to put it on the parchment paper because that's what I'm going to be baking it on. And once I have this all stuffed and braided up, I won't be able to move it very easily. So I want to do all of my work, except for the rolling, on the parchment paper. So I am going to give it one little roll just to make sure it's the right size. Now that it's on here, and now we're ready to fill it. I have some lightly sauteed spinach, and that's just going to go right down the center of the bread. Here you go. And you can do this with absolutely anything. You can do this with pizza toppings or something sweet, but this spinach, and we're going to add some feta, is going to be really tasty, and it's sort of a savory take on the braid of a Danish braid. And this will be wonderful like for a brunch. So just spread your feta down the center. And then I have some pine nuts, and that will go right on top. Okay. From there, I'm going to braid it. So I would need to make some strips to braid. So I cut them. They're about, I would say that's about 1/2 inch wide. You don't have to be absolutely exact. And oftentimes, unless you're actually measuring them, you're going to end up with an odd number. So you won't have an even number on both sides. And that's absolutely fine. So just quickly make your strips like this, and then we're going to brush one side of the strips with some egg wash, and that's going to act as a little bit of a glue. There we go. And I have my egg wash, which is just 1 egg mixed with a little bit of water. And you want to use a nice soft brush, and I'm just brushing this one side, and that will end up being my top side. And that's it. And now we start to braid. And to do that, I'm just going to take the strips that I made, and you want to just make sure that they're completely cut into the center. I'm going to stretch them out just a tiny bit, and then I'm going to cross them over and pinch them together. You really want to pinch them, because if you don't pinch them together and you've braided them all up but you haven't pinched them, they'll go like this in the oven. So you want to make sure that you give them a cross over and pinch. And see how I'm not just crossing it over so that they meet at the very tip. I'm sort of giving them a little bit of a cross so that they have some extra on the end there. And that's it. We just keep going until we're all the way down to the bottom, and we've braided that spinach and feta right into the middle. And you can see here that I've got it one that's a little extra on this side, so I'm just going to cheat and put that one all by itself and then start my braid again. And then when you get to the bottom, just tuck those ends right to the bottom, and that's it. I'm going to brush a little bit more egg wash over the top, and then cover this with plastic to let it rest for just a little while. And then once it's rested, I'm actually going to brush it with egg wash again, and we're going to sprinkle the top with some sesame seeds. We're just going to pretend that it's rested, and I'm going to go ahead and do that. Actually, before I put the sesame seeds on, I'm just going to slide it right onto my baking sheet. You can just use the parchment to do that, like a sling. There we go. So to finish this off, I'm just going to sprinkle some sesame seeds over the top, and then it can go into the oven. Okay, so we've actually already got this one baked off, so let me show you what it's going to look like once it comes out of the oven. And this is thin enough and like a flatbread. It doesn't absolutely have to cool before you eat it. So we're just gonna cut right into it. So you see you have the nice spinach and feta filling in there. Next up, we're gonna go sweet and we're gonna make some pinwheels. We have our master dough, and it's just flour, water, salt, and yeast. So it's not a sweet dough, but we can still make sweets with it. Right now I'm gonna make a pinwheel, and it's gonna have some cream cheese filling and some jam. So first, before I work with the dough, I'm gonna make my cream cheese filling. I have some cream cheese and I've softened it a little bit so that it'll mix up really well. And then I'm gonna add just a touch of honey and some lemon zest. I don't want too much honey because I'm gonna be adding the jam, which is also sweet. So I'm just gonna put this right into my bowl. And some honey, just a little bit. And my zest. And just give that a stir. And if your cream cheese is really soft, this should take no time at all. You can throw your cream cheese right into the microwave for like 10 seconds and get it soft. And that's it. Okay, so now that that's ready, I can work with my dough. I have my dough. This is about 3/4 of a pound of dough. And I always want to make sure that I have enough flour under it and on top of it so that it won't stick to my work surface. And then I have my rolling pin here. And I'm going to roll this out into as best a square as I can get. I'll do that with my rolling pin, but then I'll also have to use my hands, although this is actually turning into quite a nice square all on its own. Just pull those corners if it's turning more into a round than you like. And I can feel that this is sticking a little bit, so I just want to put a little bit more flour underneath. If it ends up with a lot of flour under there, you can always just shake it off. And let's just get this a tiny bit bigger. And we're ready to form our pinwheels. Okay, so I have my pizza wheel, and I'm just gonna cut this into 4 equal pieces, 4 squares. And that's it. And I'm just gonna slide the other, I'm gonna work with one and slide the others out of my way. So here I have my 1 square, and I'm going to, on each of the corners, I'm gonna cut a little bit, not all the way into the center. I wanna leave about 2 inches around in the center. And that's where I'm gonna put my filling. So I have my corners cut, and my center is still intact. And before I put my toppings on, I want to put this down onto the sheet pan that it's going to bake on. This time I have on my sheet pan a Silpat. It's just a silicone mat that you can bake on, and it's wonderful because nothing will stick to it. So you can use this in place of parchment in most places. The one thing that you want to be careful of is some of them can't be baked at high temperatures. So if you're doing something at a high temperature, you'll want to use parchment and not the Silpat. Okay, so let's just lift this up. It would be very awkward to make the pinwheel and then lift it, so we want to lift it when it's still empty. Okay, so put a little bit of our cream cheese in the center. Just a little bit. We don't want it to sort of ooze out, but we want enough that you're going to taste it when you bite into it. And then I have some nice raspberry preserves, and I'm going to put some right on top of that cream cheese. From here, we're gonna take some egg wash, and this will act as a bit of a glue to keep the points together when I fold them into the center. So just putting them right on the points there. And then I'm gonna fold in every other one. So I'll start here, and I'm gonna fold this one in, and then skip that one, and fold this one in to to it, and then skip one and fold the next one, and then skip this one and fold this one. So I've got every other one, and I pinch it shut, and I sort of stretch these points out this way, and I even like to curl them into sort of this pinwheel shape. There we go. And then I'll brush the whole thing with more egg wash. Because these are so thin, they don't have to rest very long at all. I would say you could get away with 15 to 20 minutes, but that will give them a slightly airier, lighter quality to them. And then I'm going to finish this whole thing with an almond. It's almost like a button on the top, and I'm just going to press that right in. You really want to give it a good press so that those center points won't pop up when you're baking. And then to finish the whole thing, and I would do all four before I finish it with the sugar, but to finish them, I'm going to dust the pinwheel with lots of sugar. Because this isn't a sweet dough, you want to make sure that you're giving a really nice, generous amount of sugar on top. And that's it. And then we would put these right into our oven. That's a lot of sugar, but they're meant to be sweet, so it'll be delicious. So I'd pop these right into the oven, and this is what they would look like when they come out. And they're absolutely delightful. See the pin? Now I'm going to make cinnamon buns. I think this may be my family's absolute favorite breakfast to have, and it's so simple. Once you have the dough in the fridge, all you have to do is take a piece out. And first we're going to start out by making our cinnamon sugar. So I'm just going to put my brown sugar. I like to use brown sugar instead of white because it just gives it a little bit of a richer flavor. And then lots and lots of cinnamon. You want to have that flavor be the dominant flavor. So I'm just going to mix that together, and then I'll roll out my dough. So that's it. Just make sure it's distributed well. And now I'll roll out my dough, just like always, just making sure that I have plenty of flour on top and underneath so it's not going to stick to the counter or to my rolling pin. And I'm going to roll this out to a fairly large size rectangle. I want to get the dough nice and thin because I want, when I roll it up into a log, I want the layers to be really, really thin. And that's what's going to get as much sugar and cinnamon in between each layer. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I'm just going to stretch it because I got a giant round here. I'm going to stretch that into a rectangle. There we go. And just a little bit wider. That looks good. Stretch it out. And now I'm going to brush it with my melted butter because that will give the cinnamon sugar something to stick to. Plus, it's butter, which is delicious. Makes it nice and rich. So just make sure we get that totally coated on the dough. And if your dough isn't a perfect rectangle, it's okay. As we're rolling, we'll just stretch it out so that it is a rectangle. I want to make sure I use every last little bit of the butter. And then on goes our cinnamon sugar, and just spread that all over. And you can sort of pat it down, and if there's some little lumps of sugar, it's really okay. It's just going to melt into the whole dough. That's it. And make sure you get it to all the ends because you want every last bite to have some of that cinnamon sugar in it. And then I'm going to start from the bottom here, and I'm going to roll it. And as I'm rolling, I'm going to sort of stretch it towards me a little bit so that I'm making this roll really, really tight. It sort of thins out the dough and makes it for a very tight roll. You can also see that I'm sort of brushing off any excess flour that may be underneath the dough because I don't want to have a bunch of flour in there. I want it to be all about the sugar and cinnamon. So just keep rolling. until you get to the top. And then we'll just pinch that edge together. Now I'm gonna just cut this into 4 pieces. And so it's a bit like those giant truck stop cinnamon rolls. You could do this in 8 pieces and make them littler and more, less sort of obscene size, but I want them to be nice and big. So I'm just gonna cut it in half with my shears, and in half again, and then in half again. And then when I put them on the tray that I have here with some parchment, or you can use that silicone mat that I used for the pinwheels as well. When I put them down, I kind of want to smash them. If you don't smash them down and you leave them, let's make sure you cut all the way through. If you don't smash them down and you leave them tall like that, they're likely to tip over when they're baking. So just smash them down while they're resting. There we go. That's it. Then we'll leave these to rest. I'll put some plastic over the top and I'll leave these to rest. I've already got a batch in the oven, so I'm gonna grab those, but actually they have a couple more minutes, so I'm gonna make my icing for the top first. So there's nothing better than cinnamon buns with cream cheese icing. So I have some cream cheese here, and it's nice and soft so that we can easily mix it. I'm just gonna mix that cream cheese with a little bit of powdered sugar, some vanilla, some orange zest, and also some cream to give it a little bit of lightness and also to loosen it up a little bit. So into my bowl, and because my cream cheese is so soft, it's gonna be really, really easy to mix this up. If your cream cheese is harder or cold, you can just do this right in a mixer or with a hand mixer. I'm just gonna mix together, stir together this sugar and cream cheese, and then I'll add my other ingredients. So in goes my vanilla. Whoop. And then my zest and some cream. Just enough to make it nice and soft. There, so when my buns come out of the oven, I'll just slather them with this. And I like to do it when they're hot because then it sort of melts right into the dough and makes it nice and sweet. Okay, that looks just about right. And now that my icing is done, I think the buns are done as well. So let me grab those out of the oven. Oh, yeah, they look perfect. And you can see all of the caramel has kind of oozed out of the buns there. So put them down, and they're nice and hot. So I'm just gonna take a knife and slather them over the top. And I make lots and lots of the icing so that I can serve it with a little bowl of it on the side, because that's the best part. So when you get into the middle of your bun, you have a bowl and you can just dip it right into your cinnamon bun. And here they are. So it's a nice breakfast treat, doesn't take very long, and they're absolutely delicious. Well, I've saved the best for last, at least in my opinion. I'm a pastry chef, so I like all things sweet and sticky. And so I'm making some sticky pecan caramel rolls. And I have my dough. I have 1.5 pounds of dough, but first I need to make my caramel for the bottom of the cake pan. I'm gonna have some brown sugar in the bowl, and then I'm gonna add some melted butter and some cinnamon and some freshly grated nutmeg and salt, because if things are just straight sweet, I think they're a little bit flat, but if you put some salt in there, it perks up the flavor. and then some honey, and then pepper. So just a little tiny bit of black pepper really makes this whole thing shine. So right into our bowl with our butter and our cinnamon, our salt and nutmeg, and then our honey. That's it. And then I'll whisk that all together until it comes together into a nice caramel. That's it. And then this will go, half of this will go into our cake pan that we have, and then half of it will actually be spread over our dough. So I want to get this, I'm whisking it until I get it really nice and smooth, because that way I can get it to spread over my dough nice and easily. So that looks good. It's all coming together. Now I just have to get it out of my whisk. Perfect. And then I'll put half of it into the bottom of my pan, just like that. Maybe a little more than half. And then spread that out with my spoon. I'm using a 9-inch cake pan to do this. You want to make sure you use a 9-inch, because an 8-inch with all of this dough, all of the caramel will just ooze out the sides of it. Then I'm going to sprinkle the bottom of the cake pan with my pecans, whole pecans, because that will look really pretty when you invert this onto your cake stand. Now we're ready to work with our dough. So I'll put this here for a second. And we'll roll out our dough just as we've been doing. Make sure I have plenty of flour. We're gonna roll this out into a rectangle just like we did with our cinnamon rolls. But instead of the cinnamon sugar, we're gonna put the rest of our caramel on there. Here we go. And then if your butter is firming up because your kitchen is a little cold, it's okay. Just spread it out as best you can. Once you get it into the oven, it's all gonna melt anyway. So we just wanna spread this out as best we can. You could, if you wanted to, pop that right into the microwave and just melt it a tiny bit, and that would help it spread. But this is still, even though it's seized up a tiny bit, it's still spreading just fine. And again, you wanna make sure, just like with the cinnamon rolls, that you get the whole dough covered, because this is what's gonna give it the flavor. So just spreading it all along the sides. Take some here, spread it on the bottom. That looks pretty good. Okay. Good. That looks great. Okay, so from there, we're just going to sprinkle our pecans over the top. And you don't have to use nuts inside if you don't like nuts, or you can use less nuts as well. The other thing that would be really nice is to use some raisins in here, so you can get totally creative. I'm just gonna put a little more of the caramel right on this edge here. Okay, there we go. And now I'm gonna roll this up just like I did with my cinnamon rolls, sort of stretching it towards you to make sure you're getting it nice and tight. There we go. And then stretch this out into a rectangle so that you have a nice clean roll, and then you can make a seam at the top. There. So pinch that seam closed. And this time we're gonna cut this into 8 pieces and put that right onto our caramel coated cake pan. So I always start in the middle so that I can make sure the buns are as even as possible. They don't have to be exact, but it's helpful for the baking if there's close to the same size as possible. So I always cut it in half, and then half, and then half again. There we go. Terrific. And then I'll just pop those in to the pan. Spacing them out evenly, but honestly it doesn't really matter because once they've risen, they're gonna connect and it'll just be fine. So that's it. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let that rise, and actually I have one that's risen, so you can see that it doesn't really matter if they're evenly spaced because they are all gonna come together once they've risen. Once they have, I'm going to put the cake pan onto a baking sheet because that caramel may ooze out of the cake pan, and you want to make sure you have something to catch it because otherwise it could burn in your oven. So let's get these in the oven. My pecan rolls are done. And inverting them onto my cake stand's a little bit tricky, so I'm going to show you a tip on how to do it. I have these great mitts. They happen to have some rubberized bits so it holds on to the pan really well. So I'm putting my cake pan right on the edge. It's actually hanging over just a little bit, like maybe 1/8 of the pan is hanging over. That way when I put my cake plate over it, I can drag it off of here easily. And my cake plate's a little bit heavy, so sometimes if you're using a lighter plate, this will be even easier to do. So I'm just gonna invert my cake plate right onto my caramel roll pan. Slide it off of there, and then very carefully and very quickly invert the cake plate, and then just lift it off. Ta-da! They're beautiful. And that's it. Thank you so much for joining me in this class. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And also, if you take pictures of the breads that you're baking, I would love to see them. So happy baking.
Master delicious whole grain bread your whole family will crave. Join award-winning baker Michael Calanti in Secrets to Whole Grain Bread Baking and get the professional tips and techniques you need. Bake your way through classic loaves, from everyday sandwich breads to rustic free-form varieties. And find out how to add flavor and texture to your beautiful bread. From grains and seeds to cinnamon raisin swirls, expand your baking repertoire to include healthy, flavorful whole grains in Secrets to Whole Grain Bread Baking.
Welcome to the Secrets of Whole Grain Bread Baking. I'm Michael Calanti. You know, you can buy a good whole grain bread just about anywhere these days. But when you learn how to make one yourself from scratch, it's so rewarding. In this class, I'll show you how to create bakery-worthy loaves that are chock full of whole grains and whole grain flavor. You'll learn the differences and the similarities between whole grain breads and white breads. I'll help you avoid making dense or tough loaves and show you baker secrets to making whole grain breads with impressive results. I'll show you how professional bakers think and how we even talk. I've got over 20 years of professional baking and cooking experience, but my true passion is bread baking. France, Italy, Brazil, I've baked all over the world. I teach hands-on bread baking classes in the San Francisco Bay Area. And my book, How to Bake Bread, won the Best Bread Book of the Year at the Paris Cookbook Fair. There are 7 lessons in this class. You'll want to watch them in order. We'll start with the basics, the big 4 ingredients of bread. Then I'll do the phases of bread, and we'll start with the most important one, the mise en place and how to use a scale. We'll start with our first loaf, honey whole wheat bread. I'll do mixing, developing, and then fermenting the dough. I'll go in depth on how to shape and proof the breads, and then how to bake and cool them. In another lesson, I'll show you how to add solid ingredients like raisins into your bread. You'll learn why it's important to soak whole grains before adding them to your breads. We'll take a variety of seeds and add them into the dough. And then I'll show you the classic French bread shape called a Bâtard. In the final lesson, I'll summarize all the techniques that you learn, and I'll show you how bakers really work in the bake shop. So whole grain breads, they might seem tricky, but in this class, I'll help you think and even bake like a professional. You'll leave with a set of recipes, several whole grain breads. Your family and friends will be so proud of you. So let's get baking. Welcome to our first lesson. The objectives of the first lesson: let's understand the big 4 ingredients of bread. I'm going to start using some baker vocabulary, and that'll give you insight into how bakers think. And finally, the foundation of every good bread: proper scaling and mise en place for ingredients. So let's see what we've got here. Well, I've got flour, I've got salt, I've got yeast, and I've got water. You know what? That's all you need to make bread. Everything else, butter, oil, raisins, well, yum, they make the bread taste good, but they're not necessary. To make any bread, we need, well, let's start with flour. Flour is the major ingredient in bread. So if you go through the store, you'll see a couple different varieties. Certainly, because this is a whole grain bread class, we're going to use a lot of whole wheat flour. It'll say on top here, 100% whole grain. That means it takes the whole entire grain, grinds it, and then packs it in here. It hasn't sifted out anything, any of the bran or the germ. That's the most nutritious sort of whole wheat flour, and also the most flavorful. Now, once the bran is separated out, then you end up with a white flour. And the white flour can come in any number of varieties or strengths. A very durable one is bread flour. It has a protein content of about 12 or 13%. And what that means is it has the muscle to make a freestanding bread. So when we make a boule and a Bâtard, this is the type of flour that we'll use. On the other hand, we have an all-purpose flour. Now, all-purpose flour is a softer variety, and its protein content is maybe about 10%. So it still has some muscle, but not enough maybe for a freestanding loaf, and this is the kind of flour you would use to bake a bread in a loaf pan. Let's see what else we've got. We've got salt. Now, I've got a couple of varieties out here. And I've got a coarse sea salt, I've got a fine sea salt, and I also have a kosher salt. Any of these are fine. And really, I'll tell you, the one that you prefer flavor-wise is going to be better in your breads. But please don't use teaspoons or tablespoons to measure them. Always and only weigh them on a scale. 7 grams of a coarse sea salt is going to take a lot more volume than 7 grams of a fine sea salt. Bakers only use their ingredients if they've been weighed on a scale. As far as yeast is concerned, primarily in this course, we're going to use dry yeast. There's several varieties. There's active dry, there's instant, which works a little bit quicker, and then there's bread machine yeast, which obviously is for the bread machine. When you work with these, students all the time ask me, which one is better? Which one is better? When I travel all around the country teaching these classes, I use the one that the grocery store has on the shelf because I know that that's the one that rotates. I know it's fresh. I don't go in and say, oh no, well, Chef Michael used instant and that's what I need to have. And then they have to dig through the back and they come out with a box that's, you know, covered with dust and things like that. any of these yeasts can be used in these breads. If you're a full-on baker, you know that there's a relationship. There's actually 40% less of the active dry if you're using instant, and the bread machine is maybe slightly less than that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. If a formula calls for 7 grams of yeast, any of these will do. Yes, it's true. I've used it. I've had students use that one by mistake. It's wrong. They're all the same. They're certainly not all the same, but in this course, they will act properly for you. So any of those will work. The final ingredient that you need is water. Good tap water is really all you need. If you live in an area where maybe it's a little questionable, some distilled water will work, or maybe I've seen people use spring water and things like that, or bottled water. For my money, it's not really worth it. I mean, if that's the same water I'm using to make soup or stock, then it must be good enough. So I'm going to go with that. But again, that's your call. There's no water that's better than the other. So those are the 4 ingredients that we're going to use, and we'll work with different varieties of them. The next thing I want to talk to you about is the DDT, the desired dough temperature. So bakers work with thermometers. So I have a couple different varieties around here, 2 digital ones, and I have a biotherm. I'm just going to put this one right out on the counter. Yes, he's taking the temperature of the flour. Yes, he's taking the temperature of the ambient environment. Bakers don't say room temperature because, well, we just don't. We say ambient temperature. I'm working in an 80-degree room. When you work with your breads, all of the breads in this course want a desired dough temperature of 80 degrees. If the recipe says, rise this bread for an hour at 80 degrees, it's so it develops that much flavor. The importance is the temperature of the dough, not the temperature of the room you're rising in. So what a baker does is determine at the start, okay, well, I can't really change the temperature of my flour because, you know, here it is, it's been sitting out, and I can't really change the temperature of my room without going to some trouble. So, what temperature do I want everything to be? 80. So if 80, 80, 80, then the bread is going to be 80. So let's take a look. Well, my flour is 76 degrees. Well, that's not warm enough. So what that means is my water has to be 80 plus whatever the shortfall is. So now I'm up to 84. And now I'm looking at my ambient temperature here, and my ambient temperature is 70. Well, now I'm another 10 degrees short. So that means my water needs to compensate by being another 10 degrees higher. Generally, if you start with any of these dry yeasts and have your water at 110, your doughs will come out pretty much in that environment. But people that are kind of savvy and have some baking skills under their belt, they all the time come in and say, hey, what's the temperature of that flour? You know, if you live in a cold zone, you know, your flour should be like maybe stored close to the oven the night before you bake. So you're not taking 50-degree flour and wondering why your bread is not rising. So before I wrap up the overview, I want to talk about one more thing about the flour, whether it's a whole grain or it's a bread flour or all-purpose. There are 2 components in the flour that are important to bakers. Oh, there's nutrients and vitamins and all of that stuff, but from a performance point of view, the important elements are protein and starch. And the protein is what is referred to as the gluten. So earlier when I said this has a high gluten content, this has high protein. This is referred to as a hard flour. And the all-purpose has a lower protein content. So it's not a soft flour like maybe cake flour or pastry flour, but it's, well, I guess, all-purpose. So that is a basic overview of the 4 ingredients that we have, and we'll use this as our foundation to make all of our breads. So as an introduction to how bakers look at bread and how they talk, let's compare a basic white bread with a whole grain bread. So here we have a baguette made from white flour. Let's take a look at that inside. White flour, of course, is what comes from the inside of the wheat berry. Now, a whole grain bread uses all of the components, so it's going to be a darker color. Let's take a look into here and see what this has to say for us. So here's the white flour bread made just from the center part of the wheat berry, the endosperm. And here's the whole grain bread made from the whole entire grain. Well, let's see what's going on here. Well, look at the inside, the crumb, what bakers call the crumb. And we look at the distribution of the holes, and they're somewhat non-uniform. I've got some large ones here, I've got some small ones, I've got some larger ones here. Look at the crumb distribution on the whole grain bread. Even all the way across. Maybe there's a couple larger holes here or there, but mostly the holes are smaller. This is referred to as a fine crumb, and this would be referred to as a, well, I guess a more open crumb. We look at the springback that this loaf of bread offers. It's very springy. There's a lot of elasticity in the inner part of the wheat berry. So as you chew this, it makes the dough, it makes the bread chewier. It doesn't make it gummy or tough, it just gives you more to bite on. It's like maybe chewing a marshmallow, for example, how you bite through it and it springs back. But then when you take a whole grain bread, well, you don't get as much spring back. You get some, certainly, because this portion of the grain is in there, but you don't get quite as much because the solid parts, the outside, the bran, they don't give elasticity. They give fiber, they give kind of body to it, but they don't really give structure to it. In fact, they make the structure a little bit softer. I want to take a piece and cut it and taste it and see what's going on here. You can even hear in the difference in how we cut through these. A bread made from white flour can maintain a crispy outer crust, but a whole grain flour, oftentimes because we put soaked ingredients inside, continues to give off moisture, and that makes the crust a little bit softer. So leaving the crust aside, let's just take the interior and see how that is. So I'm getting chew off of this. It's a clean flavor. It's slightly wheaty. And now I'm going to take some of the whole grain bread. Look at how less springy this is. So as I'm chewing the whole grain bread, I'm biting through it, but it's not springing back as much. This is almost like an Italian nougat, which really is a marshmallow base with nuts and honey folded into it, so it makes it a little bit softer. So these are some of the things that bakers come to breads looking for. This is how we think, this is how we taste, etc. So as I work through these recipes with you, I'm going to guide you as to what to look for each one of these. So the important thing to understand is that all breads, whether they're white flour or whole grain, go through the same 8 phases in the process of going from ingredients into a final product. The first one is the mise en place. Then we have the ingredient mixing. There's development. Then there's fermentation, where the dough rises and gets its flavor. There's the shaping phase, there's the proofing phase, there's the decorating and baking phase, and then there's a cooling and ripening phase at the end. So let's jump right in, and I'll show you how to do the foundation with a solid mise en place. The first step to make every bread is the mise en place, the setting it up, the setting in place. And what bakers do for that is we weigh all of the ingredients that we use so that next day when we come in or the following morning, everything will be ready to go. So let me show you how to do that. The first thing we also do is we use a scale. We don't use teaspoons or cups or things like that. We weigh everything on a scale. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the wrong way to do it. And then after I show you that, I'll make you forget that, and then I'll show you the right way to do it. So I have a digital scale here, and so you turn the scale on. Now I'm going to weigh the flour into something, so I need a bowl, and I put that on there, and it puts some weight on it. So I have to subtract that. There's either a 0 button or a tare function, T-A-R-E. So I press that, and that takes the weight back to 0. Now there are several very valid ways to measure flour, and they're written about in books like Julia Child's on baking or The Joy of Cooking, and one is called the scoop and sweep method. So there's 1 cup and there's 2 cups. So what I'm doing is I found a random recipe on the internet, and it said 9 ounces of whole wheat flour, and in parentheses it said about 2 cups. So I'm showing you what about 2 cups would look like. So here we have that method. Now another method of weighing is to sift the flour first, and then to take that and very delicately, without compacting it, fill the cup with that. And this is also a very common method. So I'll have 2 cups of flour this way. So as far as I can tell, I'm following the directions on my internet recipe. Now let's just look at the difference in the weights in grams. I take this out of here for now. Now this one weighs 240 grams, and this one weighs 270. So you think, well, I don't even know what a gram is really, so it sounds close enough to me. All right, but let me show you the next step. All right, so what I have is I have 8 ounces of water that I've measured already, and I'm going to pour those into each one of these flours. I'm just going to use a fork to mix this up just for demonstration purposes. All right, so remember, this is the one that we did the scoop and sweep, and this one weighed a little bit more. So you can see how this is starting to come together. It's kind of clumpy, and now my baker's hands are going to come out and work into this. And if I take a bit of this dough at this point, and it's not thoroughly mixed because I'm not really showing you that at this point, I just want to show you the texture. I have something that kind of looks like a ball of dough. So, all right, so that about 2 cups seems to work. Now I'll go over to this other one where I used the sifted flour, and then we spooned it into the cup. And this weighed less. So now as I mix this together, you can see it's not quite as thick, and it's kind of a little bit easier to mix it together. Now I'm going to take a little bit of this, and I'm going to do the same thing. And oh, I'm not really able to roll this around in my hands quite so much. It's a little bit, I can do it, but it's kind of sticky. And then I think, oh no, I measured wrong, I did it wrong. Oh, I have to add more flour, and then I add too much. And the next thing that happens is you hate baking because it's so hard. Well, it's not really hard. You just weigh out the ingredients, and then the recipes take that into account. So everything in your class material, the recipes are all written in grams. So now I'll show you how to measure the flour for the first formula, the honey whole wheat sandwich bread. Now that recipe calls for 315 grams of flour. So I'm going to put that on, I'm going to 0 that. Now your recipe calls for 315 grams of whole wheat flour. So I'm going to scoop that in. That's about 145. Bakers normally use some sort of scoop you know, and I like bowls like this because they fit real nicely in the container and I can put the lid back on top. Okay, now I'm at 329, and that's a little bit too much, and that's good because that's the way bakers work. Put a little bit more in than we need, and then we'll take that back. So I've got 316, 314, there I am, I'm 315. I press on the plate 1 or 2 times just to make sure it isn't stuck, and now I'm done. So this is my mise en place for my whole wheat flour. I'm going to take this out of here because we don't need that. And then over here I have the remaining ingredients. I have our honey already scaled out. Here's our butter. We'll keep that out at room temperature. We have dried yeast. I have some bread flour and the kosher salt. So we have everything ready, and what we'll do is I'll set this aside, I'll cover it, and I'm going to keep it in a warm place. Because when we start to make our breads, we want our breads to always be about 80, 82 degrees, somewhere in that range. So I usually leave my mise en place in the laundry room, or sometimes in the turned off oven, or someplace where it's going to be warm. So we have our mise en place, except for our liquid ingredients, ready to go. So at this point in our lesson, let's recap. Well, you should know the importance of the mise en place and how to use the scale properly. You should know the product identification of the big 4 ingredients, the flour, water, yeast, and salt. And you should start to have a comfort level with the baker's language that I'm using, like working in grams and scaling, etc. In the next lesson, I'm going to work on that more. I'm going to show you how to mix these ingredients together, the sequence they used, how to develop the dough, which is what bakers call kneading, and then how to ferment the dough so that it develops a good flavor. Well, if you're anything like my students, you're anxious to start rolling your sleeves up and making some bread. So in this lesson, now that we have our mise en place, let me show you the sequence we use to put the ingredients together, how to develop the dough, how to give it the structure that it needs, and then how to ferment the dough, how to give it a nice, rich flavor. So we'll start out by measuring the water and putting the yeast on top. So I've got a bowl here. I put some warm water in it already because I don't want to take warm water and put it in a cold bowl. And I'm just going to transfer that over to this fermentation tub. This is where we're going to let the dough rise. So we'll see that later on. So the water that I need, according to the DDT temperature that we did, the water that we need here is 102. So maybe in your recipe it says 100 degrees because that's pretty much average. But for the temperature of the room here, I need it to be just a little tiny bit warmer. So I'm going to put this in here. My water's about 104, so I've got some cold water here. I'm just going to blend that in. See, this is mixology for bread bakers. 102, I have 102 right now. And so I'm going to weigh out the water that I need. And I need a total of 260 grams of water. So I've got 204. Let's do that thing where I put in more that I need and then I take it back. I've got 300, take something back here, 270, 260, right? Is that what I need? Okay, and it's 261. I'm gonna just take that one tiny, there, it's gone. Then I take my dry yeast and I'm gonna sprinkle that over the top. And then I'm going to give that 5 minutes so that the yeast dissolves. So I'm looking at my yeast and I'm seeing that, well, there's some of it that's still dry. There's a lot of it that already has been dissolved. It seems to be like building up over here. So at this point, I can take my whisk, and this will be the one and only time you can put a whisk into a bread dough. And I'm just going to whisk that in, really just to dissolve it. It's like making, you know, an instant coffee or something. I just want to dissolve everything. And I'm going to feel through there. There's probably take about another 40 seconds for those little yeast molecules to dissolve. So I'm getting ready with my whole wheat flour. And now I don't feel any little pieces of yeast in here. So now the next point is to take all of the whole wheat flour and add that in. All right, so we'll get the whisk out of here. And at this point, I'm going to use my scraper, my plastic scraper. And I'm kind of cutting. You see how I'm like cutting into this, I'm not really folding it. I'm trying to open the dough up. I want to get all that flour wet because a whole grain flour needs about 5 to 10 minutes to hydrate, to absorb the moisture before we start making it into a dough. Many bread recipes won't tell you to do that. And what happens is the dough ends up being sticky and tacky. You end up putting more flour in than you need, and the dough, it just doesn't work out for you. So now that I've got all of this flour completely moistened, I'm going to let this sit for 10 minutes. Now I don't want it to dry out, so I'm going to take my human spatula, and I'm just going to put a little bit of water on the wall to make sure there's no dry flour here, and over the top of the dough, just to press it down and put a little moisture on the surface so that the dough doesn't dry. And we let this sit for 10 minutes. So I forgot to tell you to put a lid on top. I'm sure you figured that out, or we'll write in the side of the lesson. How come you didn't put a lid on top? Well, I did. So here it is now. And if you want to just take a look at the wheat at this point, you can see how it's like already kind of expanded and swelled up. Sure, the yeast is making it rise, but also the grain itself has swelled. So the next thing I want to do is add all the tenderizing agents into this. So I've got my milk, my honey. My honey I'm going to put on the scale and I'm going to zero it. And then I'm just going to weigh my warm milk directly on top of that so that it's easier to get everything. Now I've got to be careful that I do this properly. So I want 140 grams here. And then I'm going to dissolve these and pour them in together. I've got my butter at room temperature, ambient temperature, that's how bakers talk. So ambient temperature for this would be about 60 degrees, because butter any softer than that will tend to get really melty and greasy, and that's not so good for your bread. Now I've got salt here too, so you know what? I'm going to dissolve that in the liquid, because then when it goes into the dough, it's already dissolved and I don't have to worry about distributing it. So all of this goes in at once. And then I'm going to cut down into the dough with my scraper, opening the dough up so that that liquid gets inside. Now there'll be a certain point where the dough is kind of open, and I'm really going to just want to take my hands and I'm going to squish the dough through my fingers, just like your kids squish the mashed potatoes between their teeth. Or maybe that's the way you do it too. So I want to really open this up. So I've got my hydrated whole wheat flour here, and now I'm really kind of seasoning it. I've got the honey in there, the milk, the salt. I mean, if it were oatmeal, well, it would taste like hot oatmeal at this point. Now, once I have that kind of broken up, now I'm going to take my butter and I want to squish that down into my dough as well. So we want to add everything in stages so that it has a chance to mix nicely. So now here's my human whisk, right? And I got my hand just like an actual whisk, kind of like cut off, just like that. And I'm just kind of whisking these things together. There's that human spatula. And let me see, I think I have everything except my bread flour. So So I'm going to add that in, and now I'm going to cut that in as well. So I want you to really look at how I'm cutting in here. I'm doing like kind of like the Red Sea or something. You know, I'm kind of opening the space so that the flour falls in, and then I'm chopping up. I'm not really folding it or anything like that. I'm really doing like a chop kind of method. I don't want to start kneading this dough yet either, because that will make the dough tough before all the flour is fully incorporated. So I'm going to do this. You'll reach a certain point where, all right, the bowl helped out at the beginning, but now it's difficult to work. So now what I'm going to do is turn everything out onto the workbench. Get all of that out of there. Now we'll use a metal scraper. I'm going to use this plastic on here. Now what I do here is I come through and I cut a series of like julienne cuts in the dough. And then I gather these all up and I turn them, and then I chop them up again in the other direction. Gather them up, turn them. So you can see what I'm doing is really opening the dough up, getting the dry flour inside so everything is incorporated, but I'm not yet developing the structure. I'm not kneading, I'm not getting the gluten network going. My students nicknamed this the meatloaf method. And it's the way a lot of the garde-manger students are taught to make their small pâtés, to chop them in instead of grinding them so the pâté keeps a coarser texture. And the one thing that students always ask me, Chef, is it done? Chef, is it done? I'm like, you know, don't ask me, ask your dough. Look at your dough. Do you see dry flour? Then it isn't done. Just keep chopping until that is done. Turn it over. All right. So now this is good. If we were doing this on a mixer, we would have been on low speed, and bakers call this point take up, because it's the point where the dough is firm enough that it starts to get taken up and ride around the hook. We take the dough at that point, and now we're going to let that sit for 5 minutes. So we take the dough at that point, and now we can go into the development, into kneading the dough. So the next stage is development. It's what most people know, or many people know, as kneading. Bakers don't say that because, well, we don't. We say development. We want to develop to build the structure of the dough. For this kind of dough, we don't need a lot of structure. It's got the honey, it's got the butter, etc. But for later on, we will want that. So let me show you how to do that. Now I've got some little pieces of flour and dough hanging around on the outside. Well, the only reason they're there is because they didn't get in the dough in the first place. So they are part of that recipe, so they got to get in there. So I gather this together, and now I want to start knitting together what is called the gluten structure, the protein of the dough. It's like kind of working out, and the more you do it, the tighter the muscle gets. So for our first stage, what we're going to do is we're going to take the dough and we're really just going to gather it up and smear it across the table. And as I'm doing this, I'm going around on the table, on the bench rather. Bakers call this a bench. Don't tell my students I said table. All right. So pay attention to my hands. Look at how my hands are like up in the air here. All right. A lot of people, when they develop the dough, will go down. Ow, oh my gosh, right? That's torn muscle. It's sore. You can't lift for a couple of days. So don't do that. Keep your hands up in the air so that the dough rolls across the table and doesn't rip. You see how I'm getting down under the dough instead of moving in this downward smearing motion. So this is medium speed. So if you were on a mixer, say a tabletop mixer that had 12 speeds on it, medium speed would be, I don't know, like maybe 7 or 8 or something like that. And the dough would move around and it would start to look like this. But we do this on medium speed for 3 minutes. And you know, students always say, Chef, when is it done? When the clock says 3 minutes, then we're done. That's when we're done. What do we look for? We look for the clock to say 3 minutes. That's all we do. So that's our medium speed. The next speed is low speed, and it's a phase that bakers call cleanup. And so just as that name would imply, we've got to have an entirely clean workspace here. So all of this gets scraped away, and any dough that's stuck on my hands, I'm going to take a little bit of random bread flour or all-purpose flour, and I'm going to rub that into my hands, and that will get all of those scraps of dough off. So not only is my table clean, but so's my machine. So now I want to go 3 minutes on low pressure or low speed. So let me show you what that looks like. So I gather the dough towards me. By the way, I'm a right-handed person, so I'm going to put the pressure on with my left hand because, don't tell my hand, it's not as strong as this one. So I put it down and I roll the dough gradually away. The seam is on the top. I turn it, I keep the seam on the top, I fold the dough in with my right hand, and then I press it out again with my left. Seam's on the top. Turn, fold, roll the dough away. Turn, fold, roll the dough away. And I do that for 3 minutes. So students say, Chef, when is it done? When the clock says 3 minutes, it's done. The more you do this, this is just like, it's like sit-ups or push-ups or any of those weight-bearing exercises where we're just using your body weight. The more you do it, the more the protein links together. So we don't want to make it too tight. There used to be an understanding that, oh no, you really have to work the gluten and do all that. Well, you really don't. You really don't. In fact, some breads you don't even need to knead at all. Let's take a look at this so we see what's going on. If you zoom in on this real tight, maybe you can see every once in a while, you can see like a little like blister or air pocket or something like that. That's a great sign. That's what bakers call a window pane. And the way that they would make a window pane is take a small little piece of dough and round it up into a ball. And then in this random bench flour here, make it like a Mexican wedding cookie or something like that, and just kind of smash that down. You can see, as we smash it, you can see the elasticity already working. So now what I want to do is I want to make this into the smallest little pizza in the world, whole wheat pizza, so it's good for you. And then I'm going to stretch this out until I have a thinnest little membrane. It looks like a little trampoline for a flea or something like that. And if I hold that up to the light, I can see through that. And that's what the bakers call a window pane. So that's a visual sign that it is done, aside from the fact that the clock said 3 minutes. And then the last thing you want to do now is you have to taste the dough. You want to make sure the salt got added in, because it's just like, we added everything, but who knows if somebody came in and messed with our mise en place. So once we have achieved all of that, now we have a dough. It's been put together in the sequence, we've developed it, we have a nice chew. Now we have to turn this into something that tastes like bread, and that's what the fermentation stage is. So once the dough has developed, we'll ferment it to give it its flavor. It's important to take the dough's temperature at this point. So this is coming in at 76 degrees. Now we want it to be at about 80 degrees. So when I put this into an environment, I want to make sure that the area itself is a little bit warmer than the dough. So here I've got a 76 degrees. You notice how I put a little bit of oil or pan spray just on the surface, put a lid on top. Remember to put a lid on top. Now I'm going to write a fermentation tag. So this is my honey whole wheat bread, and it is 12 o'clock, and I need to ferment this for 1 hour. So at 1 o'clock, I'm going to be done, and I want it to be at 80 degrees. Well, this is only, what did I say, like 76 or something like that right now? So right now it's 76. So I'm going to have to put it in probably a place that's about 90 so the temperature warms up a little bit. And then at the halfway point, which would be 12:30, that's where we're going to knock the air out of the dough. We're going to punch and fold the dough. So that'll give us a chance to assess its temperature as well. So I want the dough to be at 80 degrees. It's 76 right now, so I'm going to have to put this in a place that's a little bit warmer. So in fact, I have an under counter area that's about 90 degrees, so I'm going to take it and put it down under there. So what exactly is going on during fermentation? Anyway, that's probably a baker word you're not that familiar with. Most people call this phase rising or doubling in volume or something vague like that. Bakers call it fermenting because the same way that grapes go into wine or potatoes ferment into vodka, we're doing the same thing here. We're fermenting, we're changing the flavor of the wheat, of the grain, into a more bread-like flavor. And specifically, what's happening is the yeast are eating the starches in the bread. And while they're doing that, they're creating flavorful acids like lactic acid, which helps give it a nice buttery flavor. And they're like belching out carbon dioxide. That's what actually is making the bread rise. If you take a look at this, you can see how it's rising up in volume and how maybe you can see some air bubbles in the side of that. So if you're fermenting, say, beer or champagne, that carbon dioxide, that's a valuable asset. But in bread, not so much. So that's why when we're at this halfway point through the fermentation, we want to punch down the dough. We want to punch and fold the dough to get rid of that. So let me show you how to do it. The first thing we need to do is take the temperature of the dough, because remember, we want this dough to be at 80 degrees. Now we started at 76 and I put it in a warm spot, and with any, okay, I feel good now. Now we're at 82 degrees. So now I'm happy. Now the yeast is happy. So I'm gonna cross out to 12:30. I'm gonna write down 82 degrees so that I can remember what went on, and I'll show you how to do the punch and fold. So we take a little bit, and this is just random bread flour or all-purpose flour. I'm just going to scatter a little bit of that on the bench, a little bit of that on top of the dough, and then I'm going to turn this, and if everything's good, the dough will come right out. A little bit of flour on top of this. Now, from the center to the outside, I'm not really stretching the dough. All I'm really doing is knocking out that carbon dioxide. And by the way, beer, champagne, vodka, there is some alcohol in here as well. So maybe you don't want to stand directly over it while you do it. But anyway, that's another kind of bitter flavor that will develop in the bread that we don't want to be in there. And then we take this and we fold this back into a shape. So I bring the top to the bottom, I'm going to bring the top to the bottom, I'm going to bring the top to the bottom, and then I'm going to turn this whole dough over. I'm going to put it back in the container. It's starting to feel a little bit dry to me, so I'm going to put a little bit of humidity right on in. So I'm going to spray some water right on top and return the lid to this. I'll let this go for the additional half an hour that it needs, and at that point, the dough will be fermented and ready to be shaped. So at this point in the lesson, well, let's see. You know the sequence that we mix the ingredients together. You know the methods that we use to properly develop the structure of the dough. And now you know the hows of maybe to make the dough ferment. Maybe not so much the science of it, but what a baker needs to do to keep it working. So I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll take this dough once it's fermented and I'll show you how to shape it, how to proof it up into a nice light loaf, and then we'll decorate it and bake it. Well, now that the dough is fermented, I'm going to show you in this lesson how to shape it. We'll let it proof in these pan loaves so they get nice and light, and then we'll decorate it and we'll bake it. So the first step is shaping. Now, shaping is an evolutionary process. In some way, we have to tell this dough that, hey, guess what? We want you to be a nice pretty loaf pan or a nice pretty loaf of bread in here. By the way, that's a great shot of all that carbon dioxide and stuff like that that I was talking about. So to turn the dough out onto the table, a little bit of flour on the dough, on the bench, and again, it should just drop out very nicely. It's usually a little wet around the edges, so a little bit of flour to dry that, but nothing serious. Also, don't degas the dough at this point. We want it to stay nice and light. So at this point, we want to take the dough and divide it into two pieces. So I'll use my eye, but then at the same time, I want to take each one of these pieces and weigh them because that develops my baker's eye. So this we have 19 and this we have 22. So I'm going to take 1.5 of these and now I'm going to have about a 21 on each one, and that is perfect. So you divide the dough, and now the first shape for anything really is, well, except for like a baguette, is a ball. So I take this dough and I just knock the air out of it slightly. I'm not abusing it, I'm not stretching it. And then I want to form this into a very gentle ball. So I'm just going to take the top to the bottom. I'm going to take the top to the bottom. I'm going to take the top to the bottom. And then I'm going to turn it over and tuck it under like that. Very soft, very gentle. Same thing here. Knock out the dough. The prettier side should be down, so that ends up being the top. So top to the bottom, top to the bottom. Very gentle, very gentle. If you do this too much, then what will happen is the dough will get tougher. So I'm going to put a little bit of pan spray on the dough and put a piece of plastic over the top. To protect this dough from a draft, and I'm going to let it sit in that round shape for about 10 minutes. So it can relax, forget that was a large thing of dough, and start thinking of itself as two small little loaves. So after the dough has rested for 10 minutes, sometimes 15, really all we're doing is letting the gluten relax again because we woke it up from its 1 hour of fermentation sleep to make it take this shape. So we're really doing this just so the dough relaxes. We're not looking for it to rise or to do anything in particular, just to relax. It's kind of like, you know, if you're doing like lifting weights or something like that, you take a rest between sets because it lets your muscles recover. So I want to take these now and put them into their final shape. So I'm going to put these into loaf pans. I think you saw me earlier put a little bit of pan spray in there. So what I'm going to do is turn them over again. You want to keep the pretty side on the outside. And I'm just going to knock the air out of this. This one, you know what? You stay over there. I'm going to do you here. All right. I want to make this round, but I also want to make it about the length of the pan. So now I'm going to start by bringing this up a little bit, pinching this in just the tiniest little bit right here. Don't press in really hard. And then I'm going to roll this up. And then I'm going to take my thumbs and I'm going to tighten this up. All right, I'm going to roll this again. And from the middle, I'm going to tighten it, moving out a little bit more towards the edge, and then a little bit more. Again, I'm going to roll it up, press in the center, out towards the edge, out towards the edge, out towards the edge. And then when I get to the end, when there's just a little lip left over, I'm just going to roll it over and let it sit on that. I'm going to let that sit right there. The weight of the dough will close that seam for me. So I'll do the same thing again. I'm just going to do it faster. If I start to stick to the dough at all, I'm going to put a little bit of bench flour on me, but I'm not going to be sprinkling any flour on the bench or on the dough because I want this to stay nice and damp. All right, so right size, we bring this up and we fold that over. This looks like a little, like an elongated, like kind of pot sticker kind of thing. All right, and I'm going to roll this up and again, pinch in here, pinch tight, pinch tight. Again, roll it from the middle, pinch, pinch, pinch. Now at any point, if your dough is starting to feel dry or it's cracking, that means you need a little bit of moisture. So don't spray right on it, but let, a little bit of fog kind of fall on it. And now the dough will be nice and moist, so it'll wrap up tightly. So we pinch out to the ends, we pinch out to the ends, and then we let it sit right on that. Okay, now the next thing we do is we're going to come back to this. We're going to do some fine tuning. Yeah, this looks to be about the proper size. A little skinnier over here, so I'm just going to kind of push the dough there and push that back and make it look kind of the same. Okay, there you go. So this is going to go in there. I put the seam side down. Let's see what's happening over here. I think this guy looks good. I'm not real happy with these little points on the end, so you know what? I'll just turn them down so you don't see them. Let's see, what do we got here? That looks good. So I'm going to pick this up and put this right down in. So now we want these, again, to rise. And this is called proofing. Once they're in their pan, then they proof. And what we want them to do is rise up so that they're over the top ledge. So again, we have to protect them from temperature and humidity. So we take a little piece of plastic wrap, tiny bit of spray on that. You know what? There's enough spray on that to do both of these. There you go. And then I'm just going to tuck this just gently around the dough. I don't want to wedge that down in there because as the dough rises, it's going to trap that plastic against the wall. So we're going to proof these for about 40 to 50 minutes, and I'll show you what that looks like. And as soon as we put these to proof, then we're going to turn on the oven and we're going to preheat that to the temperature that it says in the formula. I want to show you the difference between the before and after proofing. I have 2 loaves here that I've already proofed. And so the difference, let's put not proofed, proofed, not proofed, proofed, so that you can see. Now, people say, recipes will say, let it almost double in volume, or let it be light and airy, or all of these things, and that, they're all pretty vague. So the real test is you look for what's called a springback test. And let's just, for the heck of it, let's pull the plastic off of these ones that are proofed. And let me show you what we're looking for. What we're looking for is, it's the same way that you would press on like the pad of your hand to tell whether a steak was well done or medium or rare. It's that same sort of how much pressure springs back. So what we do is, with a little bit of flour on our fingers, we're going to press into the dough and we're going to watch it spring back. Always press down on the ab somewhere. Don't be pressing down in on the head. And what we want when this springs back, we want the same kind of pressure as if put your middle finger and your thumb together and press there. Go, that's a little too firm. So just put your index finger and your thumb together and press there. And that gentle spring back is what this should feel like. Now, as an example of what unproofed feels like, well, let's come over here and do the same thing. Little finger on your hand, press on the ab. See, if I look at that is springing right back. That is a very active trampoline, and that feels almost like a well-done steak. So if I were to bake this right now, it would be as chewy and hard as a well-done steak. Now, whether you like a well-done steak or not, bread should be a little different. So we want this to proof until we have that nice spring back on it. You know, I have to tell you, this is, of all the steps, this is the step that is almost always the reason why your bread comes out this way, or your bread explodes, or your bread is dense, or your bread is chewy, or your bread, people think like, oh, I must have killed the yeast, or I must have done this, and you know what? You can make up for a lot of sins if you let the dough proof properly. So if you feel like it's a little bit too firm, you know what? Just let it sit for 5 or 10 more minutes and it will continue to relax. The other trick is we want to make sure that the dough has risen above the edge of the pan. You see this nice dome shape that we have, and we see that from both sides. And also, we want to be able to see that the dough really fills up against the long and short edge, and maybe there's just the tiniest little bit of space down in here. And you can see the difference. If I were to put that there, you can see right away the difference running down the lines here. You can see this really needs a lot more time. So once the dough is proof, we can go right to the decor and to the baking. So I'm going to put these other two aside for the moment. And let's get ready to decorate these. Now, when you do a loaf of this type, I like to do what's called a split loaf top or a split top. So I take some water and spray that over the top of the dough. And then I have over here, I have some whole wheat flour. And I sift that all over the top. When I do this with a rye bread, we use rye flour. When we use it with an oatmeal bread, we line it with rolled oats. So that way there's a visual clue. It's like a garnish on a cake or something like that. So then I'm going to take a serrated knife and I'm going to draw this down the center. So let's make sure you get a nice view of that. And just drag the knife down through. See how I'm dragging the knife? I'm just holding it almost like it's a violin or something like that, right? Very lightly. I'm not, it's certainly not meat. I don't have to cut through it. So I use my thumb as a guide, same as if you were like, cutting vegetables or something, and just very gently let the weight of the knife drag through. Now, if it doesn't open up enough, then you can turn the dough around and you can make another cut from the other direction. But continued cuts on the product are what it's going to open up the split, not the actual cutting. So we'll let that open up. I want to clear this off because I don't want any flour baking on the bottom of my pan. And I have here some melted butter that's also cooled down, because remember the temperature of yeast, we don't want to go over 110 or 120 because that'll harm it. So take about maybe a teaspoon. I'm going to turn this way so it's parallel to the spoon going down in, and that way maybe if I'm lucky all that butter, ooh yeah, stays right in the middle and it just kind of cries out the end a tiny little bit. Now this one, I don't know. He's sad. I'm just going to kind of open him up a little bit. But maybe I'll give him a little extra butter because he's sad. Then he won't be. These are ready to bake. So we want to bake them on a sheet tray. Make sure you leave space between them so that air can circulate, etc. So we're going to take them at this point, and then we're going to bake them. So once the bread has baked, we take the pans out and we'll let them cool on a rack, keep the bread in the pan for about 10 minutes. The bread is tentative at this point. The structure's a little loose, so we don't want to manhandle it too much, so we just let it cool like this. So let me explain what happened while we were baking. When we put these loaves in the oven, at the first stage, when we bake them at 400 degrees, this is what's called the oven spring. This is where the steam that's coming out of the loaves themselves keeps the dough moist, and it rises to its fullest height. And you usually do this phase, the first stage of baking, at a higher heat, and often there's steam inside, or the dough itself has fat in it like butter or milk, which helps keep the dough nice and moist. So then the next phase is, okay, let's open the door a little bit. Let's let any of that steam out. Let's lower the temperature. And now let's bake the dough through so we start to bake inside and set the structure of the dough. So the second phase of dough, the second stage of the baking there, if the first stage takes 10 minutes, the second stage will take about 20 or maybe 22. So what happens is we're going to bake it for about 10 more minutes. And then we're going to open the door and we're going to turn the pans around if we have to. But if we don't have to turn them around, then we're just going to let them bake as is. So we're going to pull them out at that midpoint. We're going to assess them and then put them back in. Sometimes you have to turn the temperature down a little bit more because they're maybe browning too fast, or sometimes the pans are too close to the top of the oven and the deflected heat is kind of like broiling them and makes them darker. And then in the final 10 minutes or 12 minutes of baking, then we're letting the structure set all the way through. The best test that your dough is done at this point is to use your Insta-Read thermometer. And these breads, because they're soft breads, they have some fat in them and some sweeteners, these are done at 190 degrees. So as soon as your thermometer says 190, you can take them out and let them cool. So after about 10 minutes of cooling in the pan, now we can take them and we can turn them out. Now, these in fact have been cooling a little bit more than that, and so they're cool enough to handle, and they should just come right out of the pan. And I should probably turn it so that they're facing that way. And you can see how easily they come out. If they stick at all, you can just pull a little bit around on each one of the edges, and if you prepared the pans properly, then the dough will fall straight out. Now the dough needs to cool for an additional hour. The starches inside and the proteins, they need to set. It'd be the same thing as taking maybe a roast out of the oven and carving it right away. The juice runs all over the counter, so we have to let it set. It takes about an hour for these loaves, so we'll cool them for about a half an hour on what we'll call this side A, and then what we'll do is we'll flip them over onto side B, and we'll cool them for the next half an hour. The reason we cool them on their sides is that the bottom and these sides here were in the pan, so they're awfully soft compared to how caramelized and firm this part is. So we always put this as a side. It's like a flying buttress, which keeps the rest of the dough up. So after these cool for a full hour, then we can slice them. So I happen to have some loaves that we have cooled for an hour, and here they are. So I'm going to take these. Now when I slice through a pan loaf, I'm going to put it on the side, again, because I don't want to press down through the dough. So I'm going to cut it through. I have a serrated knife here, and I do like a sawing motion back and forth through the dough. And I put that down over here, and I'm going to cut about a 3/4 inch piece of slice. You can see my slices are going really back and forth, quite broad slices here, and I'm slicing this down through. And then we can present this just exactly as if it were, say, a pate or something like that, and put a little crock of some cultured butter over here and maybe some sea salt, maybe a little thing of honey. Now that's a very nice presentation. All right, so now that you know how to bake them and present them, let's take a look at what the loaves really are telling us. All right, so let me see. Well, I'll tell you the first thing is at the USDA, when they test the flour, when they test the bread, they cut 1/3 in right through here, and this is where they establish the structure of the bread, how the flour's relating, how the flour's acting, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if we look at this one right here, what we can see is we can see the swirl of how we rolled that up inside and how it's wider, but then you see how the crumb, the size of the holes inside, are compressed all the way around here and across the bottom. Well, what happened here, whoever cut this bread, I don't know who it was, but when they came down through the top and cut it, they cut it a little bit too deep. And you can see what happened right here. The stress just went, oh my gosh, and it opened up and it sent a shock wave all the way down the side and across the bottom. Now, it's not going to affect the flavor that much, but it is going to affect the texture, especially if you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something like that, because the outside is going to be firm and nice and well and easy to chew, but the inside is going to be a little bit softer. So, and that's where most of the jelly is anyway. So, you know, maybe it makes a mess, but you know what? It tastes really darn good. The other thing I want to look at is I want to look at the corona. I want to look at how brown the crust rim is. And you can see what we have here is we have about 1/4 of an inch even all the way around this whole thing. That means where that bread was in the oven was perfectly situated, and that's why we bake it in the center. And we always use that to say, you know, if your bread is too dark down at the bottom, then that means, you know what, maybe raise it up a little bit in the oven or put 2 sheet pans under it while it's baking to kind of insulate it. So at the end of this lesson, what we've learned is how to shape the dough, how to let it proof to get the proper spring back, and then how to bake it. In the next lesson, we'll take another whole wheat bread and I'll show you how to incorporate solids into it. And I'll use raisins and make it into a whole wheat swirl with cinnamon. Hi, welcome back. In this recipe, I'll show you raisin whole wheat swirl. What we'll do is we'll make a whole wheat bread, which is similar to the one that we made in the first recipe, or the first formula. But it's what bakers call a lean bread that I'll show you now. Lean bread doesn't have as much tenderizers, not as much maybe milk or butter or honey or brown sugar. So the dough is not as soft and tender, it's a little more chewy. And what we'll do is we'll swirl some cinnamon sugar into that and kind of give another texture. So specifically in this lesson, we'll focus more on the structure of the dough and how we build the gluten without making it too tough. Once we know that, and I'll show you how to put solids into the bread. In this case, we'll put some raisins in, but you could do the same thing with, oh, I don't know, maybe hunks of garlic and roasted garlic and Parmesan cheese into a bread. And then let's learn a new shape. As every recipe, you need a new shape. So this one we'll take it and we'll roll it out and I'll show you how to make a swirl bread that, again, you can use the same technique for savory breads and spread it with maybe a white sauce and roasted red peppers and put that inside of a loaf. So let's start by taking a look at the whole wheat berry itself, or the actual whole wheat grain. So in the store, you can certainly buy the whole wheat flour in a bag. And the whole wheat berries, or the whole grain, you can also start to find much more readily these days, especially in health food stores. So let's take a look at those whole wheat berries, the actual whole grain of wheat right here. And if we take a look at these, each one of these are called berries or kernels. Each one is composed of 3 parts. The outer coating is called the bran. At the very bottom is what's called the germ, and that's what the plant grows from. It germinates, and that's how the next generation grows. And then surrounding all of that is the nutrient supply for that germ, and that's a mixture of protein and starch and vitamins, and that's called the endosperm. So those three parts are what are included in the whole grain. When you buy a white flour, such as bread flour or cake flour or all-purpose flour, what has happened is the bran has been separated away, and then also the germ. What you're getting is the nutrient itself. You're getting all of the starches and you're getting all of the protein, but you're not getting the whole grain. So let's look what whole wheat flour is actually made from. So we'll take some of these wheat berries. I've got a blender over here. We'll put some of these in. And just like they do at the mill, we're going to grind the heck out of them. All right, so this has been grinding for about 1.5 minutes. Now, I certainly haven't ground all of the wheat berries, but I've got most of them taken care of. So I want to take that, I want to sift the bulk of this out and just remove away the ones that haven't really been ground down enough for us. When they do this at a mill, what they do to make sure that this dissolves or can be totally ground is they take these wheat berries and then they'll hydrate them to let them swell, and then they'll dry them again, and that softens the outer coating, the bran, so it's easier for them to grind it. So if I take a look at this right now, right here, right now, oh, I'm dumping this out on the table. This is whole wheat flour. It's actually 100% whole wheat grain because everything is in there. The outer bran is in there, the endosperm, and the germ. Now this is a coarse grind because it came off the machine, but let's look at the store-bought version. Here is 100% whole grain flour as well, made from wheat. So to really get the look for what these are, I'm going to compare them, put them together, what they call a cut test. They do this at the USDA when they put out their flours just to take a look at them and see what their colorations are, etc. So if we take a look at this, these are both, keep in mind, these are both whole wheat flours and they're both 100% whole grain because all three of them have the bran, the endosperm, and the germ. So the one on the right here, if we take a look at this one, this is very coarse and kind of gritty. So in a bread, this is going to give a kind of a more chunky, not chunky, but a chewier, more toothy type of texture. And this type of product would be good in a freestanding rustic loaf or something like that. Now this one over here, this is the finer ground. This is the store-bought version. It still has everything, but it's just ground down finer, and they've been able to sift some of the extra bran out. So it's the same components, but because it's ground finer, this will work better in, say, a little dinner roll, and certainly the bread we're going to be making next, the raisin whole wheat swirl. You know, one of the things is people ask my students all the time, they're saying, well, which one is better? Which one is better? Well, you know, they're the same. They've just been treated in a different way. So you can do the same thing in your house. Taste the difference. Feel how this one is a little bit chewy, it's a little bit coarser. There's a nutty character in here, and just a little bit of bitterness at the back of my throat. Now the store-bought one, same exact product, finer ground, smoother, kind of a creamy mouthfeel, and it's just the littlest bit sweeter because in the process, some of the malt has started to develop in it. And there's a whole science behind that. And actually, from a sensory point of view, it's what you taste. It's your preference between the two. I tell my students, they go like, well, which car is better? I'm like, you know what? Take any car in the parking lot, they'll all drive you home. But some are going to have a hard top, some are going to be a convertible, or it's your preference. So the one you want is the one that you will use. So now that you understand the structure of the wheat berry with the germ and the endosperm and the bran, let's take that information and apply it to the next bread. So we're going to pick this dough up at the midway point through the fermentation. So let's review what has happened so far. I put the ingredients together, developed the dough, and then I put it in here to develop or to ferment. It ferments for 1 hour at 80 degrees, just like the first dough. So we're midway through that right now. So right now I'm at the halfway point, and I still want my dough to be 80 degrees. Just want to check that off again, and I have a temperature of 81, and I like that. So that means wherever this is fermenting, that's where it's going to go back because it likes it. So a little bit of flour on the bench, a little bit of flour on the dough, and we'll turn this out. Now, what kind of solids can we use? Gosh, raisins, hunks of cheese, Kalamata olives, blot them dry a little bit, toasted walnuts, anything in that variety, chocolate chips. But things that can't go in are things that are like raw bits of food, like you can't put in chunks of carrots or something like that. If you poach them first and tenderize them and dried them, then you could put them in, but you can't put any raw foods into the dough in that way. Now, normally in the fermentation, this would be where we would do the punch and fold. And every time we do that, we develop more gluten in the dough. So we don't want to do it until we have the chance to put the solids in. Now, these raisins are kind of sticking together a little bit. So I'm just going to take the tiniest little bit of flour and kind of couscous them together like this. This is the same technique you would use if you put blueberries into a muffin or something, by coating them in confectioner's sugar or a little starch so that they hang in the muffin instead of sinking down into the bottom. You can see how much easier they go in. It helps the raisins be more independent, and as they're exploring this new land of dough, it's better. They get better coverage. So I'm degassing the dough, of course, but I'm also distributing these raisins as evenly as I can. And now I'm going to form this back into the ball. Now when we do this, what we want to do is we want to kind of do what's called laminating. We want to pull some of the raisins on top of the dough so we can build dough, raisins, the way, say, like a croissant or a Danish dough is made. Because that way, then we're able to distribute the solids a little bit better instead of having them all captured in the center of the dough. So there they are, they're in there. But they're kind of just in there. They're not really attached to the structure of the dough yet. So at this point, we're going to actually develop the dough a little bit more. So we're going to go back to very low speed, gather this up, and instead of pushing away from me, I'm pushing down. Because what I want to happen is I want these raisins to sink into the gluten structure. And that little bit of flour that we put on the outside of them is recognizing the starch that's in the bread structure. So they're kind of gluing themselves. I picture them as, well, gosh, I don't know. Raisins in gluten, I guess. I don't know. I couldn't think of anything right there. But here's the thing. It's the heel of my hand. As I'm pressing down, the heel of my hand is saying, hey, are there raisins under there or not? And in this particular case, there are not. So I'm going to make sure that a big hunk of raisins get pushed into that spot. Because I just want to distribute everything. Now keep in mind, every time that you gather this dough up and press down on it, you are making it chewier. Sometimes I tell my students, every time you do that, that's one more chew before you can swallow the bread. That usually makes them slow up a little bit. Okay, now we're at the point where the raisins are starting to break through. You can see the gluten structure over top, and the raisins are trying to get away, which means they're in there enough. The dough is starting to stress, it's starting to rip. Stop! So I'm going to put this back in the container, put the lid on, and then I'll just ferment this for the next half an hour, just as if it were any old bread. So our dough has been fermented now. We can take it through the shaping process. Remember, shaping is an evolutionary process. So the first thing is to divide it. This recipe makes 2 loaves, and we want to get these into loaf pans. Now I've taken these and I've lined the bottoms of them with a sheet of parchment paper. This is going to help us pull the bread out easier when it's done. So what we want to do with this is we want to make this about the width of this pan, as we did in the last one. So a little bit of flour on the bench. Use the heel of your hand just in a downward pressing motion. Flip it over. If the dough is tacky, just put a little bit of flour on it. But we don't ever really want to see flour on the bench, so don't look at that, okay? All right, so that's the one. And now we'll go over to this one. Remember a bit before how we would shape and then we would let it rest a little bit and then we would shape. And so we want to do that same process here. Because as we press these out, the dough is becoming more active. The gluten is activating again. So we want to keep that to a minimum. All right, now which of these? This looks like it's going to be the better outside, to tell you the truth. Okay, so I'm going to take my rolling pin now, and then we start rolling these out. So when you roll these doughs, first of all, make sure there's a little bit of flour underneath so they can kind of air hockey all over the bench. And when we roll them, we start at the bottom, we roll up and back, and then we pick the pin off the dough. Where that ridge is right there, that's where you put the pin for the second time. Again, you roll up, you roll back, you lift the pin off the dough. You go to that ridge, you go up, you come back. That's all you do. That's all you do. Let's stretch the ears out on this guy a little bit, make sure he's good, and now let's come over to this guy. All right, so just do this one a little bit quicker. Up and back, off. I have to move that out of my way. Up and back, up and back. Okay, make it square. All right, so that one was rested while I do this one. Now I come back to this one. You know, if you're in a dry environment, it's a good idea to have a piece of parchment or a piece of plastic wrap over these because it'll keep them from getting dry. But I'm in a nice humid environment here, so it's not really hurting it. So I'm just going to take this pin and make the dough a little bit wider. Also, you know, I just realized this. When you're rolling the dough, keep your hands on the outside of where the dough is. Don't roll with your hands right over the dough like that, and certainly not right out here. Wherever that line is there, that's where your line should be there, because that transfers the most even weight to the dough. I just realized that as I saw that. All right, so same thing, up, 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 up. Stretch it out, a little bit of air hockey action here. And this guy needs to be a little wider. So don't turn your body and go like this. Turn the whole dough and do the same thing that way. All right, put it back where you found it. This one's not as long, but you can see it's a little bit stretchy. So there we go. All right, let's make sure this is the size it needs to be. So I'm going to brush off any flour that's on this right now. And this is melted butter. It's cooled, right? Yeah, it's cool. All right. We'll just put some of this on here. And then I move over to this one. Make sure you get the milk solids up from the bottom. Make sure you get that part. You know, if you know anybody who who clarifies butter and takes all that milk solid at the bottom and throws it away. Grab it, put it in your bread, do something with it. It's a lot of flavor. All right, so now, let's see. So now I have cinnamon and brown sugar. I like to use brown sugar, white or dark, it doesn't really matter. So I like to use brown sugar because it creates a more dramatic swirl in the bread. Now to make this go in without lumping or anything like that, we take a little bit of whole wheat flour and we just add that in. The same way, you know, remember when we did it with the raisins? It just helps open the thing up. You know, I actually learned that from a pizza guy because the cheese was sweaty and sticky and he put a little bit of semolina in it and then it just went evenly everywhere. So let's see what we're doing here. So we want to take this and divide this in half. Now I'm using my eyeball here. If I were in a bake shop, I would have to weigh the exact amount for each one of these. So I encourage you to do that at home as well. That's how you develop your baker's eye. I mean, the reason I can see that these are kind of the same is because I've done it. I put it on a scale so many times. I'm going to take my rolling pin, I'm going to take it, and I'm going to countersink all those gravel and the stones in the cement so when the people walk down to the pool, they don't slip, right? It's all nice and level in there. Don't press too hard. Okay, so let's see, what do we got? We got some solids, I want those in here. Let's take our fingers and make sure this dough is not stuck to the table. All right, spread that out. Here we go. All right, we start by, same as we did before, and we're gonna make this snug. All right, and again, and mine kind of works like a little bit like I don't know, like an arch or something. So I bring this and I tuck, and then I tuck around and around. And then I bring this and I tuck it, and I tuck it, and I tuck it. And you can see the raisins kind of popping out. That's good. But it looks like they're pretty evenly dispersed. Okay, as you bring this in, you see how the dough is kind of getting longer? So you use the pads of your hands, the heels of your hands, and you line them up with this. So as you make this tight and tuck that in, then the heel of your hands at the same time is kind of keeping that in. So that makes the structure be uniform through the whole dough. That looks good. That looks great. So that guy, these guys are probably going to burn on the top. So I'm going to take them off and, well, we have to eat them. That's what happens to them. Now let's go over and I'll just do this one again and I'll do it faster. And you can play in your mind what I'm doing with the tuck and the kind of cupping in with my hand. See, my thumbs are doing the tucking while the heel of my hand is bringing the dough in. Now this one has some raisins on the top, but I actually like when the raisins burn, so those we're going to leave on there. I have a little bit extra here. Oh, well, that'll have to go somewhere else. Now, let's see. So here's my prepared pan. Stay. Just going to put you in like that. Press down a little bit. Let's bring this guy up. Do the same thing. Put him in. And now we have to proof the dough. So you remember the last time we were proofing, we put a piece of plastic over the top that had a little bit of oil on it. So what we're going to do with this one to keep it from drying is, again, some of that cooled butter. And I'm just going to brush this over the top. When you have a swirled bread, cheese with roasted garlic and herbs and things like that, or the cinnamon raisin in this case, we're not going to slit the top. We're going to bake it whole. So the dough rises better and doesn't explode while it's baking if it has a nice layer of fat over the top of it. So we've done the shaping phase, and now we need to do the proofing. put them in the proof box and let them rise until they do that spring back test. So here are the finished loaves. And you see how easy they were to lift out of the pan from the little parchment. So they have proofed properly. They reached that spring back test that I was talking about before. And then we baked them. So they baked for their first 10 minutes. They baked at about 400 degrees. And that again helps them to rise and take their maximum volume. And then we opened the oven, we let the steam out that accumulated, and then we lowered the temperature and we let them start to bake through at that point. So we'll bake them for about 12 minutes, and then we're going to assess them. So we're going to take them out, we're going to look at them at that 22-minute mark, and we're going to see if they're baked evenly, whether we need to rotate them around, maybe the top is getting a little too brown, we have to turn the oven temperature down a little bit. So we'll put them back in for the remaining 10 to 12 minutes, and these breads are done when they're at 190 degrees. We did the same cooling. We cooled them in the pans for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we took them out and cooled them on the rack, leaning on each side. The cooling is pretty much the ripening stage when you're talking about these types of breads, because they have some fats in them and sugars, so they tend to be ready to go a little bit sooner. So let's take a look at these breads here and see. Ooh, look at that. Well, that's a nice little clump of cinnamon and sugar down there at the bottom. What I don't like so much is the way that this lip kind of came over the end. So what that means is maybe I didn't tuck it in as much with the heel of my hand. But let's take a look at these breads. Oh my, well there's a swirl, and it's got raisins. So it's a raisin swirl bread. Now what's this big giant handle doing at the top? What is that? Is that you're supposed to carry this or something? All right, so what that means is the dough was actually dry at that point. And when the top layer came over top, there wasn't enough pressure or the dough was dry. So as it was rising, the top kind of rose and the bottom kind of sank down. Now, if your dough does that too many times, I mean, the first time you do it, that's okay. Another thing you can do though is right before you bake it, you can take like a wooden skewer or something like that, and you can poke 8 or 9 holes over the top, and that will let that air out, and the dough will actually sink down more and bake more uniformly. So I like the swirl here, and you can see this is thicker at the beginning and then a little bit thinner. So what I would do next time is be tighter at the beginning of rolling here and not so tight near the end. Well, except for the little handle that you can take it off with you, I think presenting this to the kids with some butter and some jelly or peanut butter would make a great little breakfast snack. So what your bread should look like is an even, tightly wound roll spiraling from the center to the outside. You should see raisins distributed evenly throughout, and about 1/8 of an inch layer of cinnamon sugar, nice and wet and moist and shiny throughout the bread. So at the end of this lesson, you should be very familiar with the structure of dough and how we can get solids dispersed into it, and the technique for making a swirl inside of a loaf. In the next lesson, I'll show you how to make a freestanding whole wheat bread that you can bake right on the oven hearth. Hi students, welcome back. In this lesson, I'll show you how to make a rustic whole wheat bread. We'll make it in a round shape, which bakers call a boule, and we'll work with a savory element inside. We'll take some of these wheat berries and we'll soak them and put them in for a real whole grain bread. Now the wheat berries you saw from earlier, we had to grind them and we weren't even able to really break them down as much. So what we have to do when we work with wheat berries is we need to soak them overnight. We need to soften them, let them hydrate and swell up. In fact, I think one of the biggest misconceptions about a whole grain bread is that you can just take any kind of grain like cornmeal or something and just add it into a dough. Whereas in fact, whatever you're putting in needs its own water first. So in this case, I'm going to take these wheat berries, put a little bit of salt in here. Everything starchy needs a little bit of salt. Rice, potatoes, pasta. So a little bit for that. And then I'm going to cover this. We'll let this sit for about, maybe 14 to 18 hours, just at ambient temperature. And during that time, it will swell up. Now here I have some that are finished. And you can see they've absorbed so much more of the liquid, and they've swollen, and they've taken on more of an amber color. These are very, very tender. And when you bite on these, you get the chewiness of the whole grain, plus you're releasing all of the nutrients by allowing it to soak. So now that the wheat berries are soaked, I'll show you how to add them into the main dough. So when you're working with a soaker, and the rest of the breads in this lesson will have soakers in them, it's important to understand that the liquid that goes into the soaker at the beginning, whether they're seeds or whole grains, or in this case, wheat berries, sometimes we'll do it with some dried fruit. It's important to understand that that liquid is part of the liquid in the bread as well. So we've got the water and the yeast already rehydrated in here, and then I'm adding any of the liquid that the wheat berries failed to absorb, because one way or another, that liquid needs to be in the dough. There's a lot of nutrients and flavor in that liquid also. So for those reasons, always take whatever you've soaked and put all of it in the main dough. So the first step, always, after you've soaked or rehydrated your yeast, is to put your whole grain flour in there, your whole wheat flour, and allow that 5 to 10 minutes to hydrate. Now once that happens, then we add our tenderizers. So here we have some canola oil, I have some brown sugar, and I have my salt for flavor. I'm going to cut that in. And when you're working with this, you'll understand, actually you will feel why bakers call fats and sugars, why we call them tenderizers. Because even though we've got a whole grain in here, your fingers will feel, oh, this is a much softer, more tender dough. We're able to work with it. When you're first learning to work with whole grain breads, it's important to have a little bit of sugar in there, a little bit of maybe honey or agave or something like that, and or a little bit of fat. So walnut oil makes a wonderful additive, or canola. I wouldn't put olive oil in because that's it's a little too assertive. It's a little too maybe regional, unless you were making, say, a whole grain olive loaf with rosemaries. Then I would use that. So you remember how we put the raisins in when we did the raisin bread. We let the dough rise, and at the punch and fold, we put those raisins in. When we work with a soaker, it's a little bit different. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the total amount of flour that we're going to add to this, and I'm going to add it in thirds. Almost the way you would do for like a souffle or something like that. But when we're doing this, I'm going to take maybe the first half of it, and then I'm going to divide these. So this will be my first third, my second third, and my final third. And the reason we do it that way is, Well, the wheat berries literally are soaking wet. So we have to incorporate them gradually with the rest of this flour. Otherwise, it just becomes too dry too quickly, and the wheat berries won't go into the dough in an easy way. They'll start to rip through the dough the way those raisins did. Now you can already see what's happening here. The dough is becoming very tight. I'm going to turn this dough out on the table so we can really see what's happening here. All right, you go over there, you go over there. All right, so let's work down through this. Okay, that's nice and soft. We'll let this sit for about 10 minutes so that the water can equilibrate from the wheat berries out into the dough. So after this has sat for 10 minutes, you can see how the dough has equilibrated, the moisture starting to come out of the dough. So now we can take the middle third of our dough, of our flour rather, and we can work that in. Again, we're just trying to do it gradually. I think in pastry they would use the word like liaison or tempering. Instead of putting all of the eggs into the pastry cream all at once, you would put a little bit of the eggs in with warm milk and then add them gradually. So we're kind of doing the same thing here. So I'll take this batch of flour, I'll add this in, I'll let this rest for 5 more minutes, and then when you come back, I'll add the final third. So now we'll get the final third of the flour in. So remember through all of this, even though we've added the flour gradually and we've let the dough rest, we never really developed the dough. We never really got the structure in place. This 3-stage addition has been to manage how the soaked grain gets into the dough without hurting it. So once this is to a point where we can gather this up, then we're going to develop this on a medium pressure for about 3 minutes. Okay, so you remember this is the one where we're using both hands and we're going down, we're keeping our fingers up as we work, and we go across the bench. And then after that, we're going to reduce to low speed, and even though this isn't quite ready for that, remember low speed looks something like this, where we turn the dough, we fold it towards ourselves, and then we work. So you can see how this looks very much like the honey whole wheat bread, except now we've been able to incorporate the soaked wheat berries inside. So we'll work on this until we get the window pane or those little blisters. We'll ferment that, and then when you come back, then I'll show you how to divide and shape it into boules. So now that the dough has completed its fermentation, it went through at halfway, I degassed it, I punched and folded it, and now I have it ready to go. So the next step is to start the shaping sequence, which is an evolution of shapes as we've seen before. So we'll take the dough first of all out of the fermentation tub. Again, remember not to punch and fold the dough at this point. Now this will make 2 loaves at 1.5 pounds, or smaller ones if you want to make that. But here's what we're going to do. The first shape, very gentle round. So I'm putting this so kind of the ugliness is up top and the prettiness is down at the bottom. So I'm gently just knocking the air out of this. And then a soft round, the top to the bottom, the top to the bottom, and the top to the bottom. And I'm going to turn this over. I just want you to see, it's really not very pretty underneath. And we'll set that there. And I'll do the same thing over here. Don't put flour on your bench unless you need it. If you're sticking at all, put a little bit of flour on you. So again, now this looks prettier, so I'll put that down. And so I stretch that. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and then I turn that over and tuck it up. Very soft, gentle round. Now I want to let these sit for about 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm going to put them on a little bit of pan spray and then put a piece of parchment or plastic wrap over the top. And be careful when you do this. You kind of make them like ravioli. We don't want to leave a lot of airspace in here because that's actually what makes the dough get dry. So we'll let these bench rest, sit on the bench and relax for 15 minutes. The next thing I want to show you is how to make the final shape, the boule, the round rustic loaf shape. Now I'm going to use this reed proofing basket first as kind of a demonstration, as a stand-in for the dough while the dough is resting here. So the thing that's important when you do this is not to try to make the dough round, but to push the dough and let the dough get round all by itself. And the trick to that is what's called surface tension. So I'm always looking at the leading edge of the dough. So as I push this dough away from me here, my eye is focusing right down here, and as that dough tucks under, it gets tighter and tighter. And that's what makes the dough sit up. And then I'm going to bring this back, and I'm going to push it again. Up, up, create that tension. And every time I bring the dough back, I'm going to keep it flat on the bench. Because if I pick it up, there goes all that surface tension, and the dough is just going to fall out again. So that's a two-handed method. There's an easier way or another way, and some people call this the poker chip method. My friend Carol Fields of the Italian Baker calls it that. And the dough is the big pile of chips that you just want at the poker table. So your hands go over it and you just draw it towards you. And your focus is on the leading edge here, and you can actually watch it tuck under. So you would bring the dough in, you would push it back up a quarter turn, and then gradually bring it back toward you. So what are these baskets anyway? Well, these are called proofing baskets, Brotforms they're called in German, or bannetons in French. And these are reed proofing baskets. They hold the shape of the dough while it proofs, but then when we bake it, we're going to flip the dough out and then put it into the oven. Without our hands, of course, but that's the idea there. So we don't wash these, we don't bake in them or anything like that. So we have to line these. I have a selection of whole wheat flour here. So spread some of that in there. And this is rice flour, ground up rice. And you can get the rice flour in white rice or brown rice, and it's a question of what's available. If you like the light color or the darker color, there's no real, oh, this one sticks less than that or anything. So actually in my bakery, I always buy the one that is cheaper, because its real reason is as an anti-stick device. So we'll set those aside, and then we'll put the final surface tension in these breads once they've rested for 15 minutes. So now that these have rested, they're 15-minute bench rest, they're nice and relaxed. Let's take them, take a look at them. All right, so now at this point, you're going to want to keep some bench flour on your hands. And when we pick the bread up, let's take our scraper and lift underneath. I just want to show you what underneath looks like at this point. It's not, perfectly smooth and all that stuff. It's what we call the navel. I mean, one part of the bread has got to face down, so that's the part. Now the top of it is a little bit sticky because it's been sitting under the plastic, so flour your hands. All right, so I'll do this one, I'll do the push and the turn for you. All right, so I'm going to start here and I'm going to push away, and you can see right here how those little seeds are getting sucked right underneath. I'm going to turn this back and then I'm going to do it again. And you might be able to see at the same time the tension in here. It almost looks like we're blowing a bubble. I'm just doing a little bit. How much space am I traveling across the table? I'm traveling about, maybe about 2 inches, right? Because if I go too far and I turn the dough over, oh no, chef! So don't do that. Keep that part down at the bottom, and then just turn it and turn it and turn it. Look at this. Look how tight and high this sits. So I'm going to take this one. I'm going to put a little bit of rice flour and whole wheat flour here together. All right, and I'm just going to transfer this. Once you've put that final tension in your dough, don't be picking up with your hands. Use a scraper because that keeps the tension underneath while you transfer it to another place. All right, so now let's take a look at this one over here. So again, same thing, take that plastic off, flour on you. Let's scoop this guy up, put a little bit of flour on him. Let's pull him over to here. Now, you know, if there's any flour on the surface of your bench, then the bread will slide right across it like shuffleboard. So that's what the surface tension is about. So if it's starting to be dry for you, the handheld spray gun, just put a little tiny bit. Ooh, do you see that stop? That's the surface tension that you want. So as long as you have enough to do that, then as you bring this towards yourself, you'll see the same thing happening. I'm going to turn it away, bring it towards myself, turn it away, bring it towards myself. And maybe you can see I'm actually using my whole body to do this. I'm not bending my elbows as I'm pulling. I'm keeping them at the same, I guess, shape or something like that. Because I want to make this bread feel like it's being just pulled by one solid thing, not like something like that. Okay, so you see this is just like that one. And what do I have up here? I think I have a mixture of dark and white flours. Let's take this and put this over here. Now, if you have 5 minutes, let them sit like that. We just put a lot of energy into it. It's torqued out. Just let it relax. It'll shape better for you. But if you're in a hurry and you have to do it, oh, I already lined these. All right. So I'm going to do the same thing over the top. I'm going to put a little bit of rice flour and a little bit of whole wheat flour. Now you can put these into the basket with the navel up, or you can put them in the basket with the navel down. And it really depends on who your master was when you studied and whether you were in Germany or in France or in Italy. But here's what happens in real life. Tomorrow, or whenever I'm going to bake this, after a couple of maybe 50, 60 minutes of proofing, if I take this bread tomorrow and bake it, I'm going to flip this over, and then the pretty side will be up. And I'll be able to score that. It'll be like a clean canvas. This one, on the other hand, will keep a rounder shape, but when I flip it over, then I'll have a more naturalistic look to the top of the bread. And in fact, maybe I won't even have to score it. It might just open up in a very selfless sort of manner and be a true artisan-looking product. And the one that's right is the one that you like. So the last thing we have to do for any bread is we have to let them sit and we have to let them proof till they reach that spring back stage. So I take a piece of plastic, put a little bit of plastic wrap on it, just tuck that down, and then I'm going to put these in the proofing area until they almost fill these baskets. So when you come back, these will be nice and airy, and I'll show you how to decorate them. put them on a loading peel, and launch them freestanding onto the baking stone in the oven. So here's the bread proofed and ready to go. Do you remember that spring back test? All right, so put a little bit of flour on my finger. Oh my gosh. This is great. These are ready. These are ready to go. All right, now, so what we're going to do with these is, because remember, we don't bake in these bannetons, is we're going to transfer the bread out of here, and we're going to bake it in the oven right on a pizza stone. So this already is in the oven, and it's preheating, and it's ready to go. This one, of course, is not. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to show you right here. So what I'm going to do is take those breads, put them on this loading tool. This is called a peel, a baker's peel, because we're going to actually peel the bread into the oven. And they're wood or they're metal, but they have nice thin lips on them like that. And I'm going to pretend that this is one of those doughs. So what's going to happen is I'm going to flip the dough onto the peel. And then here's my stone in the oven, already preheated. So I'm going to take the peel, put it into the oven. Now I'm doing this in super slow motion, okay? I'm not leaving the wood peel on the hot stone, okay, because I'll get yelled at. So, but you put it in, you put the dough exactly where you want it to bake here. So you put that in, and then you tilt it up, you make a sliding board so that the edge, the front edge is right down on the peel, on the stone. Don't lift the peel off the stone. Do a forward, backward sliding motion so that the bread comes off onto the stone. All right, so I'll do that again a little bit quicker so you can see. All right, here it is, it's hot, I'm opening the oven door, in it comes, I put it down, I tilt it up, I energize it, I come out, ching, I close the door. So I'll show you how to do all that with the actual breads in the oven. I just wanted to show you here because, well, it's a little bit easier than looking into the oven. So now what we have to do is get these loaves out of the bannetons and onto the peel. So let's see, how do we do that? Well, the first thing you want to make sure is that the surface of your dough is dry, because if this is humid at all or tacky, once it's on the peel, it will stick and we'll have a hard time going in. So there's a couple things you can do here. You can put a little bit of flour on the top, or what I did here, and this is in your recipe, it says take that plastic off for the last 10 or 15 minutes and let it air dry. The next thing I want to do is make sure that the dough did not get caught in any of these ridges. So I take a little bit of flour. Now I'm using semolina, which is a coarse ground flour, durum semolina, but you can also use some wheat flour. And then what I do is I slowly rotate the dough, and you can see where the semolina kind of works like little scrubby bubbles, kind of freeing the dough. So I roll the dough around like that to make sure that it's free from the banneton. Now that I've got all that ready, I want to put something on the banneton so it can skid. Now a lot of people use semolina. You just sprinkle it on like that. That's great. For me, since we have the chewy wheat berries in here already, I'd rather not have the crunchy semolina on the bottom. So I'm just going to put a little bit of bread flour. Now that's actually a little too much, just a tiny, tiny little bit. All right, so here we go. Here we go. All right, scrubby bubbles. I hold it right here so my thumb is not over the dough. And I'm going to put my hand like this, and I'm going to flip it over, and then I'm going to pull my hand out like that. Don't slam it down because the bread will get really mad. All right, so now I want to round this up, make it look good. If there's a little too much rice flour on the dough, I'll take my little brush and get rid of that. I have nice slide here. All right, so the last thing we need to do is we need to score it. Now the easiest way to score the bread is to take a serrated knife or a little steak knife. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it and I'm going to drag from the bottom up to the center. I'm not going to go from the top down because that's going to crush the dough. I'm going to give the dough a quarter turn, and I'm going to repeat that gesture as well. I'm going to give the dough another quarter turn, or 180 if you are actually watching. Do that, and I'm going to turn this around this way, and I'm going to score that up like that. So this dough is ready to go. I'm going to take this and I'm going to load it into the oven. The oven's been preheated already at about 450 degrees. So I'm going to bake that in there for a total of 7 minutes. Hot, steamy environment. The surface stays nice and soft, kind of like making a gnocchi or something, how the outside stays very tender, or like a schnitzel. Not a schnitzel, what are those little noodles called, those German noodles? Anyway, so this is going to rise. So for 7 minutes, hot and steamy. And then I'm going to open that door. I'm going to let that steam out. I'm going to turn the oven down to about 400 or 375. And then I'm going to bake it for 7 more minutes at a dry stage so it starts to bake all the way through. So 7, 14, at the 14-minute mark, I'm going to open it again. Again, watch for steam because the dough releases steam. Let that out. I'm going to check the dough to see if it's baking evenly. If everything is good, I'll shut the door back up for its final 7 minutes. But if I need to rotate the dough, that's when I'll do it. So to recap, in 7 minutes, hot and steamy, open the door, take out the steam, turn the oven down. 7 more minutes, dry. Open the door again, assess, put it back in, 7 more minutes. And then we'll check the dough for the right temperature, and we're done. So now that the wheat bread has cooled, let's take a look at it. Look at these slices. Look how nice and evenly this has baked. The corona very even all the way around. I'm seeing a little bit of darkness over here, so maybe that was too close to the corner of the oven or something like that, so I'll have to keep an eye on that for next time. But it's risen very evenly, and we have a nice even crumb throughout the whole thing. And you can see, of course, the wheat berries everywhere throughout. This would be an excellent bread for peanut butter and jelly for the kids, but maybe a Gruyere cheese sandwich, nice and toasted on this, or thin slices of Bayonne ham, because it would really emphasize the rustic, earthy taste of the whole wheat berries. So please post some photographs in the lesson work so I can take a look at them and see how wonderfully you're progressing. And if you have any issues with a misshapen loaf or something, I'd be very happy to look at it because they're often so easy to solve. So now that we're through with this lesson, you should be very comfortable with how to prepare a soaker of whole grains and incorporate that into the dough. Create nice surface tension on the dough by doing either the poker chip or the push and the pull motion. And then how to take those loaves and bake them in a freestanding oven. I'll see you in the next lesson where we'll make a multi-seed Bâtard. Hi, in this lesson I'll show you how to make a multi-seed Bâtard. What's a Bâtard? A Bâtard, that's one of the objectives for this lesson. A Bâtard is a torpedo-shaped loaf of bread. And because it's freestanding, I'll show you how to proof it in what bakers call a couche, or a piece of linen that we mold around the dough while it is proofing. And the last thing I'll show you in this lesson is how to make a pouliche, which is actually a pre-ferment, which helps bring flavor and structure to the bread. All right, so let's get started. So I took my water and my salt and I dissolved that. Oh, you've seen a soaker before. You know how to do that. But keep in mind though, for the seeds, we can use ambient temperature water. You don't have to have hot water because the seeds aren't that, well, they aren't that hard. So I have a collection here. I've got sunflower seeds, I've got sesame seeds. Any color sesame is fine. I'm using black because I think that makes a nice visual in the bread. I've got golden flax seeds, If you can get the dark flax seeds, the very kind of umber ones, they have a more nutty flavor. These are just as good. I've got pumpkin seeds here, and then I also have, we need a ground up meal to get the enzymes out of these seeds quickly. And when you take any of these seeds and grind them, this is flaxseed meal. You could use, you could use pumpkin seed meal, sunflower meal, or you could just take any of these and grind them. All food comes with enzymes on it already to help in the pre-digestion. As soon as, all you need to do is add water, and these enzymes are set loose, they kind of reanimate, and they start to break down the fiber and the starches, releasing the nutrients. So they give it more flavor, and they also give it a little more texture. So we're gonna let this sit. We let this sit for about, maybe 16 hours or something like that. Cover it, leave it at ambient temperature. And then I have one here. Here is one 16 hours later. You know what, I'm just gonna pull this back so you can see the difference and how liquidy this is. So here they are before they're soaked. They're starting to absorb some of the liquid. Here they are 16 hours later. And look how absorbed the water has become. So this really looks like a porridge type of thing. And if you take a look at this, look at the weight of this stuff. Boom. This is going to weigh your dough down. It's going to give a lot of flavor. So much different texture here with very soft, a little crunchy, kind of al dente. I don't know if seeds can be al dente, but I guess they can. And then the last thing I want to do is take a little taste here, because I really want to make sure that they are salted enough. Remember, every starch that you cook, you want to put some salt in it. Otherwise, it will rob the salt from the bread. So these taste good. If they didn't taste salty enough to you, you just put a little bit more on. It's just fine. So I'll wash my hands. We'll come back, and then I'll show you how to make the pouliche pre-ferment. So remember how heavy and gloppy those seeds were. So before we go and put those into a bread, we need to preliminarily create some sort of structural device, some sort of flying buttress thing that we can put inside the bread to hold those seeds up so they don't sink to the bottom like a 1, 2, 3 cake. So one of the things that bakers do is they take some of the water and the yeast and the flour out of the main dough recipe, and they put that together and they preliminarily ferment it. So we call it a pre-ferment or a prefer, depending on what part of the country you're from. There's a whole lot of different types of pre-ferments, and they all are used to bring flavor into the dough. They create a sort of extendable gluten structure, a extensibility, like you know, like how a ciabatta, you can like kind of stretch it out and it makes something chewy without becoming tough. And the other thing that a pre-ferment does is bring a lot of flavor into the dough, because what we're doing is we're preliminarily fermenting some of the flour that we use. So this water and this yeast are actually part of the main dough formula. We're just taking them out the day before, put the water and the yeast together, and then add your flour. Just going to mix this together. Go around the outside. So I have equal parts of flour and water. And it's equal parts by weight, remember. It's not by volume, because a cup of flour weighs a lot less than a cup of water. And you know, I like to use the imagery of the two O's in the pouliche because one is water and one is flour. So if I were to carry them on my shoulder or something like that, I would have them so that they balanced. And then no matter how much of it I made, I knew that it would be the right texture. So here I've got the flour to the point where it's all moist. So I have to take this and turn it out onto the bench. I want to make sure that I make all of this flour nice and moist. So look at this, how goopy and sticky this whole thing is. All right, so now what I want to do here is, I don't need to develop the gluten. The gluten is going to develop all by itself. The thing I'm looking to do is to make sure that the yeast is evenly distributed throughout the flour. And maybe you can see even a little bit of the gluten already developing in here. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it back in the bowl. Okay, so no dry flour anywhere with this. So now we've got a human pastry brush. I'm going to wet down the wall. I'm going to put this in here. I think the best tool for this job is another scraper. I'm just going to take, I want to get all of this off the scraper because I want it in the dough and I certainly don't want it to go down my garbage disposal. Because everything will be fine for a while, but then on Thanksgiving, it's all going to come to life. So here it is now in the bowl. Doesn't look like a whole lot of anything, because it hasn't been pre-fermented yet. So the last thing I want to do is take a little bit of water, wash down the side, and also, especially because look at all this surface area I have. This is going to let the top of this dry out, which we don't want. So I just take just enough water on my, what do we have now, a human pastry brush? All right, just enough to keep the surface moist. Get all this off here. I'm just going to leave my scraper in there because tomorrow when I go looking, I won't have to go far to find my scraper. I put a piece of plastic wrap over this. I poke 1 or 2 holes in it because it will build up some carbon dioxide. And I just want that to be able to escape without blowing the lid off and then maybe coming out over the side. So here's an important point. When you put a pre-ferment aside, no matter what kind it is, make sure that there is 3 times the amount of headroom above that because it will expand. The pre-ferment has no salt in it, right? Just water, yeast, and flour. And salt acts as a deterrent, a retarding agent for the yeast, kind of slows it down. So in the absence of that, this is going to just bubble up like crazy. It doesn't have any particular flavor or anything. You're certainly free to taste it. It probably tastes like wet flour. So I'm going to clean my hands off, and then I want to show you what a pouliche looks like after we let this sit at ambient temperature, again, for about 16 hours. So you know what, I'm going to put them right next to the CD soaker, and I'm going to let them just get to know each other. They can talk, maybe text. And then tomorrow when they go together, they'll be happy. They'll make a nice bread very, very quickly. So off to the side you go, and in comes my already fermented, preliminarily fermented pouliche. So I put a piece of tape on here. I have my starting time and then my 16-hour ending time. But I wanted to let you see, I put the top of the tape at the top line of where the pouliche was when I put it away. So you can see how much it increased in volume. So maybe this was a little too large, maybe next time something a little smaller, but you can see how happy these things are to climb up the side. All things being equal, something which is narrow and tall is going to be better for you than something which is like squat and wide. And the real reason for that is surface area. A lot of air is going to get in here, and it absorbs the moisture, or gives the moisture an opportunity to evaporate. So my hydration, the amount of liquid in this, is going to stay more constant if I have something like this. And this is certainly easier to pack over in the corner rather than something like a bowl. So let's take a look at this. Now a lot of times students say, oh, how do I know it's ready? How do I know it's ready? Well, you know, the best way to know that a pouliche is ready is to have a pouliche that you've over fermented. That's the best way to know. Because what will happen is, as it ferments, it climbs up the wall, it climbs up the wall, it climbs up the wall, and it starts to dome just a little tiny bit like a sponge cake or something like that. And then if you look close in here, you can see it's just starting to drop down the wall. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to bang it on the table. Don't be scared. And it falls like that. If you come in, you see your pouliche has already fallen. It has created a little too much acid. Oh, certainly we're going to use it, and it will be perfectly fine. But the idea is, well, it's like surfing. You know, the wave comes in, it builds up its pressure, and then it breaks. And you want to catch that wave just as it's breaking, because that's where it has the most pressure to push you forward. So when we get the yeast just at that point, when we take that and put that in the main dough, it's going to hook up with those seeds, and it's going to go, all right, here we go, come on, let's go, grow with me, up. So that's the idea. So if you're a little late or a little early, guess what? It's still going to work. But all things being considered, that's what we strive for. So let's take a look at this. Let's put this out on the table. Oh my gosh. You want to take a smell of these things, because the particular bacteria in your environment, in your kitchen, are going to help create some secondary aromas in this. This one smells particularly like, oh gosh, what are those little lemons? This smells a little bit like Meyer lemon. Sometimes like a Granny Smith apple is a smell that you'll get off of this. All right, now look at this. I just poured it out, and you see how it blobs out. But you see how it has these shoulders all around it, right? It's holding itself up already. Let's see what this looks like. I'm going to come at it with some water on me so it doesn't get scared. Look at this. Look at this. Remember the window pane? So we have preliminarily fermented enough of the flour to give a structure, to give a flavor. And meanwhile, a lot of the yeast has multiplied. So even though we put in this much yeast, we have the force of this much yeast now, with not all of that dried yeast flavor. So there's a lot of advantages to this pre-ferment. So now we're really getting into the artisan's way of baking. You know, we learned how to make the basic fundamental whole wheat bread using some white flour. This bread is made, except for the pouliche, all from whole wheat flour. So I've got my yeast and my water in here, as we always do. And the next thing that happens is, well, I go like, what's in this pouliche? Well, there's yeast and water in here as well. So I'm going to pick this up. The best way to pick this up is a little bit of water. Just scoop the thing up and get it down in there. I want all this. I want all this. I want all this. And here's the best fun. Just squish it. Squish it through your teeth like mashed potatoes. And we don't have to break it down completely. Remember, we've got that extensible gluten, so we don't want to really harm that. We just want to kind of break it up a little bit Kind of looks like very large curd cottage cheese at this point. All right, now let's see, what else do we have to go in here? Oh, we have our seedy soaker. Look at this stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay, so, all right, human spatula, here it goes. In. Yeah. Get all of that in there. Get all of that in there because I'll tell you what, if you put this bowl in the dishwasher like that, you will get yelled at. Let's get the most of that. I'm going to put some water in that so those seeds don't dry while they're sitting. All right, so now back in, and now we break this up. So you see how at this point, we're really building this bread. And maybe you can see how that extensible gluten is starting to marry with those seeds. So that gloppy, heavy seed mixture, look at it now. All right, that looks pretty good. Okay, now we can season this. So let's see, what do we have? Well, we have our salt. We have some honey. You know, if you put this in the microwave a little bit, it'll be easier to come out of the container, and it's not going to cool down the dough. Remember, we got to keep these doughs at 80. And what do I have over here? I have a little bit of oil, tenderizing oil. Canola or walnut oil is a great additive. All right, let's blend that together. So visualize how heavy that seedy soaker was, and now look how light we've made it. The pouliche helps expand it, and we've tenderized it. So now we need to get the whole wheat in there and turn this into a dough. So we come in and we chop through this. Now this is going to be a little bit slacker, a little bit softer. There's a little bit more water per pound of flour in this bread than anything we've worked with so far. Bakers call the ratio of water to flour in a dough, they call that the hydration. And when bakers talk, they don't say, oh, how much water are you putting in your baguettes these days? They don't want you to say, like, oh, I'm putting 4 pounds, 2 ounces, and stuff like that. They want you to say, you know what, it's so dry, I have to put 75% in. So for every 100 pounds of flour, 75 pounds of water. All right, I'm going to take this out. I'm going to put this on the table. Remember that meatloaf thing that we do? Well, we don't really have to do that very long here because this has more hydration in it. But we do need to sit for 5 minutes. We have to let the whole wheat flour, that last batch, swell up before we start to develop it. So I'm just going to put the lid over here. I'm going to count to 5 minutes, and then I'll be back. So let's take a look at this after 5 minutes. Oh, look, there's my scraper. All right. Oh, listen, I wanted to show you. You see how I have all this dough? Well, all the dough you're going to have on your hand too. If you want to, if you're like, I got to get rid of this, put a little bit of flour on your fingers and then just use that to get that flour off your hands. So if you are compelled to send a text message during those 5 minutes or something, then you're not going to get dough all over your phone. But you know what? Just hang around. Just hang around. Do stuff. Anyway, we have to start developing this now. So we are going to use that medium speed for 3 minutes. So let's see what that looks like. Whoa, look at this. Look at how sticky. Oh no, chef, it needs flour. Oh no, it doesn't need flour. Remember how much more water this has? This is a slack dough. And slack doughs, well, you know, they're slack. So it's gonna stick to you. So I'm gonna smear this around for 3 minutes, really to distribute, to get that pouliche all throughout with that new whole wheat flour so that the new gluten can meet the pre-fermented gluten. It can build a nice fence, a nice wall, and then they can spread those seeds all over it. Oh my gosh, look at that. So we do this for 3 minutes. Look, you can look at how it's like it's already a boule. All right, so I'm going to take this, and now I am going to get a little bit of this off my hand, only because I have to send a text message. All right, now I'm going to let this sit for 5 more minutes. So I'll see you in a little bit. So we'll do this for 3 minutes on medium speed, and then 3 minutes on low speed. And then when the dough is done, after those final 3 minutes, you can see the gluten, how it's developed and how it has trapped many of the seeds underneath. That's the equivalent of the window pane, so we know that we have enough structure in this dough. Plus, that's another advantage of the pouliche at the beginning. Building all that pre-fermented gluten lets us put a little less pressure on our dough now. So we're going to take this and we're going to ferment it, and we'll come back and shape it. Now this one, because it has a pre-ferment in it, we're going to make this ferment for an hour and a half instead of just 1 hour. Now that the seedy dough has fermented, you know, this is almost what the dough would look like, or the bread in cross-section when we slice it. You can see the air holes in here, the flax seeds, the sesame seeds, the sunflower seeds, and also the flax meal gave a real nice darker color to this, very kind of warm brown. I'm going to set this aside for a minute. The shape I'm going to show you for this bread is called a Bâtard. And a Bâtard is, oh, you know what? It's like a football. It's fatter in the middle and it tapers down and it has almost points at the end of it. And the way that, I'll show you how to shape that, but when bakers proof that, since it's awkward to kind of design baskets of that shape, we use what's called a couche. And couche, the French word for sleeping. And traditionally it's a piece of linen, and here's a pretty large one. This is from my shop, and this will put about a half a dozen baguettes on it or something. But the way that it works is you put this onto a flat surface, and then you can put creases in this couche at any thickness that you want. And for a baguette or something, then you just put them down in there and you let them proof side by side, kind of couché all night long. So that's what we'll use. Now, if you don't have any linen couche like this, you can buy something at the fabric store and you can put a seam on the end of it if you'd like. Or you can take, as long as you don't get caught, you can take maybe a couple of linen napkins or something like that. So what I have here is I fit them onto a half sheet tray so that that works pretty much in the house. And you can see I just kind of pleated them under. So I'm going to set that aside. And just as with the bannetons, when we put the rice flour in so that the dough wouldn't stick, we're going to do the same thing here. I'm going to take some whole wheat flour and kind of rub that right into the linen. See, this is why you're not going to give these back once you steal them from wherever you take them. You're going to hide them for your breads. And so this is a nice prepped couche for that. Then take that, I'm just going to set that aside, and then we'll shape the bread. So let's take this, put a little tiny bit of flour on the top. Let's turn that out. Oh, this looks beautiful. Look how large the holes are starting to get in this. The value of the soaker is that it continues to give moisture out to the dough. So as the dough is proofing, the dough is getting softer and more holes in it, etc. So and the moisture from the seeds gives these breads a very good shelf life. So I'm going to take this and divide this into 3 pieces. This one needs a little tiny bit more over here, and there you go. Don't tell my students I'm not weighing this out on the scale, because I insist that that's what they do. So now I want to try to form these into a round. So I'm kind of gathering the dough up and patting it flat. I'm going to put a little tiny bit of flour on here. The dough is a little sticky, just a little bit. Turn this over, turn that over. That's great. That's great. Something maybe the size of your hand, the span of your fingers is good, because that's the size that you'll roll them to. And let's take this last one and kind of bring these pieces around so that we can have something that looks really nice and pretty to be on the outside. So that's our divide and first shape. We'll go back to this one. This was the first one that we made, and this is the most relaxed. All right, let's shape this. Really, I'm really kind of patting this down. I'm keeping the edges nice and high. I don't want to taper these, etc. So, make this nice and circular. That looks good. Okay, so slow-mo, I'm going to take the top and I'm going to fold that down. I'm going to kind of pleat that in, make a giant kind of empanada type of shape. I'm going to turn that around and bring the top down, and then I'm going to do the same thing. Then I'm going to fold that up together so that the seams meet like a giant pair of happy lips ready to eat some seeded Bâtard bread. I'm going to pinch that up ever so lightly and roll that over. So there we have our Bâtard shape, thicker, tapering down, and almost a pointy kind of edge. So as I'm doing the rest, I'm going to put the seam of this on the bottom. I'm going to put it on some flour to help that seal up. And now I'll do the same thing with the remainder ones. I'm going to go a little faster, and you can walk through it and just see quickly how it happens. I'm using the heel of my hand here to kind of come in and press the dough down, kind of kiss, sealing those lips together. Pinching that up just gently, gently. Rolling it down. Let's put a little flour up here. And let's take this last one. Fold this down. Turn this around. Bring this down. Fold this down. And if you're not comfortable with this, you can just take 2 or 3 fingers and just pinch down like that. Just roll it over towards you once or twice that way. So it kind of seams. Now that one's having a hard time, so we'll just have to actually pinch that one. Points on the ends. Take a little bit of rice flour or whole wheat flour and put that down. Come back and kind of make them be the same size. All right. That one looks like a little baby. So now to put them to sleep in their little couche for the evening, I'm going to take a little bit of rice flour for the top and put a little whole wheat flour. This is really where you start feeling like an artisan baker of sorts. This is some oat bran that I happen to have. So I'm going to put that in there. And this is some flax seeds. And certainly I don't expect them all to adhere to the dough, but a couple will here or there. So I'm going to place the middle one. Oh, actually, I wanted to put the little baby in the middle so the parents can take care of it. Put the seam side down. Okay, I'm going to put Dad over here. I'm about 1.5 fists apart. And I'm going to put Mom over here. And then I'm going to pleat these. I'm going to pull this up and snug these two together. I'm going to pull this up and snug these two together. Now there's not that much space between these two. They're going to come over that wall while they're sleeping, and who knows what they'll get into. So let's make that just a little bit higher. You can see what's happening here. These are right up against each other. And as each one of them rises, it kind of pushes against the other, and they kind of equilibrate and make nice tapered shapes. So I'll wrap them up for the night. I'm saying for the night. They're only going to proof for about an hour. I put this on top, I usually put something on top just to keep a little bit of weight on there. And then if there's any airspace on the ends, or you think in any way the ends might be, nobody likes their feet sticking out the ends of the blanket. Well, maybe they do, but not the little breads. So I'm just going to tuck a little piece of plastic under there, and I'll let these ferment for about 50 or 60 minutes, again, until they pass the spring back test. All right, remember these little Bâtards asleep in their couche? Oh my gosh, look at these things. Look how nicely they formed into their Bâtard shape. Again, we're going to test them for that spring back. Take a little bit of flour, press on their abs. Oh my gosh, these are ready to go. So now the trick is, all right, how do we get them out of here onto our loading peel? So we need what is called a flipper. Now you can buy a thin piece of wood or something like that. I usually take the lid of a cake box or something and cut it so that it fits. Pretty flexible. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to prepare the peel over here. I'm going to put a little tiny bit of semolina on it. And then I want to bring this back so you can see what's going on, all right? I'm a right-handed guy, so I'm going to put the flipper on the right-hand side. I'm going to peel this off, and then I flip it up like that. I pick it up. You can go over there, or bring you in, and then I put this down like that. And then I need to score it. So for this one, let's use a baker's lame. I'm going to put this in a little bit of flour as a lubricant. Keep in mind, you want to just use the tip. It's as if you're writing with a pen or a pencil. You don't want to have the thing moving flat across like that, because then this will catch in the dough. So we're going to draw it across in that kind of fashion. There's a natural curve to this one, so I'm going to draw it in a way that curves to my body. Now let's see what's going to go on here. All right, so I want to start here, and this one, I want this to come to about maybe 2/3 of the way down. So I'm going to hold on to this part here and just score right through it, just like that. I'm going to back up, I'm going to move over to about here, and then pull that through. All right, so you see I'm really like kind of Edward Scissorhands here. I'm not like drawing and gouging into the dough. All right, so let's get the rest of these over here. One of the things that I just came up with the other day was using a silpat, a little piece of that, and flipping the dough onto that. You can pick it up and you can move it over. And the other thing you can do is really, once you get used to it, just take your arm and just flip it up like that, and then bring it over and put it down on the peel. All right, so let's score the rest of these. You know what? I don't think I'm going to score these, because as the dough was proofing, it's made a natural score mark here and here. So I'm just going to take advantage of that, and I'm going to bake them as is and let it become more rustic. So I'm going to take these and bake these in the oven, and then I'll see you when they're done. So here are some loaves that I baked earlier this morning. They cooled, they ripened, and then you know what you'll find with these breads? Because of the soaker, as they sit, the crust will get a little bit soft. So you just take them, put them back in a 400-degree oven until they're nice and crispy. That's all you have to do. So let's take a look at these. Oh my. I'm going to lean in. I hope you can hear the crunch of the crust against these. These are beautiful loaves, if I say so. Look at this. Look how nice and uniform and round. You can see how they were formed in the first place. There's no compression at the bottom. We have a nice thick corona on these. This is about 1/4 inch of nice crispness. And you know, I actually, in real life, I actually bake these a little bit longer, because I like the corona, the crust part, to actually come into the dough about maybe like 1/3 of an inch. Because what we have in here is so very tender and moist. Now I'm tasting for a lot of things. The first thing I'm tasting for, oh my gosh, is the acid that comes from the pouliche. So if this is my tongue, right? This is the tip of my tongue. The acid from the pouliche I'm feeling on the sides of my tongue, kind of like dripping down on each side. It feels a little bit like yogurt or something like that. Tastes like seeds, but it feels like yogurt. So that's the tang. The other thing I'm getting is from all the seeds, I am getting al dente from seeds. I'm getting that. I'm getting soft little sesame seeds. The pumpkin seeds are giving me an al dente. And the aroma from this, again, that like Meyer lemon type of aroma is marrying with the toasty flavor of the seeds. I don't think you need to put anything on this. Maybe cultured butter. I don't know. I want to put jelly on it. I don't even want the peanut butter. I want to go right to that. So, oh, and shelf life. Oh my gosh, in heaven. Just wrap this up in a piece of parchment and then stick it inside of a plastic bag. And because of the soaker, you have a shelf life on this of 5, 6, 7 days, and just toast it or re-crisp the outside. So let's see, what did we learn in this lesson? Well, you learned how to make this Bâtard shape. You learned how to proof them in the linen couche. And the last thing we learned, well, actually it was the first thing, how to build that pouliche, how to build that pre-fermented structure to hold all of this together. So come back in the next lesson and I'll show you how to take every grain in the whole entire world and put it together into a boule and bake it. Hey, welcome back. For the final bread, I'm going to show you how to make a multigrain bread. And we will learn in this one how to maximize the different kinds of grains that we can get in there and the different flavors. I'll review again how to work with the pouliche. And in this one, we're going to add a little bit more water to a dough so it really becomes slack and very hydrated. So let's just start with everything. And you know what? This is a great lesson to review everything that we've learned so far. So rather than actually following along with your course materials, just picture this all. Here it is. Think about it. Let's walk through each one and think to yourself, how would I mix that together? What would I do next? And I will, of course, do those things, but that way it's helping you set it in your mind a little bit more. Because one thing bakers don't do is read and then do. You probably have noticed that from how I don't maybe always follow the recipe. So I want to show you really how bakers work. So I'll give you a live feed. I'll just talk about what's going on in my little baker head, and we'll go with it. So let's start here. This is my whole mise en place, right? The first phase of all the bread. So in here I've got my water, my active dry yeast, already rehydrated. What do we have up here? Oh, this is the soaker. All right, so I've taken these seeds, and we'll talk about these in a little bit. I've taken them and put them with some water and let them set overnight. Remember all that enzyme stuff, it breaks down the flavor. Okay. In here I've got the pouliche. The water and the flour, equal parts, a little bit of the yeast, and I let this rise for about 16 hours. All right, so that's that. What else do we have over here? All right, I've got some oil for tenderness. I've got some honey for flavor. I've got a little bit of salt here. Back here I have my whole ground wheat flour, and I have some bread flour to give it a little bit of a structure. And I think that that's everything. Now over here, just so you know, I got 3 things I'm going to work with. I've got some my bench flour here, so I always keep a scraper in there so I don't add that by mistake to the dough. And then I've got some water here, because when we're working with these kinds of doughs, it's actually easier sometimes to use water. And just for the heck of it, I've got some extra water over here that I might want to add. So here we go. So what do we do? What is the first thing that we should do here now that we're doing the mixing sequence? All right, we got the yeast and the water. So, oh yeah, it's the pouliche, because this is another yeast and water item. So I'm going to take these two, stir this up. Let's get these off to the side. And then right away, I'm going to take my hands and break down into this. Again, remember the reason we did the pouliche. Do you remember why? Look at the gluten. It's already developed to help support all of this soaker. So I think this is a good time to get that soaker in there. So let's see how this goes. Oh man, that's great. I'm even just take a little bit of this extra water. You know why? Because there's enzymes in here and I want them. All right, so let's break all that up again. All right, so nothing new, nothing new. I'll review, except the big difference here is we're using grains instead of the seeds. The grains are going to soak up a little bit more water. So this formula, this bread, might be a little bit varied when we get to the main dough. So now what do we got? All right, there's a little human whisk activity. All right, clean that off. All right, let's see. Let's get some oil in there. Okay, remember the walnut oil is a real good flavor, but canola oil, not olive oil, not so much for this. All right, and then here's our honey. I think I should have put that in the microwave a little bit so it mixes in a little bit easier. So this is my porridge, this is my oatmeal, this is my farina, this is my polenta, this is my grits, ready to go. Before I turn it into a main dough by adding the flours, I'm going to taste this because I can correct it. I can change its profile. Tastes salty, tastes tangy from the pouliche, and I taste all those different grains in there, the nutty, kind of a caramel. These taste good. These taste good. All right, so if you've got 2 flours to go in, the one that goes in first is the whole grain flour. So that one goes in. I'm going to blend that in, and I've got to give that 5 minutes for it to hydrate. And then I'm supposed to come back and put the white flour in as well. Well, you know what? I think I'll put the white flour in anyway. And then I'll just let the whole thing hydrate. In fact, I think I will let it sit for about 15 minutes. Because I really got to go and pick something up at the store. So I'm going to put the flour in a little out of sequence here. And then I'll let this whole dough sit for 15 minutes. If you've taken a course on sourdough, or maybe Peter Reinhardt's artisan bread courses, that's what's called an autolyse. And when you let a dough autolyse, it knits itself together and hydrates very evenly. So even though we wanted, in theory, that whole wheat to hydrate 5 minutes first, we're actually going to give 15 here. Because you know what? Bakers have that ability to manage the dough. We don't want the dough managing us. We don't want it to say, oh my gosh, hurry, quick, I'm overproofing, help me, help me. You know, we want to do it on our timetable. So I'm gathering this all together. You can see this is nice and sticky and goopy. All right, so instead of the 5 minutes all alone, I'm going to take 15. I'm going to take a little break from here. I'm going to clean my fingers off, have a cup of coffee, and then we'll come back and develop it. So while we're doing the autolyse here, this is a great time to talk about the type of grains that I've selected for this formula. So here are the whole wheat berries. Now those per se are not in here, but this is the whole wheat flour, the whole grain flour. So I'm going to give that a taste because that's going to form the background of this entire palette. So this has a nutty quality, a little maltiness, and a tiny bit of bitterness in the back. Now on top of that, I have rye flour. The formula calls for dark rye. Any kind of rye will work, even pumpernickel, which is the same as a whole ground rye berry. The thing about rye is it adds sweetness. So it brings the flavor forward. It also accelerates the fermentation a little bit. So if the bread gets heavier and heavier from all of these things, it's going to add a little bit of volume. All right, so over here I have oatmeal. Now these have a nice sweetness to them. These are rolled oats. They're not instant oats. All right, we don't want that. And I chose the flakes only because, well, they just dissolve a little bit more easily in the dough. You certainly could substitute for that steel-cut oats because we're soaking this all overnight, so it doesn't make any difference that way. And my final element is stone ground cornmeal. Any cornmeal. I just chose stone ground because it's coarse, it's sweet, it has, of course, that corny taste to it. And there's always a slight kind of lye taste to it, which is an alkali, kind of mineral-y type of flavor, which I think works real well with the fermentation. So that's what I've chosen. Now, if you can't find one of those or you'd rather substitute anything else, it doesn't matter. Just keep the total weight of the grains the same, and then it won't make any difference once it's in your dough. All right, so here's our dough after the 15-minute auto-lease. And I want to show you something. I'm just going to take some of this dough. Now, do you remember the window pane? Look at this. Look at how this dough has already knitted itself together. Of course, it had the advantage of the pouliche, the pre-fermented gluten, but just the flour sitting with the water for 15 minutes gives it enough structure. So what we need to do now is to develop it. I'm splitting this in half. Why? Well, because this is the formula as you have it in your book. So I want you to see what this looks like. All right, so for 3 minutes, I'm going to smear this across the table at moderate pressure. See the way I'm bringing this back? I'm not like actually picking the dough up. I'm just using my hand to do it. My human dough flipper. All right, so we let that go. We'll do that for 3 minutes. We'll let that rest for 5, and then we'll do it 3 minutes on low. And here's what I want to show you. Here's the other half of that same dough. All right, now I promised you higher hydration. So over here on my scale, I have 500 grams of water. And what I want to do is I want to start adding this water to my dough. Why? Won't it make it slacker? Yes. But what happens to the water in the oven? It turns to steam. So the dough rises, you're going to get bigger holes. The size of the holes has to do with the hydration? Absolutely. And when you think of a ciabatta with like golf ball size holes, ciabattas are hydrated at about 85, 90%. 90 pounds of water for 100 pounds of flour. A baguette, you know what? Let's go with a white bread. A white bread is hydrated about 60%. So that's a lot less water. The holes are tighter. You know, one of the reasons I love going to other bakeries, other than, of course, you know, I get to taste what other people are baking and I don't have to clean up. You get to taste the bread and you look at the crumb and you're like, okay, based on the size of these holes, how much water's in this dough? And do I taste a pre-ferment in here? And you kind of imagine the whole recipe, and then you go back to your shop and you bake it. And it's a really good palate training exercise. So you know what? I'm going to make this really nice and sloppy. Yeah. If too much goes in, guess what? It'll just get absorbed. So we'll leave it alone. There you go, there you go. All right, so you're gonna sit for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, same as this guy. Same dough, more water, slack, big holes. All right, so let's see. Let's go back to this guy, and he needs his 3 minutes on low speed. So let me just clean my hands off here, dry them with a little bit of flour. And now, let's come back and do this on low speed. All right, so flour on me. No flour on the bench. All right, so I'm going to fold this up. I'm going to press down. There you go. There's that bubble. Remember this? Press down, push the dough away, seam on the top, turn, fold. Press down, push away, seam on the top, turn, fold. If you start to stick to the dough, don't hurt the dough. You're the problem. Put some flour on you. You're the reason you're sticking to the dough, not the dough. Oh, look at that. Oh, so much nicer. And so this is your low speed for 3 minutes. And then the dough is done. After this, you can take it and you can ferment it for an hour and a half. Now you look great. Let's go over here and see what you're doing. All right, now you need a little bit of help here. We have to meatloaf you. We have to get you back into a giant wad of dough. I hope you can see that it's the exact same dough, right? It's been in the pool longer. Now we have enough hydration in this dough. Let's develop this on low speed. Well, if I tried to take this and smear it with my hand, it would just stick to me. So what we use here is what's called the fishtail method. And I take a little bit of water and I smear my scraper through the dough. I go up the right, I come down, and I smear through the dough. I go up, I come down, I smear through the dough. So you can see the chains of gluten stretching, stretching. Don't rip them. No, don't do that because that hurts the dough. It hurts you. Just relax. If the dough is too sticky, all right, fine. Put water on it. Don't try to add flour. Remember, this is a slack dough. It's a slack dough because it has water in it. So this one, we work with water. This one, we push and turn with water on our hands, like throwing clay. This one, which doesn't have as much hydration, this is the one that we use flour on our hands when we're turning it. Same dough. Students always say, should I add water? Should I add flour? Ask the dough. This guy's drier, so keep him dry. This guy's wet. He doesn't care if you add more water to him. He loves it. He loves it. Look at this. You can slap him and flip them over. Look at that gluten. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. All right, we got a spring back on this one, which is kind of like here. And we got a, whoa, look at that. We got a nice slack dough here. This one's gonna spread out. How much water did I put in there? Well, I started with 500, so let's put this back on and see how much did I use. I used 45 grams of water for this, which means for the whole thing, I would have used 90. So I'd probably just round that up to 100, and the next time I make the dough, I would just start out with 100 grams more water. So what we're going to do at this point is put these up and let them ferment. We'll punch them down after 45 minutes through their hour and a half, and then we can shape them. So here's a loaf that I baked earlier today, and let's recap. I'm going to run through everything that I did with that dough from the last time you saw it, and we'll reference back to having seen the steps in all the lessons prior to this. So remember, I took the dough after it was fermented and then divided it and shaped it. So if you recall from the one lesson, I showed you how to make the gentle boule, how to let them rest, and then how to do the final shaping. If you recall from lesson 5, we put those into the prepared bannetons and we let them proof in there until they were okay. Then I showed you how to take the banneton and sprinkle a little semolina or flour to do that scrubbing bubble thing so we could flip that out onto the peel and load that into the oven. So the baking time is comparable to the other freestanding loaves. 7 minutes, the first 7 minutes on a high temperature with steam. The next 7 minutes with the steam out, I lowered the temperature a little bit. Then I rotated the loaves around if they needed it, and then 7 more minutes until they were done and reached the right temperature. We let them cool, we let them ripen. Let's taste them. Oh, I love this one. I love this one. I'm going to do little slices for hors d'oeuvre. I'm going to take these multi-grain breads. These are wonderful breads to take little, a little bit of like Dijon mustard and maybe some ham or something like that. Or, gosh, what else would go on here? You know what? A piece of Gruyere cheese. Just put that on there. Let's look at this and see how it turned out. Okay, so we got a nice corona all the way around the outside. Nice even crumb all the way through. What do we got? So much different texture from the different grains in there. A chewiness now from the pouliche. Doesn't crumble down as much. Well, that wraps up this bread. In fact, that wraps up the whole course. So please take advantage of posting your photos so I can see what you've learned. I want to see how you attack this and what changes you bring to your breads now that you feel a little more comfortable knowing many of the secrets of baking with whole grain breads. So have a great time, post your photos, and bake good breads.
Artisan breads, made in a time-honored way, can be objects of craft and beauty. Join expert baker Richard Miskovich for handmade sourdough, from starter to baked loaf, and discover how to make a range of deliciously rewarding sourdough breads. Richard demystifies the process of making a sourdough starter at home and guides you through various dividing and shaping methods. As you make pain à levain, the favorite French sourdough, discover how to incorporate whole grain and rye into your sourdough recipes to make this tasty bread even healthier, and perfect fermentation techniques for a hearty, tangy bread every time you bake. Master the ancient art of baking naturally leavened breads.
About 6,000 years. That's how long we've been making sourdough breads. In this class, we're going to embrace those time-honored traditions and learn new skills so you can make your own beautiful, delicious loaves of sourdough bread in your home oven right now in the 21st century. I'm Richard Miskovich, and welcome to Sourdough Breads at Home. Here's what we'll be covering in this class. I'll walk you through the entire process of nurturing naturally leavened breads, from starter to the baked loaf. We'll begin by learning how to make and care for a sourdough starter, including alternate fermentation techniques that help fit bread baking into your contemporary lifestyle. You'll master the techniques for dividing, shaping, and baking that favorite French sourdough bread, pain à levain. Then you'll see just how versatile sourdough breads can be and find out how to make whole grain and rye sourdoughs, discovering along the way just how nutritious naturally leavened breads can be. So let's just talk a little bit about fermentation and what that means. Whether we were using commercial yeast that you buy in a store, or in our case, wild sourdough yeast, this is what's going to happen. There'll be some complex carbohydrates. flour in our case. Yeast can't consume those. There needs to be an enzymatic conversion with alpha amylase from complex carbohydrates into simple sugars. Now the yeast can go in, eat those, and it creates energy for itself, carbon dioxide, which is going to be held in by the gluten matrix that we're going to create through mixing the dough, organic acids, lactic and acetic acid, and alcohol. So let me say a little bit more about some of those byproducts. Well, there's alcohol, and that is a little bit of a flavoring agent. Some of that dissipates through the baking process, but it does add, a lot of aroma and flavor to the sourdough loaves. But the ones that I think are kind of most interesting in regard to flavor profile are those acids, lactic acid and acetic acid. Acetic acid is much more sour. Lactic acid is more neutral tasting, more weedy tasting. And we can control fermentation in ways that we can favor the production of one over the other. For instance, one of the things that we're going to talk about is retarding doughs, which would be chilling them down either not long after they were mixed or even after they were shaped and getting ready to bake. So we can extend that fermentation period, and in doing so, at that lower temperature, we'll create more acetic acid. So if you're looking for something that's more sour, you would want to maybe institute a retarding period. But if you like things that are a little bit more natural tasting or not quite so much of a bite, then we would want to do the whole process at ambient temperatures. So let's talk a little bit about some of the factors that affect fermentation. There are several. There's time, temperature, extraction rate of the flour, hydration of the dough, whether you add some additional sugars, maybe some other spices, and also the mass of the dough. Let me talk about some of those a little bit more. Time and temperature, I think, are two of the most important ones. They're directly proportional. As the temperature of the dough increases, the rate of fermentation will increase too. So we're always balancing those and trying to control for that. The extraction rate just refers to whether the flour is more like white flour or whether it's a whole grain flour. And whole grain flours are going to ferment more quickly, whether it's in the sourdough starter levain or in the final dough. The hydration refers to how much water we have in there, either in the pre-ferment or in the final dough. And as hydration increases, the rate of fermentation increases too. So it's just something you can keep in mind. If it seems a little bit more wet, it might go a little bit more quickly. And then whether we add some sugars. We don't really do that much in these particular formulas in this class, but you might do that. That would be a sugar that would stimulate fermentation so it would be more quickly. On the other hand, if you added some cinnamon to something, that would slow it down just because it just is a little bit harder for the yeast to deal with that, and that would go more slowly. And then there's just how much dough you have. If it's just a single batch, that might change temperature more quickly than if you tripled this, which you could do easily, by the way. This is a bigger bulk. It's able to hold its temperature, more adequately. But there's another factor, too, that I think is really also important, and that's the human factor. And that's, how you're feeling when you mix the dough, whether you're feeling positive, having good energy when you go through the entire process. Sometimes things go wrong, but that's okay. And even if you don't have some trials that are perfect, you'll still have something good, and you should at least be enjoying the ride. A lot of people really strive to learn sourdough baking because they think it's the ultimate type of bread baking, and it is different than yeasted breads. I'll say I think they're both really good, but there are some differences we can talk about. The primary one is that yeasted breads, like Professor Calvel's Pan Rustique here, it's a great bread. It's made entirely with the type of yeast that you buy in a grocery store, commercial yeast. The sourdough breads, of course, are leavened with wild yeast, and those yeasts change all around the world, so there really can be a flavor variation based on where you are. Also, you have to keep that trapped in a sourdough starter, which you'll then build into a levain to leaven your whole bread, and we'll do that in one of the first lessons. Some other things, the time frame for making sourdough breads, a little bit longer. They just take longer to ferment, longer to proof, and that's part of the reason why some of the techniques we do in this course break that up. So it's not one big long session, but you might be able to spread that over 2 days, easier for you to fit it into your life. The crust is often a little bit more thick on sourdough breads. Not always, but it's just kind of a general difference between them. So this thick crust that will come right in here, that's really kind of formed through that long fermentation that's controlled by the baker. Whereas yeasted breads, sometimes that crust is not quite as thick. It kind of looks a little thicker here just because of this white crumb. It's kind of hard to compare these really in a way because this is all white flour and this has some whole grain flour. The crumb itself, and when I say crumb, I mean the inside of the bread, not the little parts that are on the cutting board, naturally leavened crumbs, which is naturally leavened is another way to call sourdough breads. It's a little bit chewier. It's a little bit more elastic. Yeasted breads often, they're just kind of somewhat more tender. Again, a subtle difference. And also there's one other thing that we should say is that some commercial yeast can be used in sourdough bread baking. You can have a hybrid process. There's one other thing too I want to mention about all of this controlling fermentation, and that's a system called the baker's percentage system, which is well documented in the course materials. Everything's always based on flour in that case, and so that really will help you control fermentation. I think once you know the factors that control fermentation and understand how the ratios interact, then you'll really achieve much more success with your baking and be able to control it more. So now that we've just kind of gone over some of those important fundamental aspects, let's get started with some starters. So now that we understand fermentation and the importance of the pre-ferment in making sourdough breads and other types of breads really, we can go ahead and have you start one from scratch. I just want to talk about a few things before we get started in that process. One is it's always much more accurate to weigh your ingredients rather than measure them volumetrically. So if you don't have a scale like this or something that can weigh your ingredients, that's something that you definitely would want to pick up. It's easier, it's more accurate. A pound of flour is a pound of flour, whereas a cup of flour can have different amounts of flour depending on how you scoop it. It also makes less dishes, which is great, so you don't have as much to wash. So there's a function in a scale called a tare button, or sometimes it's a 0 button. So if you put your bowl on there and turn that on, it automatically accounts for the weight of the bowl and all the ingredients that we're going to put in there. So that's one thing that we're going to want to do throughout the whole course. As you know, we don't have any commercial yeast in here. We're just going to start with some molasses, some white flour. There's a little bit of rye flour and some water, of course. Rye flour is often used as a starter flour because it's more enzymatically active. We'll talk about this later when we do some rye breads. And the molasses gives it just a little bit of sugar so we can kind of get some activity going from the very beginning. So once I get this mixed, we can go through some of the other ones that I have here and we can look at the range of ripeness that we'll experience as the starter goes through its natural cycle. Okay. So this is going to be pretty pasty at first. And I'm just going to mix it till it's thoroughly incorporated. There's not much gluten in rye flour, of course, so it's not going to be real extensible, and it's going to be quite dark and really not that active yet. We're going to keep on feeding this over the course of a week until we get it to the point where we can make some bread with it. So if you're wanting to make some bread, this is one thing you're going to want to start in advance. Of course, there are other ways to get started too. You could borrow some from a friend or a baker. There's always some excess around because as we feed it, we're always going to take a little bit out and discard it. Okay, so this is all we need to do, and we're going to let this sit for about 24 hours. After 24 hours, it's going to have just a little bit of activity. Don't worry if it doesn't seem really active yet, because it's just really have to start a culture and have that get stabilized. So this obviously was just mixed. So with this one, this is 2 days old, and I intentionally left it undisturbed so you could see that what I did was I took some of that out, and then I gave it the next 3rd day feeding, which is this one. So as we keep going, we're going to keep it's going to keep using more all-purpose flour, and so it's going to get more and more white. But you can see the difference in activity after 1 day to 3 days. It's gotten to be pretty puffy. It's got some activity, and it's really beginning to ferment. Or even this one wasn't that fermented. Now the point I just want to stress too is there's always some taken out, but then you discard a little bit, and sometimes that makes people feel wasteful because they're getting rid of it. But as we adhere to the ratios of these pre-ferments, if we didn't discard some, we would have to keep using more and more water and more flour. So actually that would be more wasteful because the whole thing would just increase in volume. So we'll always take a little bit and then just feed that dab. And we'll do that for the Levain for tomorrow also. So then from day 3 to about day 7 or 8, this is the range it will go through. It'll continue to go into white flour and then be 100% hydrated, equal parts water to flour. And this one's quite active. So then as we get to where the culture is well established, where it's going through a regular feeding schedule and where it's strong enough to leaven bread, we'll take a little bit of this. This is not quite as ripe as I would like for it to be to go into bread, but I'm going to take a little dab of this, feed that, and that's the levain that we'll use in the next lesson when we actually start to bake some bread. I do want to say that I learned about starters mostly from a liquid white starter, but this is not the only type of starter at all. You know, you could have a dough consistency sour starter. You could have one made out of spelt flour. We'll see some made out of some sprouted wheat flour. We'll see a rye starter. So all of these, this whole kind of process can be diversified, and you can make a lot of different flavor profiles and different types of breads just by changing the flour mix and the hydration. So it gives you a lot of freedom to use whatever flours you have or make whatever type of bread you're interested in making. So let me go ahead and do that. I'll take this, which was fed, and it looks pretty good, but it's not ready for making some bread. And I'm just going to take a little dab of that. Now, an interesting thing, too, about the whole wild yeast is that it exists all over the world, and so that flavor profile will change, too. So if you were deserted on a desert island, there would be some wild yeast there where you could get this process going. So 45 grams. I always like to put the starter and the water together and kind of just get the wets in the bottom of the bowl. I'm using a couple different words. I like to call this starter. What I'm using is a little bit of seed to build the pre-ferment, which I call a levain, at least for the wheat-based one. Okay, 220. And then my white flour. If I'm a couple grams off, I'm not going to be a real fuss budget. It'll be fine. But what is important is to mix it thoroughly, have it be lump-free, and often I'll mix it in another bowl and then pour it in a bowl just so it's a little bit more clean. If you have this residue up on the bowl, it will be a little harder to wash off the next day. And always with everything, whether I'm mixing starters or feeding starters or mixing levains, I'm always trying to work with good energy because this really is the DNA of the bread. This is the only thing that's going to leaven it. We're not having any commercial yeast in the bread we make in the next lesson. So it's all on this, and I think it's important to have it be healthy, have it be well fed, and bring it to life with good energy. Once we see this again in the next lesson, it's going to be approximately doubled in volume. It's going to be quite bubbly, more bubbly than this one is. And there'll be just some little crevices on top that are just going to start to fall, which is a sign that it's really perfectly ripe. So that is going to need about a 6 to 8 hour period before it's ripe to use for bread. Of course, everything dependent on time and temperature. So it could be a little bit longer, it could be a little bit cooler, and you just want to look for those characteristic signs of it being ripe before you use it. Now, this is what I'm going to use to make bread. I still have some starter that is just storage starter where I could make some other bread, or I always like to keep some in my refrigerator. I'll keep some in my freezer, have some in a couple different spots, so that if anything happens to my main one, I can have some ready to use. There is a feeding process that we have to go through, though, to make sure that it's viable and good to use. So you can't just put it in the refrigerator and pull it out a week later and use it. So you might have some starter that's not fed. You know, people are busy and you might not be baking bread every day at home, and your starter might start to get a little over fermented and a little overripe, which is fine. It's easy to bring it back to good health. It might take several feedings so that we don't get something at a state like this. This would be inappropriate to use to bake bread. It's over fermented. You can see how the volume has fallen. If you look closely, there's a little bit of alcohol that's beginning to collect on top. If we let this go, you would get a very, very distinct layer of gray liquid, which is just alcohol, as we talked about in one of the products of fermentation. And it's interesting too, this one it's also very acidic. It smells much more sour. When I opened this lid, it gave a little pop, and you can see how much more liquidy this one is because those acids have broken down the gluten bonds. So if you find your starter has gotten broken down like this or overripe, it's not a disaster, and they're actually quite strong. Once it ferments enough, the yeast will actually physiologically change and go into spore phase. And then, again, it's another example where the pre-ferments and the bread are just like us. You know, if we have some good feedings several days in a row, we're good and strong. If we miss a couple days, then we just need to pick it up and get enough nutrition again. And it's the same with this. The only time this would really go bad is if it started to smell clearly very bad or putrid or got some pink or green or any type of growth on the top. It doesn't happen really very often. I've had starters in the fridge for 9 months and they were completely broken down, a lot of alcohol on top, and within a couple of days of feeding it was clearly coming back to life, and then I was able to use that again. So don't fret about killing it. It's going to be really strong. But what we do need to do is just feed it and maintain it and get it to this point. Right? Eventually you want to have something like this. That, again, this is the one I took the little bit out and made it into the Levain. And we can go from the overripe starter to this just by going through a feeding regimen, which is taking a little bit of the overripe starter, and even if it's not overripe, if it's still pretty healthy, giving it fresh flour, fresh water, and then letting that ferment. And it doesn't have to be the same large amount that we're going to use in bread. It's just a small amount. It's 100% hydrated, so I'll often, you know, through the week, if I'm not actually baking, take maybe 50 grams of starter, 50 grams of water, 50 grams of flour, mix that up and just leave it out at room temperature. In the course materials, numbers and a weekly feeding schedule is included. So if you're only baking on Saturday every week, for instance, you can go through and just always have it ready to use without having to feed it every day. The important point is just to keep it healthy, have it be like this so that we have a real active ripe starter to make an active ripe Levain, so we have active ripe sourdough bread. So in the next lesson, we're going to take some of my ripe starter and we're going to get into the bread baking process, making some sourdough bread. We're going to go through the mixing of it to the dividing part. We'll do that in the next lesson, and I'll see you there. Welcome back. Now that we've started our starter from scratch and had it ferment for several days so it's healthy enough to leaven some bread, it's time to start making some bread. The starter or Levain now that we've been working on just have a little bit of a nomenclature there so that we can keep them straight. There are no standardized names for the pre-ferments that we're using in sourdough bread. Some people call them chef, some people call it Levain, some people call it starter. So I want to just kind of systematize that and call this that we built in the last lesson, the pre-ferment for the actual bread dough, I call a Levain. And the little bit of starter that we built from scratch and can continue to feed, that's what I call a starter. And then one other thing is the salt standard. And this goes back to accuracy of ingredients. I use Morton kosher salts just because it's very widely available. The grain size from different salts will give you more or less if you measure it volumetrically. So we're going to want to weigh that, and it's also widely available. So before we start scaling out the other ingredients, though, we should look at this Levain that was built in the last lesson and allowed to ferment. This one looks gorgeous. This is just how it should be. I always like to put down, you know, what it is, label things really well when I mixed it, just so I can keep that in mind, and also the temperature it might have been or any little notes to myself. But as we mentioned before, this is going to approximately double in size. I wrapped it really well so that it would keep from getting a skin on the top. So it's going to be about double in size, quite bubbly. And you can see these little crevices, and just by disturbing it that way, it's starting to fall, which is the sign that it's really ready to use. It's a little bit jiggly, and really that little falling point is the sign that it's really ready to use. This, of course, has already been pre-scaled, although I have to take that little bit out to start more starter. So I'm going to go ahead and just take that dab, that original 45 grams. Put it in my bowl over here. And so this is already weighed. I like to put all the wets, the levain, the water in the bottom of the bowl before I add any of the flour. So again, that turned off on me, but I can go ahead and get this in here. Again, that's pre-weighed now. I've temped that out. It's cold where we are right now, so it's been pretty warm. I'm keeping it on the stove. And I'm just going to be a little more graceful, pour it into this pitcher. And I'm also going to use it to rinse out the water here just to kind of help with my dishes. So then I need 400 grams of water. Now I want to say that all of the class documents have all of the quantities of ingredients in there. So you can check back in on those and see what the actual ingredient quantities are. So I need 400 grams of that properly temped out water. Give a little bit more. There, that's perfect. And then I'm going to put my two flours, the white flour and the whole wheat flour. So I can tear this out again. I'm going 454 grams of white flour. That would be a pound. And then 228 grams of whole wheat flour. Now the one ingredient that I'm holding back right now is salt, because we're going to do this technique called an autolyse. So I have it scaled, but I'm just going to set it aside. I'm done with that for now, so I'll just set that to the side. And then with the plastic dough scraper, a flexible one that's curved, I'm just going to bring this all together until it's smooth, it's not lumpy, and then we're going to let it sit for about 20 minutes. This is called an autolyse, and it's very beneficial, especially if you're mixing by hand. It's going to do a couple things. It allows the flour to absorb more water so we can increase our hydration, which we're always striving to do that and still have the dough be manageable. It also makes mixing really quite a bit easier. There's some enzymatic activity that's going on in there that are going to take apart the weak gluten bonds that are kind of getting developed right now under my hands. As those bonds are taken apart during that 20 or 30-minute autolyse period, when we come back and to mix it again, it'll just be much easier, and you'll see the difference between these two doughs. So it's a little bit more time, but it's not really any more work. You can go ahead, get your autolyse going, and then clean up a little bit and come back, and you'll have a little easier time of it. Salt's always held back in an autolyse because, as we mentioned before, the salt tightens the ionic bonds between those gluten strands. So we don't want that to happen. Autolyse means roughly self-destruction. If we were using a levain that was more dough consistency, I would hold that back. Because that's, of course, got yeast in it, and it's going to create acid, and that tightens dough, as we've also mentioned. Now, the numbers are, well balanced for this, but the one ingredient that we're always really kind of able to choose to change would be water, especially based on the season and how dry the flour is. It's winter here right now, so it's really quite dry. So I'm just going to give this a little skosh, just a little bit. It just feels a little dry under my hands. So you should feel comfortable with changing water. We want to always avoid changing flour, because then, of course, our ratios of other ingredients would get off. They would not be in relation to that flour percentage. So here I am. I just have that just about how I need it to be. I'm going to clean it up a little bit. I want to have it all be homogeneous. Again, so you can see this is pretty weak. There's no gluten strength in there yet. A lot of that's going to come through the autolyse period, and then, of course, the actual mixing and kneading steps, which will be after that. Make sure there's no dry flour in the bottom, not lumpy. Like that. Doughs will dry out very quickly, so we're always going to want to cover these as soon as possible. And whether that's a 20-minute autolyse, whether that's a 3-minute period when we're allowing it to rest before we're shaping it or pre-shaping it, Just always try to keep it covered up or you'll get a skin that can develop really pretty quickly. So this is fine now for my autolyse. Again, that's the flour, the levain, the water, and the salt is not yet added. And I'm just trying to make sure I get as much of the dough in there as I can so that we have that much more bread to eat. But then also, again, to prevent all of these dough bits from going down your sink drain, and you know what it's like when it gets all caught in your little scrubby. Okay, so that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and just cover that. You could use plastic wrap. I like to, just use another bowl just so I don't use a little extra plastic. Now I've got this, and I don't want that to go down the drain either. So an easy way to get some flour off your hands is just, I call it flour washing. Just take a little flour, and that'll help rub some of that off. And then you can go wash your hands. Or really, if I'm going to do more dough work, I won't necessarily wash off this little bit of dough patina from my hands because it'll be a little bit more non-stick. So I've prepared another batch of dough so we can see the effects of that autolyse. I have it right here. Also covered up to keep it from being dry. And if you can compare those, look at those, you can see how much different those are. It's rested, it's relaxed, it's become quite extensible. It's a little weak, it hasn't had the salt added to it yet. But this one's going to be just the same once we give this a 20 or 30 minute period. So I can go ahead and continue mixing this one. I'll give this one an autolyse period. I'll put it back over here so it can take a little nap too. So after the autolyse period is over, we're ready to start mixing and kneading. But we have to remember to add that salt. Often what I'll do is I'll scale it out in advance and put it right here so I don't forget. I do want to mention another handy scale that's good to have. This is like a sub-gram scale or a micro scale. It goes in 0.1 grams, so you can be very accurate, which is nice if you have just a tiny bit of yeast or even, 17 grams of salt like we have now. So works the same way, tare function. That's my 17 grams. Get that out of my way. And then we can go back to this nice dough. Another aspect of the autolyse is it just makes the dough more extensible. And extensibility is something we're always striving for. It means that the dough can stretch and not snap back. We also need a little elasticity in the dough too so that it has enough strength, and we really are wanting to balance both of those. But this autolyse are really, you can see I haven't really worked this more than you saw a few minutes ago, but it's already quite beautiful. So I can go ahead and add that in. I do it in the bowl just so I don't lose any of that. And again, with my round plastic scraper, just go ahead and start getting that incorporated. Now, again, some water absorption might have happened during the autolyse period. So again, feel free to add some more water. In fact, you could add quite a bit more water. And as you get more comfortable, you might want to add more water because you'll have a more open crumb, a little bit more vigorous fermentation. You could take this all the way up to 75% hydrated, say. So I'm just working it through just because I don't want to lose any of that salt. It feels good. It's already pretty strong. And then once I feel like that salt's encapsulated in the dough, I'm just going to go ahead and start working on my bench countertop here. So I can take that out. See, it's already pretty cohesive. Now, we have this beautiful counter here at Craftsy. It's nice big space. Marble sometimes gets a little bit cold, so I prefer to work on wood, but I've worked on marble, steel, wood, anything really will work. So here's what we're going to do to get started on this. If we do that traditional kneading method that we're all familiar with from America pre-artisan bread days, it doesn't work so well because of the higher hydration. It just kind of smears around. So the first hand mixing method I ever was lucky enough to learn was this French style where you can cut it into small sections like this. And that will really go a long way in developing the dough. It's a little counterintuitive. You think, why would cutting the dough make it come together? But we're aligning those gluten strands and having it develop. So here's the way you have to do it. It's a little funny, but if you want to kind of turn your hand so that this flat of your hand is away from you, and then I'm just going through and cutting that off in sections. Pretty distinct. It's really the webbing of your hand that's doing a lot of the work. I get to the end, and then just flip it over, turn it 90 degrees, and have at it again. You'll start to kind of get this, pattern, which just shows that the dough strength is increasing. And then occasionally I'll do this thing I call the flippy move, which is, stretching out the skin of it. I don't think it does quite as much development, but it gives you some visual cues on how developed and how smooth it is. You can see there's some gluten strands that are definitely forming. It's not as smooth as it'll get though. So it's just a kind of way to visually check it out and see how it's coming along. This is looking pretty luscious. So there's another mixing technique, and I like to go back and forth between them. And that's just to cut small pieces of dough off, pile them up, and then go back and forth a couple times. You could do either one of those techniques, but I think in conjunction, it's more effective. This is kind of nice if you have little hand problems or strength or a little bit of arthritis. This is a way that you can really mix a nice dough without really having to do that much squeezing. You can see how it's gotten some strength here. I call this little cliff walnut, a little nice strength in there that's holding that dough up. And then I'm just going to go back and do another round of that same method. Here's where the metal scraper really helps a lot. It's just a little sharper, a little bit more strength, and it can really cut through there nicely. Any of this little bit dough bits, I'll go ahead and keep adding in there. Now you'll see that that's pretty cohesive already. It's not sticking to the bench at all. So I can maybe give it a little bit more, a couple more turns of the flippy move, and we can see it's definitely starting to get a little bit more strength, a little bit more smooth. At about this time, I like to give it a little, I call it a kneading intermission. It's kind of like an autolyse. It's not truly an autolyse because there's salt in there, but I could just take it, leave it on the bench, cover that, clean my hands again, maybe 5 minutes or so. And when we come back to that one, you'll see that it's really, it's quite a bit smoother. Again, it's letting the dough work for itself. You're not having to force it to do much more than that. So then after that kneading intermission is over, you can see it's rested a little bit more. And here, watch this. If I give it just a little, that flippy move again, just smooths out really nicely. Sometimes I feel like I'm done at this point. I might give this one a little bit more. I can clean that up. But I'm not sure I'll squeeze it more. I just kind of want to give it smooth it out. Now that's the smoothness I was talking about, where it's a little cohesive. Well, there's a little rip here. I might give it a little bit more work under where my thumbs were too. I'd rather have it be just a skosh more developed. So I'll do one of these. And then I'll allow it to come back together. Now, one thing I really feel strongly about as far as mixing is, in addition to being accurate with your ingredients and proper water temperature and ripe Levain, is really to feel positive and know that the energy that you're putting into kneading bread is going to go into that bread and people are going to eat it. So I'm always trying to feel good, and I feel like at times in my life when I've been kind of grumpy or distracted, the bread's not as good. So I'm always trying to feel positive and also use my intuition so that if it seems a little dry, like this actually seems a little dry. So I'm going to go ahead and heed my own advice and give it a little bit. It'll take a little bit of work to get this in, but it'll be worth it in the long run. Again, I should say we're in Denver. It's very cold and very dry. So I might not have needed to add that water if, say, I was on the coast of North Carolina in the middle of the summertime. So I can go back and do that same thing. It's pretty thirsty. It's absorbed that pretty quickly. This is 69% hydrated. We definitely could go a little bit more. It's a good hydration to start with, however. If the dough's a little sticky, kind of hard to shape. So we can start with this, and then we can keep increasing hydration as you get a little bit more comfortable with this. Okay. See if I can smooth that out. Now what's going to happen once we get this mixed or kneaded, you know, we really can think about what we just did here as two different steps. We mixed all the ingredients until they were homogeneous, and then we kneaded it until it's developed like this. So once we have that where we want it, it's going to go into the part of the process called primary fermentation, or bulk fermentation sometimes it's called. And at this point, we really kind of have a couple of options as far as fermenting it. And we'll talk more about this in a bit later about retarding it. We could retard in bulk. We're going to go ahead and let this one ferment and then bake it. But we'll talk more about that retarding. The other thing I wanted to mention about mixing, and we'll do this in a later lesson, is using a mixer. I like to work with my hands. I think I can probably mix a dough nicer with hand than with a home-size mixer. But we will show that in the rye lesson. The class documents document the time both for mixing by hand and also mixing with the machine. So whatever you're comfortable with will be fine. So this looks good. I'm happy with this. I do want to take the temperature to make sure it is where we want it to be, 75 to 78. Well, I mixed it a little warm today just because it's so cool here. And so this is looking good. If it was a little cool, I would know that the whole process would be extended. It's not going to ferment so quickly. It's not going to proof so quickly. And of course, if it was a little bit warm, the opposite would be true. I would just want to really be paying attention to not only the dough development and how it's feeling, but also, you know, the schedule. If it calls for a 2-hour proof time, I might, you know, really start thinking about baking it an hour and a half. It's all tied to the temperature. So this is good. Love that water temperature formula. And now I'm just going to go ahead and put it back in the bowl. And as always, keep that covered. So I can put our little, now here's how I like to do it. I usually have 2 bowls anyway. I can just go ahead and keep that covered. I don't have to use any plastic wrap. If you do use plastic wrap though, I would say go to a restaurant supply place and get like a nice roll like this. It's really clingy and it's much less expensive than buying small things. This one was custom covered by the Craftsy people, so you might not be able to buy one quite this charming, but you could probably do that yourself. The other way to hold that dough, and this would be if you were bulk fermenting it, or even if just this wasn't convenient, same thing at a restaurant supply store, these kind of generically called Cambros, but they seal really well, and you can stack things in the refrigerator. So if I was to bulk ferment this, and this is what we'll talk about later, if I was going to give it a little bit of time at room temperature, allow it to get active, and then stash it in the fridge overnight, I would probably use something like this. It's airtight, and it just takes up, it's not so awkward in the fridge. So I could take that right in there, shaboom, set it off, and that's pretty handy too. So this one's good now. I'm going to go ahead. I've got it covered up. I'm going to set this aside for approximately 45 minutes to an hour, and then we're going to do a step called folding. And I'll show you how to do that as soon as this kind of comes up to its fermentation speed, and we'll get back to this one in about 45 minutes. So we're still in primary fermentation, bulk fermentation time, but we're going to punctuate that with a fold. And this is a nice step that really helps develop the gluten. It's kind of like a little mini kneading session. We don't do a lot of work, but it'll help align the gluten strands. It'll expel some carbon dioxide gas. And it'll help the dough get more fluffy. And this one has already become pretty fluffy because of the proper mixing and because of the right dough temp. Carbon dioxide is being created. And you can see that in these bubbles that are on top. The whole dough, if you could feel it, you would feel it being really energetic. It's charismatic. It's kind of quivery. And all of that's what I refer to as fluffiness. This fold's going to help that. The amount of activity from mixing to the fold, you might not get quite this much, but then once we fold it and go ahead, it's going to continue to just improve the dough. If you felt your dough was a little slack, if it was a little wet, if it didn't seem that strong, you could put in another fold too. It's something you can put in and take out as the dough needs it. Not necessarily specific to the class documents, which is noted in there, but that's just part of using your own intuition. So we're going to put this out on a lightly floured surface. and I have my just regular white flour here, and I can show you how to do this because the first man who taught me how to bake, Levain Variations, he said work with the flour, not in the flour. So we don't want a lot of flour, just like ideally 1 particle thick. If you do something like this, it's going to be too much flour, the dough is going to slide around. So I don't want that much, but instead what you can do, you just grab a little bit, kind of in your fingers, not in the palm of your hand, and then, but not real tightly, and then you can just kind of lightly snap it across the table. It's really just the momentum of the flour that will have it go forward like that. So this is great. This is maybe a little much. I did it a couple times, so let me clear that out, and we'll go back and do it for real. That is deceiving. It's a little harder to do. You have to practice it. So you can just get a little extra flour and go out in your yard so you don't get your kitchen all floury, and just practice giving it a little snap. So I have some down there. That's about 1 flour particle thick. And then just, again, a little bit more here. As I've mentioned, we're in a dry environment, so it might not need quite this much, but if it was a little bit more of a sticky dough, warm, humid summer day, you might need that much. And then with a plastic dough scraper of any type, I just loosen that up from the sides of the container and then flip it over. And it might need a little coaxing to come out of there. Now, some people spray their containers before they put the dough in there. I don't generally do that just because it gets kind of gummy. It's one more thing I have to buy. And you can see that this came out just perfectly fine without any flour. So then look at this. This is just gorgeous, huh? I'm just going to stretch this out a little bit. Folding is sometimes called stretch and fold. It doesn't necessarily have to be square. It would be round if it was in the bowl. And then I'm just going to take that top edge and just gently with the flat of my hand, like I'm not being real pokey here, just flatten that out. And you can, again, see all this CO2. It's just kind of getting expelled that way. Shaboom, back in there. And it goes right back in the container. Cover that up so it doesn't get a skin. So this dough is going to stay here for another 45 minutes to an hour, depending on dough temp. And then what we're going to do is, in the next lesson, divide it, pre-shape it. We're going to do a couple different shaping techniques. We're going to make boules, we're going to make Bâtards, we're going to talk about baking methodology, and then we're going to lead up to that exciting event of actually putting it in the oven. I'll see you there. Welcome back to another lesson. Let's check in with the dough. It's been fermenting now for about 45 minutes since we last folded it. And what we're going to do now is divide it, pre-shape it, give it a little rest, and then we're going to do the final shaping, and we're going to let it proof until we bake it. So this first step, dividing, well, we're going to divide if we want to have 2 loaves out of this. And this batch will make 2 large loaves. They're about 800 grams each. But you could do 1 very large loaf, or you could do some smaller ones too. I'm going to do 2, and I'm going to get it out just the same as when I folded it. A little flour down, a little bit on here, not much, and then I'm going to go ahead and coax her out of there just real gently. And I don't know if you can see how much more fluffy that is than when we saw it last time, but it definitely has matured and gotten a little bit nicer since we last checked in with that. Okay. When I folded it, I didn't put any flour on this side because it was just going to get turned into it. But now I want, again, just a skosh on there, just the lightest amount. I'm going to do very much like stretch and fold, pat that out slightly, and then I'm going to divide it in half, or however many loaves you would like. You can just eyeball it, or you can weigh each one out, but I'm just going to go ahead and eyeball this one. And I'm making very decisive cuts with the dough cutter. It's kind of more like a guillotine. We'll go like that, make a good clean cut, not so much of a sawing action, which would damage some of that pretty dough. It's divided now, and I'm going to give it just a real light pre-shape by just taking each side, or along the perimeter, and just gently pressing it into the middle. This is similar to folding too. I'm just using my whole finger, not being real pokey. And I'm just taking it in so it's kind of like a rosette, looks a little bit like a Kaiser roll. I'm going to set that aside on a lightly floured surface. Do the same thing here. So again, I don't want to work with the flour, but it's getting a little bit sticky, so I can just put it in a little bit of a floured spot, pull it back, and then bring it around. This smells great. All right. I've got those. Shaboom. I can put those there. I'm going to cover them, air permeable layer. I might put down a towel and then some plastic on there so it doesn't get dried out. And then we're going to give that about a 20-minute rest period. We're going to come back and shape them. So that 20-minute rest period is over now, and you can see that they have indeed rested. They're a little bit more in shape to be finely shaped, and I'm going to go ahead and do that right now as soon as we talk a little bit about what we'll put them in once they're shaped. Keep that covered up so it doesn't dry out. So we have a couple options on how to shape these, and this really applies to all types of artisan breads. We have baskets like these, proofing baskets. This is a French style called a banneton. This wicker with this couche material. It's the same as what I use to cover the resting loaves. It's made from flax. It's linen. So this is sewn right in. There's another German style, broke form. This is the one that'll give you that coiled pattern on top. Just a matter of personal preference. You can get a little shower cappy to put in there. I like the couche texture on top of my loaves, but I use a lot of different things. They come in a lot of different sizes and shapes too. You can get round ones, corones. There's a large baguette basket back there. They're a nice baking tool to have, but not necessary. You can also rig something up just with a stainless bowl and some kind of non-stick cloth, and that works well. Or another basket and with just any type of material in there. So once it's shaped, it's going to go in the basket, but we want to give a little bit of flour first so that it doesn't stick. And this is, of course, more true with a real wet dough or a dough that's going to be retarded. If we're going to shape these and put some in the refrigerator to bake them the next day, we'll have a pretty good layer, but not so much that there's a thick layer of raw, kind of raw flour on the outside of the loaf. So I'll just give a nice little tappity tap, something about like that. Again, this can change a little bit depending on what you're going to be doing with that actual bread. All right, and get those. How about if I use one of these and we can see how each of those end up when they're out of the oven. This one I will flour a little bit more aggressively because it's not quite so non-stick as the couche-lined banneton. All right, there we go. Have those ready. That's part of our mise en place as far as getting ready to shape. And then we're going to go back to our relaxed loaves. Again, I'm working with the flour, not in the flour, so I'll clear that out. I really want to have this be flour-free. If it's too much flour, the dough, you won't get quite as much traction, and it's a little harder to shape tightly. Okay, so here's our loaf. Again, no, I might put it in a floured spot, pull it back to where I want to work, and then the first steps are very similar to pre-shaping. I'm just having that sealed in there, and you can see that skin tighten. I'm pulling out slightly, bringing it in there, and sealing it. Okay, this is going to be our seam side. It's what's going to go down in the oven. And now this is the part of tightening it. So I'm pulling this to myself gently, and that skin is becoming more taut. The thing is, there's a little bit of an angle. I'm not pulling it right toward me or right toward you, but there's a little bit of an angle, maybe 15, 20 degrees in relation to the surface of the bench. I'm also rotating it slightly, and I'm kind of tickling the belly button right in there where my fingers are because that seam's becoming a little bit more defined. This is not closed up enough yet, though. So I'm doing this, and then there's one more last little bit to tighten that up. Slightly turned on the side, the belly button seam's down here, and I'm just closing that off with the side of my hand. And you can see that I'll get a little twist on there. So when it's done being shaped, pretty perky, nice and tight. There might be a couple of surface bubbles, but those will get kind of smushed back into the loaf. Then it goes into the basket, seam side up. So now this is proofing. It's going to be in here for about an hour and a half, 2 hours until we go ahead and bake it. Let me go ahead and I can show you that. Same process again. Shaping, I think, is one of the things that's most difficult to learn baking at home because you don't get that much practice. So it's nice to see it a couple times. I'm pulling that out, tucking that in, and really shaping is a series of steps, but the faster and more efficiently you can do it, the better. You can slow down, but it goes a little bit better if you go quickly. The other thing is to keep in mind that you want to treat it kind of like training a puppy. You want to be firm but not abusive. Make it do what you want it to do, but not hurt it or tear the dough at all. Same thing, boom, goes right in the basket like that. I'll do a similar thing with these. Go ahead, cover them up. Probably go ahead and keep those, a plastic cover on there also so they don't dry out. Now this is assuming that we're going to bake these today, which we are. But later we'll talk a little bit more about retarding. And if we wanted to do that with these, if we wanted to chill these down and bake them tomorrow, I'll give it about an hour at room temperature, maybe a half hour, so it could kind of start to get active, but then we would put it in the fridge. I'm going to, want to, again, make sure it doesn't get dried out. So what I found works really well, you could cover this with plastic wrap, but then you just have to throw it away. But plastic shopping bag, of which you probably have many in your home, come in really handy. I don't want the plastic to come into contact with the surface, so this gives you plenty of room. You can tie that off loosely, and then you can just put that in your fridge and that'll retard. And we'll come back and see these loaves after they've been retarded and look at the differences between a floor-proof loaf, proofed at room temperature, and a retarded loaf. So those are a couple of Boules, but I don't want to tie that up right now because I'm going to bake this today, so I'm just going to set it aside. Both these loaves are proofing now, but I do want to keep them covered up just to prevent them from drying out. So I can put a cloth over there, and then a handy thing you might probably have around is just a garbage bag. Even it being covered with cloth, you might still get a little bit of a dry crust on there. So I want to prevent that from happening. Just go ahead and lay that across there. Okay, so then the other shape I want to do is called a Bâtard. And this time I'm going to have it proof on some of this couche material. Of course, I'm going to want to be able to transport it around. This works pretty well, like an old school cafeteria tray, a cutting board, anything like that will work. I'm going to lay it on the tray though, and there's a little bit of a overlap here because I'm going to want to bring that over so the loaf doesn't just kind of want to jump the fence. So I give it a little bit of excess, and I'm going to flour this as well. Again, about the same amount, or within those same parameters of sticky dough. Something about like that. Okay. I can set that right on top there without smushing those loaves. And then some of the same recipe. So I'm going to do a Bâtard now, football shape. So I can take this pre-shaped, relaxed dough and take these two kind of corners and bring that into the middle. So then I have this kind of vaguely bike seat shape. Now I can feel when I pick that up that a little bit sticking to the surface, so I just want to get it over here, bring it back, take this point and press it down. Each one of these steps is going to help tighten it, make a nicer shape. Turn it 180 degrees, same thing, little bike seat, shaboom. Okay, now I've rolled it over, the seam's on the bottom, and I have the same type of tightening move that we had with the Boule, except I'm going to put my thumbs and the base of my hand right against that seam. And I'm going with that same 15 to 20 degree angle, pushing either, again, toward you or toward me, until you can see that skin really start to tighten up. But same thing, that seam hasn't fully closed in yet, so you can do one of that, and then I'm just kind of pushing on that seam and sealing it with just the base of my hand, trying to be gentle, but trying to make it close up too. That might have made it stick, so I usually give a little loosening with a dough scraper. Then it goes on the tray, seam side up. We're going to invert both of these shapes of these loaves when we go in the oven. So I have that there. Pull a pleat. I want to have it be above the surface of that loaf, so as they increase in volume, as they proof, it doesn't jump over the fence, kiss its neighbor. Okay, let me show you that again, just so you can see that. Bring another one of those loaves up. I've used quite a bit of my flour, so I'll give a little bit just so it doesn't stick. And I did want to point out one of the things I think the Craftsy platform is great is that 30-second repeat button. So these are the things I think you can really review. You can hit that button, takes you back 30 seconds, and then you can just see the whole thing again. So it's a nice feature. Okay, Bâtard shaping. Shaboom, there, that goes in there. Boink. Turn that around 180 degrees. Doing this one a little bit more fast, more quickly. Tighten that up. And then same thing. Here's the reason I have that little extra tail. I'm going to go ahead and pull that over there, or otherwise it might get a little bit flat, and I'll do the same thing here. They're kind of leaning up against each other. This is a little longer roll than I need for this small tray, so I'll just put it back there so it doesn't smash those. Now let me show you just one other thing for those Bâtards too. It occurred to me that sometimes the dough might still be a little loose, or you might want a Bâtard that's a little bit more stout shaped and not quite so long. That was a little much. A little bit. So what you can do to help tighten it up, all this is the same process again. Maybe pat that out. This is getting pretty fluffy. So this. And suppose you're feeling like this is still a little loose, or you want it to be a little bit shorter. I can always just turn that 90 degrees and really kind of do the same thing. Boop. Boom. And then tightening it up. And that'll give you kind of like another little fold in there so it can get a little bit more plump and a little bit more rotund. I'll go ahead and sneak him in there too. So we're both these loaves are proofing now. Hour and a half, 2 hours, we're going to go ahead and hustle these into the oven. But before we do that, we're going to, of course, talk a little bit about baking methodology. We're going to talk about scoring, maybe stencil a couple of loaves, and then get them in there for the major event, the baking of the loaves. Okay, hour and a half later. It's been a little bit longer than that. We can check these out and see how they're looking. I think one of the harder things for people to learn with baking is when it's ready to bake. So here are some things to look for. It should increase in volume about two-thirds as big as it was when we shaped it. You know, often old school American style cookbooks or baking books will talk about doubled in size, but that's a little too much. It's about 60–70% larger. I also like to look for this a seam like this that might just be starting to split open. Often there are some subsurface bubbles that you can see. I mean, that's just the buildup of carbon dioxide within the loaf itself, and so sometimes those will become a little bit more visible. There's always the classic kind of push test to see how quickly it pulls back. So you can see that the skin has gotten pretty dry, and again, just the climate where we are right now that has had that, made that happen. I don't really want to take a reading there because I might get a false sense of how firm it still is. So if I can kind of maybe pull this out, and I could do the same thing with the Boules, just kind of get down in there on the side, and then I can get this just classic test of pushing on it lightly and seeing if it springs back gently. If it jumps back, it's underproofed, it's not ready to bake. If it really kind of sags and holds the impression, then it's a little overproofed and you really want to go ahead and hustle it into the oven. One note about having this dry out somewhat is throughout this whole process, you can have a little spritz bottle with a nice fine spray, and then just maybe gently keep spritzing that, and that'll rehydrate that so it won't get quite that dry skin. Set that aside. I'm going to cover these just for another moment and then talk about how we're going to bake them. I mean, professional bread bakers have a steam-injected deck oven. It's very easy, stays hot for a long time, has a lot of thermal mass, and also has steam injection. So these are two things that we can easily get into your home oven. Well, thermal mass, you'll see when we load, we just have some pizza stones that are right in the oven. You could also go to a brickyard and get, you know, what they're called splits. They're fire bricks, and you can lay that in there. It's a little bit more economical. And then the steaming is really kind of the hard part in a home oven. And we've kind of evolved so that we don't have to do what we used to do by putting ice cubes into the oven, which really isn't the most effective way because those have to melt and then turn into steam, or even just pouring hot water into a hot cast iron pan, which works a little bit, but it's kind of dangerous and it doesn't actually keep the steam in the oven. The steam is important for a couple of reasons. It's going to condense on the surface of the bread so it stays supple, so we get more oven spring. It also helps caramelization in the Maillard reaction. We need residual sugars from fermentation, we need high heat, and we need that steam to get those really richly colored crusts. And then also those nice fins of dough, or some people call them ears, that open up when the dough is scored or cut. Without steam, you won't have that either. So it's really important. And what's really we've kind of started doing for home baking in the past couple of years is using a covered baking container to put the loaf into. So I have a couple here. This is mine. It's kind of one of my personal ones. It's a brand called Hanover of Pasadena. It's really beautiful. It's vintage. There aren't many of these around. It's nice. I like this one because it's so big and it's deep, and I'm able to get something in there really easily. It doesn't have a lot of thermal mass. So thermal mass is important because it holds a lot of heat. And as I mentioned, that gives you a lot of oven spring. So as the dough goes on some thermal mass, all of that heat can like surge into the dough. You get a more open crumb and more volume. This is why wood-fired oven baking is really nice, is because you have a lot of stored heat in that way. So this one might be kind of hard for you to find, but you could use something similar to this. A lot of people also use something called a cloche, which is often clay or some sort of masonry. I've already been starting to heat these up, so I just have to wear my gloves. And this is, you know, a nice open spot too, a nice open space that we'll go ahead and preheat, get the dough in there, score it, close it. Both of those things are going to do what I mentioned, just trap that steam in there. We're going to lose about 20% of our scale weight of dough in steam, so there'll be quite a buildup of steam in there. So if you had a 1,000-gram loaf, it would come out of the oven about 800 grams, depends on shape. But that's going to be a lot of steam, so we're going to need to be careful when we open these up. So you might not have either of these, or you might have to keep searching for something like this. You know, another simple solution is just a sheet pan with an inverted bowl. I've done this. It works fine. You want to look for a sheet pan that's pretty flat so you have a steam-tight seal, but this works well. This is another one that you would want to put on some thermal mass just so you can have that surge of heat right through there. So we're going to get those heated. We know the bread's ready to bake. We want to go ahead and heat your oven, of course, and get these heating also. And then once those are heated, we're going to talk a little bit about scoring and then actually going ahead and getting them in the oven. So the pots have been warmed up now. They're preheated, and we're going to next score the bread and get them in there and then hustle them into the oven. So this is a tool that I like to use. It's called a lame. Professional bakers always have this kind of metal handle. Those sometimes are hard to find, but this is a real easy fix. It's just a coffee stirrer from a coffee shop. I had to like sand that down just a little bit, and then a double-edged razor blade. And here's how to get it on. It's a little tricky. You got to be careful, but if you give that a little bend, and then take that coffee stirrer through that first slot, and then into that other one, the last one, you'll be able to get it on there. That makes a nice little curve, so when we undercut those types of, a crust that's cut in that way tends to open up. If I have the blade tip perpendicular to the surface of the bread, the dough tends to go to the side. And there's some information too in the class materials that show how that's done. I would say that you want to use the very tip. You want to make assertive cuts. You want to know what pattern you want to use, and have it cover the entire surface of the bread so that it can expand in all directions. I always like to keep that in a little container, or really the easiest way is to kind of keep it in your mouth when you're working, just so you always know where it is. So there's that. And now I'm going to go ahead and just move some of these out of the way. We're going to bake one of the Boules and bake one of the Bâtards. I'll start with the Hanover pot. So this is heated. And then I think this is my favorite part. It's the highest energy. It's the culmination of all the work we've been doing. This I know isn't stuck too much, but I might occasionally just coax it away from the sides of the basket a little bit. Invert it, and just gently put it in there. I'll move this out of your way just so you can maybe see this a little bit better. So this is a nice amount of flour. I like to smooth it out just so I don't have too much on there. And then another nice little thing you can do is just make a stencil. This is the Craftsy star, and so we can do a positive or negative image. Here's a little bit of cocoa. If I have some white flour on there, I can use some cocoa so it's offset. I might just put just a little bit more on there, not too much. Put down the Craftsy star and then just gently sift some cocoa on there. This is a real nice, you want a pretty small screen on a sifter. This is the same one I've been using through the whole course for doing couches. And I don't want too much on there. And I want to keep it pretty low to the surface of the dough so that I can control the fall of the cocoa. All right, there's that. I have a little handy dandy tape lifter upper. And then again, just swiftly, I want to hold this so it doesn't move. Cut it like that. Cut it like that. I could probably go in and do some other detail work on that, but that's fine with that amount of scoring. I'll cover that up to keep it hot. It's going to be giving off steam now and going through the whole oven spring process. And then I'll do the same with the cloche. That off. I can just wrap that up, put my hand on there, flip it over, set it there. Again, maybe a bit of flour. And here I can just do one nice big cut this way. Cover that one. We're going to go ahead, put those right in the oven. The oven's 450 degrees. We want it real hot. We're going to keep cranking that down a little bit as we go through the process, and we'll monitor that and see how the baking is going as far as color. Okay, we have bread. I checked them a few times, about 15 minutes, opened the lid, taking care to open it away from me because there is a lot of steam that's generated. I want to make sure I don't get burned. And then again, about 25 minutes. About that time, I actually took them out of the pot so they could get even heat all the way around. And you'll have to adjust it to your oven and your timing. You know, a loaf this size is going to be about 45 minutes. If you really want to get this color, which of course is a lot of good flavor in there. I don't generally take internal temp of dough just because I feel it's a little intrusive to probe it that way. But I look for color, and I often look like right down in the cut mark. This is called the grenier, to make sure it doesn't look too damp. And of course, I'm really looking for some of this real nice darkness on those ears that open up. It should sound a little hollow, and it should look lighter than it looks like it's going to because some of that water is evaporated. You know, it'll have a little squeeze to it. As these cool, the crust contracts, and so it's crackling. So if it's coming out of the oven and a few minutes later you hear it talking to you, you know that's good timing. The one thing about your oven is it might be different than the one that I just used. So I would pay attention to the bottom also. You know, the bottom on these is great. It's not too dark. But if it's down lower, it might get a little bit more color. So I sometimes even put them on an inverted sheet pan if it seems like it's getting a little too much color. Now they're still warm. They're not hot any longer, but we're going to want to let these cool completely before we slice them and enjoy them. The crumb, the inside of the bread is still going to be tender, so if we cut it now, it'll just get torn. But another, I find really interesting aspect of allowing it to cool is there's a pressure differential in the bread when it comes out of the oven. And as it cools, it begins to, that differential equalizes, and it sucks oxygen and air into the bread. And if you have a well caramelized crust like this, really what you're doing is you're siphoning air through that caramelized, flavorful crust, and then that is deposited in the crumb. So it's not just a matter of tearing the crumb, but it's also a matter of just having the whole bread be more flavorful by allowing it to cool. Put them on these racks so it can circulate. If I had just placed it on a board or on the bench, it would get a little bit sweaty on the bottom. So these are here for us to enjoy. The baking times were all the same. You know, the shapes are really actually pretty regular. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and let these cool. And then the next lesson, I'm gonna take the same base formula, make some variations with flavor. We're gonna add some rosemary, we're gonna add some olives, do some variations in shaping so that we can more easily fit this sourdough bread baking into your life. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome back to Handmade Sourdough. Now that we've baked the plain sourdough in the Bâtard and Boule shapes, just wanted to talk about some flavor variations and shaping variations so that you can take that base dough and diversify it. I'll go through these one at a time. First, I just want to talk about this olive dough, which we're going to make into focaccia. So all of these different flavor variations are documented in the class materials, so you know how many olives to mix. I did want to say one thing about adding the olives, and this really holds true for a lot of different inclusions, any type of nut or olive or anything that you want to put into the dough. You want to mix the dough to completion, as it was when we started with bulk fermentation, and then gently add in those ingredients until they're homogeneous. The reason we do this, and it's especially important with things like nuts or something that's sharp, it'll cut those gluten strands as the gluten is being developed. So it's counterproductive. So we'll go ahead, get the dough developed, and then slowly and gently work in the olives. You know, a mixer makes this a little bit easier, but you know, your hands work fine too. In fact, that's how we did this olive dough. So here, this is what we have. Now, I've kind of divided this into two different pieces. I'm going to do a little focaccia with this later too. Anywhere about 2.5 pounds is a nice amount for, you know, your standard half sheet pan. If you wanted to make focaccia sandwiches or something like that, you could make it a little more dough so it would be a little bit thicker. But what I did was I divided this, tried to keep it square, rolled it out, let it rest, just like we did after the pre-shape, and now I'm going to go ahead and fill it out in the pan again. It's been sitting here. It might have stuck a little bit, so I can kind of release that. I have maybe a little more flour down here. I'm just going to go ahead and give it a little flop over. You might be able to do all this with your hands, rolling it out, or you can use a rolling pin. I got a little sticky spot there, so I can get a little more flour. I tend to use my hands more so than a rolling pin. I just feel like I have a little bit more control. However, what I want to make sure I don't do is I pull on this and get like a little thin spot. So I'm always just using the flat of my hand and get it to the proper shape. And I can see that's pretty close right there. So what I can do an easy way to get it in there, a little more flour, boom, put right in there, and then I can fill out this pan. And again, having it be an even layer, I can just gently get that into all the corners. All right. So really, you can do this with any dough. It doesn't have to be olive sourdough. It doesn't have to be sourdough at all. So if you're baking something else, this technique works well too. So I wanted to mention that this pan is lightly sprayed with pan spray. I don't like a lot of oil because it gets a little greasy. And then I'm going to go ahead and apply the toppings immediately. So we have some roasted red peppers. We have some chopped rosemary. There's some pink peppercorns I'll put on at the end. And then some cheese also, which, you know, this is to your liking, whatever you want to put on there. I will say the cheese I'm not going to apply right away. We'll bake it about 2/3 of the bake time, take it out, and then cheese it so cheese doesn't get too dried out. I do like to do things in a certain order. If I have some fresh herbs, I'll put those down first just so they're protected from the other ingredients so they don't get too dried out. If this was a plain piece of dough, I would put olives on it. We could put onions on it as well. And then I can just go ahead with my roasted red peppers. I like to do a little argyle type pattern, what bakers call lozenge pattern. And then I'll put, once I get all of this on here, I would put olive oil on top just to make it a little bit more savory. I generally put some salt on it too, just at that same time. I'm not going to with this one just because the olives are salty enough, and I'd rather not have it get too salty. If I was using onions, I would cut them in rings, so separate them, and then put those on last because they kind of help hold everything down with their large surface area. So I'll get this on here, and then I'm also going to just kind of gently push them into the surface of the dough so that they don't pop off during baking, or even when it's proofing. I need a little extra one here. Okay. So here's where I might just gently put those down. These are pink peppercorns. You could use black if you like to. I just really like the flavor of these. It's real floral. It's a real interesting flavor. It's a different plant than black pepper, and a lot of people aren't familiar with it, and I like giving a little surprise in there. Okay, some olive oil I can put on now. You could put this on right before it went into the oven also. Not too much. I don't like it too greasy, but I do like to have it be evenly distributed. So a pastry brush or egg wash brush is nice to just go ahead and get it in all those nooks and crannies. One of the reasons it's nice to do this, if you wanted to make more than one batch of dough, you could make some into focaccia or focaccia and then the other into loaves. The proofing time on this is not as long, so it proofs a little bit more quickly. So if we start off dividing and pre-shaping, this one would go into the oven a little bit more quickly, which might be nice for your oven management. If you have a home oven, which I assume you do, you're not only going to be able to get so much bread in there. So this one we can probably get in a little bit sooner. So there's that. As always, I'm going to cover this. Again, not really using plastic. I can do this. This will be fine. I can set this aside about an hour. The loaves, hour and a half, 2 hours. This hour, hour and a half. Again, it's not as crucial to have it be properly proofed, and then we can just go ahead, slide this in the oven. Ideally, you can get this in before the loaves are ready to bake. So you can kind of get two quick bakes in succession without rushing the other one. We'll set that one aside, and then we can shape some focaccia as well. So one other variation that's in the class materials is a rosemary sourdough, and it's really one of my favorite variations. And I did do one in a loaf shape just because I want to show you something about having a nice little sprig of rosemary in the bottom of that when I bake it. So I've shaped that one just as we did previously, and I'm going to go ahead and cover that, and we'll bake that one later. But then we're also going to make a focaccia shape, and I have, again, some rosemary dough here. And focaccia is similar to focaccia. In fact, they're related. They're both, interesting flatbreads. And there are a couple of different ways of piercing it. Focaccia doesn't usually have ingredients on the top like focaccia. It's more of a more simple bread. It's just shaped without the extra ingredients, but we will put some olive oil on this just before we bake it. So this was a loosely shaped piece of dough, just as if it was going into a loaf. And then I'm going to roll it out so it's just circular. Here I might use a little more flour than if I'm shaping a loaf, because I'm going to roll with a rolling pin, and I don't want that to necessarily get stuck. And again, I can use my hands to get it out to about that length or that diameter. I'm trying not to degas too much, but just getting it out like that. Making sure it's not stuck. If it does get stuck, I would just pick it up and keep turning it. I can turn it over this way. That one's a little bit more dry, so I'll go ahead and do that. Now this is a piece of parchment paper on a peel. I'm going to shape it on here and just proof it on here too. It doesn't quite fit in a half sheet pan, so I want to make sure I get as much space as I can. Now this is not a traditional shape. It's a shape I like to start doing down in North Carolina. It's kind of, I call it sand dollar focaccia. And this tool I have works really well, although this one that's rounded would work too. So I'm just going to pierce that. You have to be fairly assertive. I want to go, all the way through, of course, like that. And then, of course, this is going to increase in volume as it proofs and as it bakes. So I want to pull this out so I can get those pretty openings like that. This is the same amount of dough as you would make a loaf out of, half that dough, but you could do some small focaccia also. If you wanted to have an individual one for each one of your guests, you could have that on a plate. So there's that one. That's always a real pretty one. I'll just set that aside and then do a more traditional focaccia shape. So this is a smaller piece. This is the olive dough. This is maybe about a pound. And here we're going for a little bit more of a Pac-Man ghost shape. And I can roll this out slightly. Again, making sure that it doesn't stick. So that's fine. Now this one, because it's smaller, can fit on a sheet pan. So I'll go ahead and do that. But before I pierce it, again, I want to get it there so it doesn't get stretched too much. If you try to transfer it once it's cut, it gets a little floppy. Okay. Maybe bunch it up somewhat. And then with a similar tool, you can give a nice one there, nice one there. And you could really keep on going with this. I'll usually put a notch right down at the base, and then same thing, just gently pull these out. It's sticking a little bit to that paper. And then this one, I'm also going to give a little olive oil, some pepper, just before it goes in the oven. Not so much salt again, just because I think it's salty enough. Okay. Get that, slide that right on there. We can put both those off to proof, maybe an hour and a half, brush them with some olive oil, put them in the oven, and then right after that, we'll be able to bake the rosemary sourdough loaf, which is going to take longer to proof. The flavor variations and shape variations are out of the oven now. There's the olive focaccia, which we had dressed with the other ingredients and baked, the olive focaccia, and then with the rosemary dough, we did the loaf with the sprig in the bottom, and then the sand dollar focaccia, also with the rosemary. You saw me load those, these three larger loaves that won't fit in the baking container with a baking peel. There are two, I really prefer to load with a wooden peel. It doesn't tend to stick as much. A metal peel is fine too, but you might need a little flour down or semolina down just so it doesn't stick. A lot of people use cornmeal, but that tends to burn a little bit more. There's more oil in corn than in semolina, which is a type of wheat. A metal one often is real nice to use for unloading though, because you can kind of get right under there. You may notice that the volume between these two breads and these two breads is different. And that's really due to the flour that was used. This was all white flour. This had some white flour and some rye flour. So that would cause it to be more dense because of the bran that's in the rye flour, as well as the fact that rye doesn't have as much gluten. So that would make it a little bit smaller compared to something made all with white flour bread. Much more extensible, more protein, and this didn't have much particulate to hold it down. A little bit of rosemary, but not those large olive chunks. So that's the reason why they look quite a bit different. In the next lesson, we'll explore those whole grain flours a little bit more by making a sourdough made with 100% whole grain flour, and it also includes some sprouted wheat berries. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to talk about whole grain sourdoughs. You know, we will do a specific whole grain recipe in this lesson, but we could go back and think about the breads that we baked in the previous lessons, the pain au levain and those variations. We could make those whole grain too, just by increasing the amount of whole grain flour in the overall formula. And that always requires one other adjustment. You know, as the whole grain content goes up, you always need to increase the hydration because the bran and germ that are in the whole grain flours are going to be more absorbent, the bran especially. So whenever we increase that, like this is 25% whole wheat, we could go all the way up to 100% whole wheat. But you would want to have the same consistency of the dough as you have in this one. So feel free to not only vary the flavor profile and the shape on these, but also the whole grain content. And I know a lot of us are, you know, trying to eat more whole grains, and we're lucky at this point right now in the flour industry because so much other small scale milling's being happening. We're having a lot of interesting flours. So there's always the hydration issue. You know, we can expect the whole grain breads to be slightly more dense. We don't have to go back to the 1970s with those old, you know, whole wheat bricks because we've learned a lot more about bread baking since then. So they're still, you know, very palatable and can have an open crumb. But those bran specks and pieces that are in there will, you know, deteriorate the gluten strands as they are, as it's being mixed. So in general, you'll have a slightly less volume and maybe a crumb that's not so open. But we can counter that by what I mentioned, increasing the hydration, and also the autolyse, that optional step that we talked about in the previous lesson where everything's brought together and allowed to sit for a while before the final mixing. And that's especially helpful in whole grain breads, just because you have that bran and it'll be able to absorb some more water. So we could have, you know, more whole wheat, we could be using spelt. In a future lesson, we'll be using rye, and there are many other different types of whole grain flours that we can be using to augment that. So we're not just specifically wheat, but that's the one that's used most often because, again, we have a higher gluten content and quality than other whole grain flours. But it's not just the flour that could be a whole grain aspect of it. We can also use something called a soaker. So this might be like a grain mix, and we'll use one of those in the rye bread that we make later. And that's often soaked overnight, thus the name. And the bread that I'm going to make right now does have a soaker. It's a little bit different though. It's not just grain that's been soaked, but it's been grain that's been soaked and then sprouted. So I can tell you a little bit about that because it's one of my favorite things to do with grain. So these are just hard red wheat berries. The flour that's an all-purpose flour, bread flour, that tends to be hard red winter wheat also. The protein is, as we mentioned before, 11.5, 11.7 in that flour. So I generally strive to get the same wheat berries as the flour. So these, of course, you could plant in the ground and grow some wheat. But what I like to do is soak them and sprout them. And I've got this handy little Tupperware piece that's not intended for sprouting, but it works perfectly because I can just drain it like that. It's like a little colander. So here's the process for sprouting grain. You take the raw, unsprouted grain and soak it for about 24 to 36 hours. You should cover it pretty well, you know, like an inch or so in water because it's going to absorb that water and it's going to start that process. And as it absorbs water, you know, it's going to go down. So you need to have plenty of it in there. After 24 to 36 hours, and I'll test it, and it's another time and temperature variable. If it's cooler, it maybe takes a little bit longer for it to absorb. But I'll test them by just making sure they're tender all the way through. If it still seems kind of hard in there, I'll just let it soak for another 12 hours. After that period, when it's not so toothsome, I'll drain it real well. And then, in this case, I can just leave it right in here, keep it covered, and give it about another 24 or 36 hours. And this time really depends on temperature. In the summertime, they might start to sprout, you know, in 18 to 24 hours. Colder will be a little bit longer. And you can see how the little rootlets are starting to come out. It's a similar process to what we talked about before, you know, as far as fermentation and converting complex carbohydrates into simple sugars that the yeast is going to consume. But in this case, there's another enzymatic conversion of the endosperm, which of course is also starch. And that's converted to sugar, and that's acting as food for the little baby wheat plant that will be able to grow until it can grow true leaves and photosynthesize. So it's going from starch to sugar, and that's why these are nice to use because they get slightly sweet. They're also similar to naturally leavened breads in that they help deactivate phytic acid. And remember, that's the acid that is in our gastrointestinal tract. it prevents our bodies from absorbing more nutrition. It's not necessarily more nutritious, well, the whole grains are, but it also just helps you get more nutrition out of all the food that you eat. So it's kind of like a double whammy. This bread that we're going to make, naturally leavened, it's a sourdough. We're also putting some sprouted wheat berries in there, so we're really kind of being able to like really get the most out of all the food that we eat. So these are what we're going to use for the soaker in the sprouted wheat berry sourdough, which I'm going to make next. That's my soaker component. So this is a soaker I'm going to use for the bread we're going to make now. I do want to point out that these are, nicely sprouted. Once that rootlet gets, about the length of the wheat berry or longer, all that sugar has been consumed. They get a lot more starchy. They start to taste kind of green, and it's just not the same experience. Incidentally, you could just take those oversprouted ones out. You can plant them in your garden. You can, grow some wheat. It's a beautiful plant to grow a little plot of. So I chopped these for the recipe we're going to do next. Just with a chef's knife on a cutting board works well. Old-fashioned Salvation Army meat grinder works really well too. This makes it a little bit more pasty, a little bit more ground up. That's fine. You just won't have as many larger particles in the bread. I do like to have something that's not, a whole wheat berry, because the ones that migrate to the outer edge of the crust during the baking process really kind of dry out, and they're a little bit too hard, especially when it's freshly out of the oven. So I just kind of like to have them be a little bit smaller pieces. So let's look at this bread that we're going to make, the sprouted wheat berry sourdough. And there are a couple flours. There's no white flour in this bread. There is some sprouted wheat flour. Now this is just the same as what we've done here, except it's been dried and then milled into flour. It's funny, it's really delicious. It seems kind of moist, like when you squeeze it, it'll really hold that shape, kind of like cake flour does. And then this is high extraction flour. Now, when we talked about flour earlier, we talked about the extraction rate being the amount of flour you get out of any amount of grain. So if you have 10 tons of grain, you have 10 tons of flour, the extraction rate's 100%. That would be whole wheat flour. This is not 100% extracted. Some of that bran has been taken out. It's kind of in the middle of bread flour and whole wheat flour. So this kind of makes a little bit of a nicer loaf. It's a wonderful flavor. I use both of these in a lot of different breads. They're both milled by Joe Lindley and Lindley Mills in North Carolina, which is an old mill, and it's kind of one of those things that we have going in this country now with small-scale milling. It's been around for a long time, since the American Revolution, and I like his flours a lot because they're fluffy. I know I talk about fluffy bread, but I like talking about fluffy flour too, or using it. Some of the sprouted wheat flours I've encountered are a little gritty, and this is kind of whole grain flours in general. I'm always looking for one that seems soft. So if you're trying out a couple and it seems like your bread ends up kind of breaking apart, or not being quite so cohesive, not so extensible, it might be the grain size, because we have these really hard particles that are deteriorating those gluten strands. So I'm always looking for something that's pretty soft, pretty silky, and fluffy. So that we have both of these. And then, of course, the naturally leavened pre-ferment, which, as I mentioned when we were starting our starter, you can take some of that white starter that you've established, use it to inoculate a new starter with a different flour mix. And so that's what I have. This is a mixture of the sprouted wheat flour and the high extraction flour. This one's nicely ripe. The hydration is different. It's a little bit lower, as well as the fact that it's more absorbent. So even though it's just not as liquidy as the white is, but you can see it's a little bit more dough consistency, and also you can see that cell structure in there, which is just a good sign that it's well fermented. So I can start to incorporate these. Again, an autolyse is helpful. I'm going to hold these back from the final mix, just as we did with the olives and the olive bread, so that we can have the bread come together, be cohesive, and the bread doesn't have to deal with the fact that there are all these other chunks in there, whether it's some sprouted grain or olives or nuts. So the process of mixing this is very similar to what we have done before. Again, I like to put my wets in there first. Now, because this pre-ferment is of more of a dough consistency, that would be one that you could leave out during the autolyse period. So I can just bring this together. It's a real beautiful color. I love the color of those two flours. as they come together, and it makes a very nice, extensible, luscious dough. This is good for cleaning the sides of the bowl, but eventually you're just going to need to get your hands in there, and I think this is a more effective way of really bringing it together. This is the time you can really adjust your hydration if you want to. Like, it feels a little dry, and I've mentioned that it's wintertime in Denver, and it's very cold, 13 degrees below zero, and everything's just dry as a bone. So I'm definitely giving things a little extra sip just because my hands tell me that it feels a little dry. So I have a little extra water. Just help bring it together. The formulas on these are all just a little dry, just to help you out with the shaping, but don't ever feel intimidated to add some more water. We always want to add more. We rarely want to take any away. In fact, I'm even going to give it a little bit more right now. Now, if I were to give this an autolyse, I would just have this get homogeneous. Go ahead and cover it. Let it sit for that 20 or 30 minutes. Come back, add the salt, mix it to full development, and then add the wheat berries. What I'm going to do right now, though, is just go ahead and jump forward, add this Levain, add the salt, and keep on mixing. You know, I've talked a lot about hydration with the whole grain breads, but one thing to keep in mind too is they'll continue to absorb water throughout the process. So what seems like, you know, just right will end up to be a little too dry once you're, you know, maybe dividing and shaping. So I always try to have them be a little wetter than I think they should be, or I need them to be right at this point. Go ahead and kind of break this up into pieces so I don't have just one big piece that's in there. And again, you can see that that's pretty developed, and this smells good too. You know, as a nice example of how fermentation helps doughs and pre-ferments develop, see, this is pretty breaky, but that's extensible. And this is really kind of the same mixture. So just the buildup of those organic acids, lactic and acetic acid, that will really go a long way in having that develop. That's why we want to have a nice, long, controlled fermentation. It's really not as much work. If we let the dough ferment, let the flour absorb the water, get those acids building up, it really does a lot of the work itself. All righty. So now's the time I like to just take it out on the bench and do those same technique as previously. Going through like that. This is a little bit stickier than the Levain, but again, it's going to get absorbed by the time we get this one back on the bench. Same gentle cutting, but being assertive, doing that flippy move, turn it at 90 degrees, and we can go and do the cutting the little small pieces off as well. Even that little bit of work has gotten it so it's pretty cohesive, quite cohesive. And now all of that, as a unit, has become more extensible. Still kind of rippy, still a little bit shaggy or not so smooth, but definitely getting there. So now I kind of have all that incorporated, the hydration. Go ahead and add the salt. I could have done that a little bit earlier, actually. And then this, but I'm glad I didn't, because I think you'll see that just the addition of that salt, because it tightens those ionic bonds, will really make a pretty big transformation just with the addition of that one ingredient. And it's interesting and enlightening to do that, you know. Mix them by hand, hold back the salt and see how sticky it is, then add it, and it'll instantly become a little bit more elastic. One of the mixing routines I like to have part of the mixing routine. See how it's picking up nice one big piece? One of the nice parts of a mixing routine is just always tasting your dough to make sure you haven't forgotten the salt. The autolyse step is a little bit troublesome that way. Sometimes you can kind of forget. If you always taste it when you mix it, you won't forget the salt. If you're unsure if there's salt in there or not, there probably is, because it's going to be very bland if it doesn't have the salt. And you can test yourself. Know you don't have the salt in there. Go ahead and taste it, and then immediately add it, and the change is very noticeable. So that's what I'm talking about. That little bit of salt really helped bring that together. Pretty elastic, still not real smooth. I'm going to go back and give it a little bit more. That mixing intermission would help here too. I'm just going to keep on with this one. What I'll occasionally do, though, if I do want to build in one of those little rest times, is even just a few minutes, just a quick cover. I'll take that time to get it off my hands, because part of the reason it's a little bit sticky is dough sticks to dough. So if I have really sticky hands, the dough is going to stick to that. So I'll give that a little rest, clean the bench, clean my hands, and then we'll get back to it. One other aspect of whole grain flours is that they'll really increase the speed of fermentation. So as we increase the amount of whole wheat flour, we would expect for it to ferment more. Again, it's just like us. There's a little bit more nutrition in there, a little bit more nutrition for the yeast, a little bit more nutrition for us. That's one of the nice things about whole grain breads, whole grains in general. All right, so I might give it just really a little bit more flippy move. It's quite a bit different now. It's responding pretty well. I don't feel like I want to break it up into those pieces anymore. So let me just smooth it out. I'll put it back in a bowl, keep it in the proper environment, take its temperature to make sure that it's right where we want it to be, about 75 to 78. And it is, which means I can anticipate that it's going to stay right on that production schedule. I can put it back in this bowl or another one. Make sure I cover it with a Thunderdome, and then we'll get back to this once we fold it. So the bread's been fermenting in its bulk phase now, and it's time to give it its fold, as I mentioned before. Again, same as it was with the sourdough we did. A little bit of flour down, a little on top, and then gently coaxing it out of the bowl. Turning it out and just doing that very simple fold, patting it out, maybe stretching it into a little bit of a rectangle. And then putting it right back in the bowl for another bit of primary fermentation before we divide it, pre-shaping, shaping those doughs, and then going through that proofing period before we bake them in those covered containers. What I'm going to do with this in the beginning of the next lesson, when we're going to talk about rye sourdoughs, we're going to talk about those differences in wheat breads, and I'll also show you this bread that I'll bake at the beginning of that lesson. Welcome back. As I mentioned in the last lesson with the sprouted wheatberry sourdough, that I was going to show it to you at the beginning of this lesson, and here it is. I chose not to divide and make one large loaf, which is always impressive, and people like to have those, especially if it's a festive occasion. One other thing I can mention about this particular formula is it's well hydrated. It might need a good long bake time so that all the moisture that needs to be driven off is. You can tell this one needs a little bit more time because it doesn't quite have that rich color like this sourdough dough we baked in a previous lesson. I'm still trying to get a little bit more of that color here, so I just want to go ahead and put that back in the oven for a few minutes but I wanted to show that to you right off the bat. Okay, so that's the sprouted wheatberry sourdough. Give it a few more minutes, give it a little more color, a little more flavor, and then let's talk about the rye breads, which was the subject of this next lesson. Before I introduce this, and we're going to do 2 different recipes in this lesson, let's talk a little bit about rye-based sourdoughs and how they differ from wheat-based sourdoughs, because there's some significant things, and you really need to know a couple things to have good success. One is what your final expectation is. I mean, there's less gluten in rye than wheat, and I know I mentioned that too when we talked about the olive focaccia, but here the rye content's going up quite a bit much more. We're going to do, both the breads that we're going to do happen to have 67% rye. So that means 67% of the flour is going to have less gluten than if it was wheat flour. So that's going to be a little bit more dense, and that's okay because that's how rye breads are. There are also some other considerations, especially in the context of having that much rye flour and being able to incorporate the sourdough baking methodology. Once you're over about 30% rye flour, it's crucial that some of that rye flour is soured in a levain. Typically, rye levains are called rye sours a little bit more. And the reason it's important is because there's a lot of enzyme activity in rye flour. So by acidifying some of the rye flour, and when I say acidifying, I mean using it in the pre-ferment or the levain, we can deactivate some of those rye-based enzymes. They start to convert starch to sugar at a slightly lower temp, and they go to a higher temp. So by kind of shutting out, deactivating some of those, we'll have a dough, a bread that comes out of the oven that's not gummy. If we had 67% rye and didn't acidify it, we would end up with a bread that, even if it was fully baked, would seem kind of mushy inside. So that's what this is. This is the rye sour. It's just like the white levain we use for the other doughs, or even we had that other mixed flour pre-ferment for the sprouted wheat sourdough. That's this component. So some other things that are different with rye-based breads are, even though there is less gluten, so that means it's harder for that gluten matrix to develop, like in wheat breads, there are pentosands in rye flour, and they're polysaccharides. They help trap gas, but they're also very absorbent. So the hydration in rye breads usually is significantly more than wheat-based breads, although the consistency doesn't seem different. The rye bread consistency, as you'll see in a moment, is a little bit more clay-like, and that's because it just absorbs so much water, doesn't get quite so extensible. Even though this is a sourdough class, I'm going to use a little bit of yeast. You know, we haven't talked about or used any yeast that you might buy in a grocery store, but because we want to have a little bit more oven spring, a little bit more volume, often there's a little bit of yeast, and so I have that. In both of those, I'll add a little bit of yeast. And then that's really kind of about it, about how things are different, with the exception of one other, and that's the water temperature. The dough temperature, usually, we want to push that up. We're going 75 to 78 for the wheat-based sourdoughs. We might go 80, 82, just again to give them a little bit more activity. And then the bulk fermentation and the primary fermentation usually is shorter. We proof that sourdough about 2 hours. These today are going to be about 1 hour, and the second one I do is actually going to have no bulk fermentation at all. It's going to go right into the pan. So same process that we've been doing, but just some other things to keep in mind. Also, I know I mentioned, so far we've been mixing by hand, which is fun, and I like getting in contact with the dough that way. But the rye breads like to be mixed in a mixer. You could do it by hand too, but this will help a little bit. One thing I wanted to point out, if you do have a mixer or if you're going to buy one, is to really strive to get this hook that's curved this way. The C-shaped hook will work, but it's not nearly as effective as this one. You might have to buy this one as a different accessory, but it really will shorten the mixing time, and it makes a little nicer dough, so you really want to look for that one. Okay, so let's get into the 67% rye. Here's the rye sour that I mentioned earlier, and that's been fermenting since, it's had about a 14-hour time period on that. And then the flours. Well, we have rye flour again. This is the same flour that's in here. It's organic rye flour. This again is one of those that's just really fluffy. It's tasty too. Sometimes I'll just eat a little pinch of that. And then the white flour component. So this is 33% of the overall flour. This is high gluten flour. It's not the all-purpose. Well, there are, as I mentioned before, no standard names for flours. This one has a protein content of about 13 to 14%. So you want to just have that protein or gluten higher than what we have been using so far. I have my salt, of course, and then there's the yeast that I mentioned we often use. The formula that are in the materials calls for instant active yeast. I had active dry, and there's a little bit of a difference in those two. Instant active you can put right into a bowl. Active dry, you have to give it just a little bit of soaking ahead of time to kind of get it activated. And I'm fine with using either one. Instant active is a little bit more convenient because you don't have to do this little kind of proofing step, but it's perfectly fine. So I'm going to go ahead, and there's of course my water, which has been temped out, so my final dough temps will be a little bit higher. I'm going to go about 80 degrees on this one. That's my water, just right. And then, just to help loosen this, like I often try to do, I'll just pour that around. It's going to help loosen that. It's going to help rinse that container too. I might even keep a little bit so I can get all that out, and then give it another little post-rinse. So this, you'll see when I mix this dough, but the pre-ferment the same way. The consistency is kind of like wet cement. It's quite sticky, a little clay-like. So I'll put that in the bottom. I always like to have my wets in the bottom. So I still have that little bit of residue. I want to get all that. And then my yeast. And I still have that little bit of rinse. Rye breads typically don't have an auto lees, so that's another difference. So I'm going to be able to put this one right in and mix all the ingredients right at once and get it going. And there's my salt. Okay. We're going to want to start, whenever you're using a mixer, you really want to get things incorporated first on a slow speed. So I'm going to, and different home mixers have different speeds. You know, this one goes up to 10, some only have 3, but I usually go just until it's just starting to run so that I can have a dough mass that's homogeneous. After that time, I'm going to increase the speed another 3 minutes, and you'll see how it's going to change. We'll be able to see those gluten strands. It's going to have a little sheen on it. It's going to tug back a little bit when it's finished being mixed. Another thing about home mixers is often the hook doesn't go quite to the bottom of the bowl. And with rye breads, sometimes that dough just kind of gets smashed and stuck to the sides of the bowl. So really, anytime you're using a mixer, it's going to require a little bit of stopping, taking the bowl down, and then just scraping that so that we can get everything all together as quickly as possible. If we needed to change the hydration, this would be the time we would want to kind of institute that if necessary. So that's about it. I think there's probably a little bit of dry flour in the bottom, so I'm going to actually go through and take this bowl off just to make sure. I've got a little residue on the side there. I want to get all that in. I'm not done mixing yet. I'm going to go up to a little faster speed, but you can see how it's not quite thoroughly incorporated right there. So I'll kind of turn it over. Put the hook back on. And now I'm up on medium speed, or a little bit faster. I'm going to let this go for another 2 to 3 minutes, and then we can look at the characteristics of the dough, see what how the strength has increased, and some other visual cues like how shiny it starts to get. So you can see how this is starting to ball up a little bit. It's getting pulled up the hook, and that's typical of dough hooks also, but I can just scrape that down. I want to get it all together, but I'm also just wanting to point out to you that there's that aspect of it. It's getting enough strength where it's really kind of holding itself together more than it had a few minutes ago. I'm also just kind of tweaking that speed a little bit, going up and back and forth. I don't want to over mix it, but I want this particular machine to be just a little bit faster and go back and forth. kind of do a little diagnostic on how it's coming together. It's going to need a little bit more, but I want to show you those gluten strands that are starting to come out. And here where you can see it's definitely different. If I'm tugging on this, I call it the tug test. The dough just kind of tugs back a little bit. But right in here around the bowl, you can see this right where that balled up part was I just pointed out. All of that's getting quite a bit more strong. I'm going to give it just a skosh more mixing, and then that one's going to be good for primary fermentation. And here again is the stickiness. When you go to wash your hands with this type of dough, those pento sands will have that, it'll be that clay-like feeling on your hands. It's a little harder to wash off than wheat dough. Okay, I think we're good. There's that final dough. You know, one other nice thing about mixers is that you can actually mix your pre-ferment in the bowl, leave it there overnight or whatever the time period is. When you come back, then all those other ingredients can go right on top of it. One less dish to clean. I mentioned it being slightly shiny, and you maybe can see that. It's smoothed out a little bit. It's developed. It's very similar to the wheat dough. It's a little rough. It's darker, of course, but it's slightly shiny, and it's definitely got that nice tugginess to it. So that's looking good. I'm going to go ahead and cover that, put it in a covered container, give it approximately an hour of bulk fermentation, and then I'll meet you back here, and we're going to divide and shape this one. Okay, here we are, about an hour later. Quite a bit of difference. That yeast is moving it along. That warmer dough temp helps move it along also. And it's just a real active dough. The rye sour looked great. I'm going to shape this into Bâtards, but I'm going to put them into round baskets. And again, it's just the way that I learned to do it from James. And I just like the little bullseye pattern that you'll see we're going to come out with. But I've done this bread in rounds too. And I've even done some in little rolls. There's a nice variation where you can roll it in caraway. And just real tasty. Okay, go ahead, a little flour, that one. A little bit on top. Being gentle, you know the dough's delicate. It doesn't have that same gluten structure. It's strong, but, well, I guess I like to be delicate with all my doughs. This one's a little bit different. Okay, smells good. Again, I could weigh it in half, but I'm just going to go ahead and approximately cut it in half. That'll be close enough for right now. No pre-shaping on this one. You could do one, but generally because it's not so strong, we can get it into a nice shape right away. It is a little sticky. I can feel around these little spots. So again, put it someplace floury, bring it back, and then I'm going to go into the Bâtard shape, the long cylindrical kind of football shape. I'm going to orient it this way because I don't want it to get too long. And if I started this way, that's about how long it would be, the final loaf. Same type of whoosh, whoosh. Turn it over, another, fold, and then just the same technique. I'm tightening it up. It feels much different in your hands than the wheat dough. Tighten it up that way, and then I can kind of just roll it, just smooth it out a little bit. That seam's going to be real distinct, and we're going to look at that to tell if it's done proofing or not. And then here, go ahead and put it in that basket. It's just kind of going up the sides a little bit. It's going to widen out this way. Okay, same thing with this one. This one I might even give one of those 90-degree turns in there just to tighten it up a little bit more. That feels good. It's just kind of quick moves, you know. It's like really not even touching it or touching it as little as possible. It's going to be a pretty long bake time. I won't get the ends too pointed, or they can get a little dried out before the kind of the middle of the crumb is well baked. Alrighty, that's going there. I'm going to cover those about another hour proof time. We're going to look for this kind of seam to open up a little bit, and then we'll go ahead and bake them. So we're going to do another rye bread now. This one's called rugbrød. It's a Danish black bread. I can't remember how I learned this, but I just remember having a Danish customer who said it was really an accurate, representation of that bread from Denmark, and it's always, I think, interesting and fun to, kind of catch on to some sort of historical bread just by manipulating the ingredients and managing fermentation and having someone who knows what it should taste like say, that's what it should taste like. So I'm really fond of this one as one of my favorite rye breads. It's interesting, there are two pre-ferments in this. There's the rye sour, very similar to what we just used in the 67% rye. And then also some white Levain. This is very similar to what we've used in the other wheat-based sourdoughs. Both of these are going to create different flavor profiles. The rye breads, pre-ferments tend to get a little bit more acetic acid, a little bit more sour. This is more of that lactic acid flavor profile that we talked about when we were discussing fermentation. So combining both of those, just be a little bit more of a round flavor with a lot of depth. Here's another type of soaker. We had the sprouted wheat berry soaker previously. Now this one is rye chops. They're not sprouted, however, although you could do that. And if you can't find rye chops, you could just get rye berries and kind of coarsely grind them in a coffee grinder or a spice grinder. That's what rye chops really are, a wheat berry that might be broken into 3 or 4 pieces. There's some fennel here also, and that was also just recently ground in a spice grinder to keep it real nice and fresh. You really have to check your fennel. It can get a little old tasting. So I really like that taste of fennel, and by having some fresh stuff and grinding it right at the last minute, that'll really bring out that flavor. Some blackstrap molasses, different molasses than what we used when we started the starter. It's a different flavor. It's more kind of that like licorice flavor. It's really high in iron too. Salt, of course, and then the same flour mix that we had with the 67% rye. The whole organic rye flour, and then the high gluten flour, just again to compensate for that lack of gluten. And then there's also, of course, a little bit of yeast in this one. So I'm going to go ahead and incorporate all these in the bowl, wets in the bottom. One other thing about the rye chops, if you were unable to get those, you could use cracked wheat or even a multigrain mix. It's going to serve the same purpose as having those kind of whole grain bits in there. It's 3 or 4 minutes on first speed, 3 or 4 minutes on second speed. It's going to be a little bit more of a wet dough than the other one was. So that's well mixed. You can see it is a more wet dough. The gluten strands are really kind of visible. Once you start to see that kind of storm system, hurricane look on there with that being swirled around by the hook, and again, you have that tugginess and a little bit more shininess. It's more like a sheen than a shine. You're ready to stop mixing. And then this one is atypical in that it goes immediately into a pan. As you can see, it's probably too wet to shape that into a loaf. And so it goes into this Pullman. It's called a Pullman pan. It's lidded. There are lots of other breads that are baked in this too. But if you didn't have one of these, you could certainly put it into 2 smaller, regular loaf pans. I love the retro shape on this, though, the squareness. The other nice thing is it has a lid that slides right on there. So really that's kind of helpful because instead of having to have another baking container, this kind of serves as that because it'll trap that steam, right in the Pullman pan. Alrighty. The dough temperature again is pretty warm, and we're not going to give it any bulk fermentation. And it's going to be about an hour of proofing before it goes in. The spatulas sometimes are a little too floppy, but if you can just reach in there. And then I just kind of stretch it out and get it in there. I want it more or less in an even layer. It's going to need a little help to get it that way. It is sticky, but it's got some strength. It's okay if it's not smooth. In fact, it's nice if it's not smooth, because how we're going to finish this one is just by dusting it with some of that same rye flour. And you'll see that as it expands, it's going to have a similar appearance to that rye sour after it was fermented. You know, it's kind of a earth from space look. So don't worry about this being completely smooth. If you did want it completely smooth, a little damp hand or a little damp dough scraper would help you achieve that without having this type of thing. But I like the rough look on it. So to finish this one off, give some contrast in the final loaf, I'm just going to take some of that same rye flour, put it right on top. A fairly good sprinkling, because some of that's going to get absorbed into the dough. I'll put the lid on. I'm going to wait till that's about half an inch from the top of the pan. And then we'll bake both of those, the 67% rye and the rugbrod, and I'll see you back here for that. Okay, the rye breads are out of the oven now, and then just a couple things to point out about them. This is the 67% rye, and you might remember we shaped a Bâtard and put it in a round basket, a coiled basket, not the one with the couche, and it'll end up giving you that real interesting design. I like the way how it twirls just all the way out. And then there's a rugbrod, and I also love that real variegated pattern on top of that. This one flattened out, it rose up just about to the top. Sometimes it doesn't, you know, it's a little bit more round, but you know, this is fine. One thing I didn't mention about rye breads, but we should talk about now that they're out of the oven, is they need a little bit more of a curing period. You know, once a wheat bread is cool, you can pretty much slice it, but once we're up about this level, 67% or so, and especially when we get higher than that, you really need to let that completely cool and sit for about 24 to 48 hours before you cut it, or else you'll get one of those gummy loaves, even if you did acidify your rye flour. So these smell great. I love the fennel smell of this one. And we're going to go ahead and add it to all the other breads that we have made through the course. So I hope you had a lot of fun in the class. I know I did. Please remember the Craftsly platform has all the materials. Post your photos there, ask questions. I'll see you online, and bake on.